Chapter 1 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons by Robert Balgarnie. We begin with the dedication, preface, introduction, and chapter 1. Dedication. To the Dowager Lady Salt of Crow Nest, this memoir of him with whom her own life was united 47 years is respectfully dedicated as a humble offering of affection both to the living and the dead, by the author. Preface. This work has been written during the summer season and amid the pressing duties that a large seaside congregation entails. We are fully aware of its many imperfections, but such as it is, we send it forth. It has been throughout a labor of love, which we have gladly performed, in memory of one whose long friendship has been to us both an honor and a privilege. Though the lack of material, especially in connection with his earlier years, has rendered our task more difficult than we anticipated, yet we have done our best. If the record of such a life shall furnish the reader with an example worthy of imitation, if it shall stimulate him to lofty purpose, above all, if it shall induce him to regulate his course by Christian principles and to seek those things which are above, the highest desires of the writer will be attained. Scarborough, November 1877. Chapter 1, Introductory. Friend of the suffering, helper of the weak, poor words are all that now we can afford, unless where tears of deeper homage speak, or silent reverence hails the worth supreme, which may thy life one good diffusing beam. A.W. Chapter 1, Introductory. Wherefore I praise the dead, which are already dead, more than the living, which are yet alive. Ecclesiastes. When the grave closed over the honored remains of Sir Titus Salt, and his name and virtues were on many lips, a wish was expressed that a biography of him should be written. From the various sketches that had appeared in the London and provincial press, as well as from local publications that had been widely circulated, the more remarkable facts of his history were already known. But it was naturally supposed that a public man like Sir Titus, whose name was a household word in the neighborhood where he lived, whose fame had spread far and wide, whose commercial and philanthropic enterprises were preeminent, must have many other incidents in his life which some biographer would bring to light, and which the public would be eager to know. Who the biographer should be was a question the present writer would have answered by selecting an author well known to the public, but it had not once entered into his mind that to a hand so unskilled as his would be confided the work. The responsibility of the selection, therefore, rests not with himself, but with the publishers, who thought that a short memoir of Sir Titus Salt should be prepared which might be useful to place in the hands of young men. It is in compliance with their request that this memoir is written, and expressly with the object in view thus indicated, to stimulate young men at the outset of their career by such a rare example of sterling principle, of indomitable perseverance, of resolute will, of thoughtful and patient toil, that led up to fortune and honor. For as we shall afterwards see, it was not from any adventitious circumstance of birth or affluence, not from good luck or the patronage of others, that Sir Titus rose to greatness. No, the resources were within himself. The forces were innate, and a hand higher than his own developed and directed them. It was surely the consciousness of this that led him to inscribe on his coat of arms the words, Quid non deljuvante? What not by the help of God? Would that every young man might adopt such a motto at the very beginning of his career, for it is but the substance of words in the old book, In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. The blessing of the Lord it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. In perusing this memoir, it is possible the reader may be disappointed with the lack of striking incidents therein. For this the writer cannot be held accountable. Except for the things Sir Titus did, there is very little material for a biography to be found. Most biographies are made interesting by records of conversations and extracts from letters and speeches, but in this case such materials are scanty. His words were always few, often painfully few. His power of conversation was so small that among strangers he often sat as the silent man. This arose not from lack of sympathy with the subject or of thought in connection with it, but from a constitutional reserve and nervousness which he could not help. It was only in the quiet of his home and in the presence of intimate friends that his views and feelings found utterance. As for his letters, they were also few and brief, and except on rare occasions were written by another hand. Not that his diction and penmanship were in any way defective. On the contrary, they were of a superior kind, terse, pointed, and legible. But he had no liking for the pen. It seemed too small an instrument for his large and practical mind to express itself by. His speeches delivered on 2 or 3 public occasions are preserved and will be reproduced in these pages, but they only half conceal and half reveal the soul of the speaker. His library was large and well selected, but his knowledge of books was limited, and the range of his reading confined to religious publications and the daily press. It will be evident, therefore, that the usual materials for a biography are in this case unobtainable. His deeds alone are his memoranda. Other men live in the books they wrote or the words they spake, but he lives alone in what he did. And just as books have to be studied to know the mind of the author, so his deeds have to be studied likewise to know the principles and motives that gave them birth. Like a strong oak, he silently grew into the large space he filled in the eye of the world, and was apparently unconscious of the greatness that gathered around his name. Perhaps when he lived, those who were nearest saw not that greatness, but now that the oak is laid low and the vacant space is left, and the great cable roots that moored him to the soil are bare, not till now are his girth and proportions known. What then, it may be asked, are the available sources from which the materials of this memoir are to be drawn? In the first place, we hereby acknowledge our obligations to the writers of various sketches in journals and newspapers, also to the interesting little work entitled Saltaire and its Founder. These sketches, though necessarily fragmentary, have suggested the lines on which this biography is constructed and given directions to our own researches. We have corresponded and conversed with persons who were the contemporaries of his commercial life, who were associated with him in municipal and parliamentary affairs, who were his counselors and almoners in his philanthropic and religious projects. We have personally visited the scenes of his early days, both at Morley and Wakefield, and have gleaned from the failing memories of old people the only incidents they can recall. But chiefly have we drawn from our own personal knowledge of the late baronet, which an intimate and unbroken friendship of many years supplies. These are the materials which we attempt to weave into the fabric of a memoir. There may be little skill displayed in preparing the loom or arranging the threads, but the hand of affection guides the shuttle. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 2 Go up and watch the newborn rill, just trickling from its mossy bed, streaking the heath-clad hill with a bright emerald thread. Canst thou her bold career foretell? What rocks she shall o'erleap or rend? How far in ocean's swell her freshening billows send? The ancestors of Titus Salt, whose title may be dropped for the present, came originally from Staffordshire. But this information is derived from tradition, not from authentic documents. The family of Salt still holds an honorable position in that county. How it came to migrate northward we do not know. It has left a branch in Derbyshire, where it is also held in honor. But it is at Sheffield where this branch takes root in Yorkshire, and authentic information is obtained. It appears from old deeds that Titus Salt of Sheffield Whitesmith, in 1763, married one Sarah Taylor, a widow, by whom he became entitled to some freehold property, described as in a certain place near the new church in Sheffield, commonly called Cherry Square. In 1755 there is a conveyance of property from the Reverend Christopher Alderson of Aston to Titus Salt, then described as of Hunslet Moor, in the parish of Leeds, Whitesmith. In 1802 occurs his will, in which he is described as of Hunslet Moor, iron founder. He devised his Hunslet property to his son Titus Salt, and his Sheffield property to his son Daniel Salt. This Daniel Salt is described in a deed of 1811 as of Morley, in the parish of Batley, Yeoman. When Titus and Sarah Salt removed from Sheffield to Leeds is not recorded, but Hunslet was undoubtedly the place of their abode. There the iron founding business was carried on, not, we fear, with uninterrupted success, for at one time it failed, and Titus Salt then lost a large portion of his property. There, too, they died, the husband in 1804, the wife in 1802. Both were well stricken in years, and are buried in Hunslet churchyard. These were the grandparents of the late Baronet. We remember once passing with him through that neighborhood, when he pointed to a certain locality and said, "My grandfather lived there." Mr. Daniel Salt succeeded to his father's iron founding business, which he carried on for a few years. On the 5th July, 1802, he married Grace Smithies, of the old manor house, Morley. Her father, Isaac Smithies, had recently died, leaving no one to succeed him in his business of dry salter. In consequence of this, Daniel Salt came to reside, after his marriage, at the old manor house, and for a while carried on both his own business at Hunslet and that of his late father-in-law at Morley. This arrangement, however, was of short duration. The Leeds business was given up, and he afterwards was known at Morley as Daniel Salt, white cloth merchant and dry salter. These were the parents of the late Baronet, from whom he inherited those mental and physical qualities that made him what he became. Mr. Daniel Salt, his father, was a plain, blunt Yorkshireman, both in manner and speech. He was tall in size, strong in bone and muscle, with an impediment in his utterance. He is still remembered for his energy and industry in business, and for many quaint and original sayings that fell from his lips. Mrs. Daniel Salt was a woman of delicate constitution, retiring in her disposition, sweet and gentle in her ways, sometimes subject to mental depression, an earnest Christian, and a staunch nonconformist. Their portraits, taken in later years, now hang in the dining room at Crow Nest. Such were some of the characteristics of the parents, and which, with a few modifications, were reproduced in their son Titus, who was born at the old manor house on the 20th September, 1803, and, according to the record in the family Bible, at 4 o'clock in the morning. The hour of his birth may be forgotten, but not the day. During his life many public celebrations of the day were held, but now, when he is gone, it will be celebrated as the Founder's Day in several institutions that his benevolence enriched. Let us now visit Morley, the place of his birth and the scene of his childhood. Morley has an interesting history of its own, going back to Saxon, if not Roman periods. At the time Titus Salt was born, it was a village of 2,100 inhabitants. At the time we write, it has grown into a town with nearly 13,000 people. It is situated in the parish of Batley, from which it is distant 3 miles, about 4 miles from Leeds, 5 from Dewsbury, and 7 from Bradford and Wakefield. It probably took its name from the words moor and ley, which together mean literally moorfields, and would describe the physical aspect of the district when it was named. The highest point in the neighborhood is the site where the church of St. Mary in the Wood stood for centuries, around which many generations of the inhabitants are buried, and where the new Congregational Church now stands. The view from this position, minus the sea, reminds one of Burial Hill, at Plymouth, Massachusetts, the spot where the Pilgrim Fathers sleep, and in sight of Plymouth Rock, where they landed. From this commanding position, at Morley, the eye takes in the entire village or town nestling around it, with its straggling streets, commodious places of worship, busy manufactories, and old mansions surrounded by ancient trees, where colonies of rooks long have settled. There are several coal mines and stone quarries in the neighborhood, which are a source of considerable wealth. But this is the Morley of today. At the time we refer to, there were only 4 places of worship in it. Now there are 14. There was only 1 mill for the manufacture of cloth. Each house had a manufactory of its own, where the sound of the weaver's shuttle was constantly heard. But it is the moral and religious aspects of the place at the beginning of this century in which we are most interested. As the vintage of a district takes its character from the soil that produces it, so the surroundings of one's birthplace often color and give character to the whole life. It was so with Titus Salt at Morley. He there received those moral and religious impressions which remained with him through life. The people of Morley had much of the old Puritan spirit among them. The Sabbath was strictly observed. Family worship was common in many a home. The Bible and Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress were the books most frequently read. Good Friday was not in their calendar, and the many fast days which human authority originated they did not recognize. Nor need we wonder at this. Apart from the Puritan memories that clustered round the place, there was no established church in it till 1830, so that nonconformity then occupied the unique position of having no national church in the town. Was not the church of St. Mary in the Wood connected with the Church of England? It originally belonged to the Roman Catholics, and remained in their hands till the Reformation in 1534. Since then it has been alternately in the hands of Episcopalians, Presbyterians, and Independents. It has had different names in its time, St. Mary and St. Nicholas being 2 of them. In later years it was known as Morley Old Chapel, and occupied by the Independents till 1873, when the structure became unsafe and was pulled down. It must have been a source of bitter regret to the inhabitants when this ancient historical edifice vanished from their sight. What hallowed associations were connected therewith? Here many of the ejected ministers of 1662 sought refuge when silenced by the Act of Uniformity. In the chapel yard their tombstones still stand, under which their precious dust is hidden till Christ shall bid it rise. John Wesley often visited Morley and preached the gospel to the people. By these visits of this eminent man, a spirit of religious earnestness was awakened, which continues until now. Such is a brief survey of Morley and its people when Titus Salt was born. Let us enter the old manor house and look at the place where he first saw the light. It is well designated old, for it was built about 300 years ago, and was evidently not built to sell, but to last. The walls are in some places 3 feet thick. The roof is low and covered with slabs instead of slates. In front, the ivy throws its green mantle over the old walls. Behind, a contemporary pear tree stands, still bringing forth fruit in its season. If a manor was attached to the house in olden times, it is not so now, for it is surrounded by dwelling houses and warehouses. In Daniel Salt's time there were 2 or 3 fields of pasture connected with the house, which belonged to the Earl of Dartmouth, by whom it was sold to Dr. Ellis, and is now occupied by a medical practitioner. But the old manor house has been subject to various changes, both within and without, since Titus Salt lived in it. When he afterwards paid a visit to it with his children, he could hardly identify the old place. The front entrance had been removed to the south end. Old windows had been built up, and new ones made. The rooms on the ground floor, which were originally about 6 feet high, had been sunk a couple of feet, and were now entered by steps downwards. That part of the premises where his father's dry salting stores were kept was transformed into a drawing room. The kitchen with its stone flags, the ceiling with its bare wooden beams, where the oat cakes were suspended to harden and the hams to dry, the wide stone staircase leading to the floor above, many of these remained much the same, but all other marks of identity were effaced. No, not all. One object alone was left which vividly recalled the period of boyhood, and that was the pear tree at the back of the house. "Ah," said he, "I remember that tree well, for I often climbed it to gather its fruit." It is in this old-fashioned house we are introduced to Titus Salt. He was the first of a large family, consisting of 3 sons and 4 daughters, all of whom are gone, save one. It is not a little singular that he was twice baptized, the first time on the 9th November, 1803, by the Reverend Thomas Clow, of Morley Old New Chapel; the second time on the 27th February, 1805, at Batley Church, by the Reverend J. Sedgwick. The reason for this double baptism was, not because there was any doubt about the validity of the first, but probably for the sake of an entry in the parish register, which was then the only legal record of births, deaths, and marriages. To some readers it may thus appear doubtful whether Titus Salt was a child of nonconformity or of the Established Church. His parents at this time were connected with the old New Chapel above referred to. This congregation was an offshoot from the old chapel, hence the double name given it. The separation took place on doctrinal grounds. many of the hearers being dissatisfied with their minister's views, which had a strong flavor of Socinianism. They met in a licensed dwelling-house at first, until a site for a chapel was obtained from the Earl of Dartmouth, which was erected in 1765. It was the chapel of which the Rev. T. Clow was the pastor in 1804, but owing to a notice from Lord Dartmouth to quit the premises, a new one was erected in 1835, called Rehoboth Chapel, of which the Rev. J. P. James is the present pastor. We can, therefore, satisfactorily answer the question as to whether Titus Salt belonged to Nonconformity or the Establishment. In a certain sense he belonged to both, legally to the latter, hereditarily, and afterwards conscientiously to the former. To those who have been taught to lay much stress on the rite of baptism, as affecting the moral nature and influencing the future destiny of the recipient, we can only say, be Sir Titus Salt's first baptism valid or invalid, he at least received the rite in 2 communions, and in this respect he differed from many. The other children born at Old Manor House were Sarah, Hannah, and Isaac Smithies. The 2 last named died in infancy and were buried at the old New Chapel, Morley. The state of Mrs. Salt's health being so delicate, she was unable to nurse the children born to her, but a valuable substitute was found in Mrs. Ellis, who tended them as if they were her own during their infancy. Happily, Titus did not inherit the feeble constitution of his mother, but the strong and vigorous constitution of his father. As soon as he was able to run alone, he mingled with the children of the village. A cousin, still living, who was his playmate, says, "He was a bright boy for his years, full of fun when with those whom he knew well, but shy with strangers." This testimony is true, for the same characteristic was manifested in his riper years. Another playmate, still living, remembers that Titus had a wooden horse which his father bought him. In possession of such a toy, he was an object of envy to the other children around him. Seated upon it, he spent many an hour riding up and down the flagstones. But he seldom enjoyed his pastime alone, as his playmates were permitted to share it. Amongst them was Joe Ellis, who says, "I was the one who took turns with him." When Titus arrived at the usual age, he was sent to a dame's school in Morley, kept by Mrs. Nichols, under whose care he was taught to read. It must have been this school he once referred to in after years. Happening one day to meet a gentleman from Morley in a railway carriage, the conversation turned on Morley, which recalled old memories. As soon as the gentleman mentioned his name, he exclaimed, "I remember your mother. We went to school together." Of course, this dame's school was only preparatory to another, but whether it was the Morley Town School, kept by Mr. Trenham, is uncertain. If so, he came under the influence of a man held in high esteem in the village. Be that as it may, there is credible evidence that when 8 or 9 years old he went to a school at Batley, then under the care of the Reverend J. Sedgwick, curate of the parish church. It was a long distance for a boy of his years to walk every day. How few boys nowadays would do it! 6 miles to school and back. Yet he was only one of a group to whom the journey was a healthy and bracing exercise. They started each morning at 8:30 o'clock, and reached Batley in time for school at 9:30. A happy group of boys that was, and cheerily their voices rang as they passed along Scotchman Lane together. This lane was noted for the number of gypsies who encamped there, and often succeeded in purloining property from the neighboring villages. But these schoolboys kept each other's courage up by keeping together. They were accustomed to meet at a rendezvous in the lane. Those who were in time wrote their names on a piece of slate, which was deposited in a well-known hole in the wall, for the perusal and encouragement of the boys who were late. The curriculum at Batley's school was both classical and commercial, but Titus's attention was confined to the ordinary branches of instruction. As for dinner, he carried it with him. It consisted of oat cake and milk fresh from the cow. To this latter circumstance he once incidentally alluded a few years before his death. Some children happened to be visiting at Crow Nest. On their return from the dairy, where they had tried their hand at milking the cows, great was their amusement and surprise when their kind-hearted host told them that in his schoolboy days he had to go in the dark mornings to draw his own supply of milk for the day before setting out for school. But what was Titus Salt's education at home? It need not be told that the character and habits generally take the permanent shape and form that the plastic hand of a parent gives them. To his father he was indebted for many wise counsels and for instructions in practical mechanics with which his former occupation made him familiar. But his higher home education was imparted by his mother. It was from her he acquired that respect for religion, that regard for the Sabbath, that reverence on entering the house of God, that personal attachment to Christian ministers and their work, which were retained as long as he lived. It was by her alone his youthful lips were taught to pray, to read the Bible both morning and evening, and to make it the man of his counsel in the house of his pilgrimage. Among many relics of the deceased baronet at Crow Nest, not the least precious is the well-worn pocket Bible, the gift of the parent to the son, with the following inscription: To Titus Salt. May this blessed volume ever lie close to thy heart and near thine eye, till life's last hour thy soul engage, and be thy chosen heritage. It is worthy of notice that to each of his own children he presented a pocket Bible in which was written with his own hand the above lines. May the prayer therein expressed be realized. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 3. Let us know our indiscretion sometimes serves us well, when our deep plots do pall, and that should teach us there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. Shakespeare. Mr. Daniel Salt removed from Morley about the year 1813. Titus was then nearly 10 years of age. To the son, this removal was only a pleasant episode in a boy's history, but it was not so to the parents. To them it was a severe trial indeed, for were they not leaving the old manor house where their wedded life began and their children had been born? And then, in the old New Chapel burying ground, there were those little graves in which their hearts were left. The cause of this removal from Morley is not precisely known. It might be that Mr. Daniel Salt preferred the country life of a farmer to that of a dry salter, or that his present occupation was unremunerative, and the cultivation of a farm might possibly increase his resources. In this latter expectation, however, he was certainly disappointed. No doubt at that time farming was a profitable occupation to many. The wars with Napoleon Bonaparte then raged, during which prices were high and fortunes among large farmers were rapidly made. But when peace was proclaimed, prices went down. It was, therefore, at a time of farming prosperity that Mr. Daniel Salt removed from Morley and entered upon the farm of Crofton. Crofton is an old-fashioned village, situated about 3 miles from Wakefield, on the Doncaster road, then belonging to Sir Henry W. Wilson, Baronet. The farm consisted of about 100 acres of arable land, with a comfortable dwelling house and farm offices contiguous. The parish church stands in the immediate neighborhood, of which the Reverend Edward Hill was vicar for many years, and from which he was ejected by the Act of Uniformity for conscience' sake. The death of this saintly man was a very affecting one. He had attained a prolonged age, and was confined to his room. In the same chamber was his wife, who had been bedridden for 2 years, and was near her end. Mr. Hill left his bed with difficulty to take leave of her, and as he kissed her for the last time, he said, "Ah, my dear wife, thou hast followed me for 40 years. Tarry a little, and let me go before thee." He was with some difficulty carried back to his couch, and immediately expired, his wife dying within 2 hours. They were buried at Halifax in the same grave. Titus Salt was thus brought again into a locality around which the memories of good men still lingered, and which at his time of life were likely to leave a deep and lasting impression upon his heart. Crofton was also celebrated for a young ladies' boarding school kept by Miss Magnol, who was then widely known, not only for the efficiency of her training, but for the popular book on education entitled Magnol's Questions. In the homestead of Crofton other children were born. The nearest congregational place of worship to Crofton was Salem Chapel, Wakefield, of which the Reverend B. Rayson was the minister, a man highly esteemed both for his learning and piety. With Mr. Rayson's congregation and ministry, Mr. and Mrs. Salt were connected, but as the distance was great and the health of the latter feeble, she was unable to attend divine service regularly. Yet the loss of public worship was made up to her by services conducted in her own house. For this a license had to be obtained from the civil authorities, to escape the penalties then imposed on those who dissented from the forms of the established church. The old manor house, Morley, had been licensed for a similar purpose. The following copy of an old form of license is given in Smith's History of Morley. A congregation or assembly of Protestant subjects dissenting from the Church of England do hold their meetings for religious worship on the Lord's days in Topliff Hall, Woodkirk, and they hold other occasional meetings at J. Pickering's house at Tingley. Joe Pickering, Thomas Atkinson. It was under a license similar to the above that religious services were occasionally conducted in the farmhouse at Crofton, without the use of the Book of Common Prayer. Many hallowed gatherings took place there. The people in the village were free to come, and some who hungered for the bread of life felt it good to be here. The Reverend Mr. Bruce, of Zion Chapel, Wakefield, frequently officiated on these occasions. By him and other good men, the lamp of divine truth was kept alive in this and neighboring places, which but for such ministrations had well nigh gone out. Such were the religious surroundings of Titus Salt at Crofton between 1814 and 1818. and those who, in after years, were struck with the simplicity of his faith, his preference for inordinate worship, his attachment to nonconformity, will now see where his principles were planted and how they were nurtured. But his secular education had yet to be acquired. He had now arrived at the age of 11, and was sent by his father to the day school connected with Salem Chapel, Wakefield. The Reverend B. Rayson, along with the duties of his pastorate, uniting those of a schoolmaster. The school was held in a building adjoining the chapel in George Street, now used as a printing office. In a letter from a gentleman still living who was at school with Titus, the following extract is given: Mr. Rayson gave up the school at Christmas, 1815, from which time it was conducted by Mr. Enoch Harrison, who had for several years been Mr. Rayson's principal assistant, and with whom young Salt remained some time. His father's residence being upwards of 3 miles from the school, Titus generally rode on a donkey, which was left until the afternoon at the Nag's Head, a small inn near to the school, bringing with him in a little basket his dinner. In person he was tall and proportionately stout, and of somewhat heavy appearance. His dress was usually that of a country farmer's son, viz., a cloth or fustian coat, corduroy breeches with long gaiters, or, as they were generally called, spats or leggings, buttoned up the side, with strong boots laced in front. He was generally of a thoughtful, studious turn of mind, rarely mixing with his schoolfellows in their sports and play, and rather looked upon by them as the quiet, dull boy of the school. His words were generally so few that I cannot call to mind any particular thing that he either said or did. The school was a mixed school for both sexes, the boys occupying the ground floor and the girls the room above, and it was considered the best private day school in the town. At this school his sister Sarah also attended. They rode on a donkey together, and it was probably more for her benefit than his that its help was required. For at Morley, even when he was younger, and the distance much the same, the journey to and from school was performed on foot. But the teacher to whom Titus Salt was most indebted for his education was the Mr. Enoch Harrison above referred to, and this memoir of the pupil would be incomplete were it not to contain a brief sketch of one who did much to equip him for his future career. From Mr. Harrison's own lips we gathered the particulars of Titus's school life at Wakefield. When we saw the former, he was in declining health, yet clear in intellect and retentive in memory. But alas! Since that interview which we had hoped to renew, he has passed away at the ripe age of 81 years. From the obituary which appeared after his decease, the following extract is taken. It would be no flight of imagination to say that this announcement is calculated to arrest the attention and awaken the sympathies of men and women scattered throughout the entire kingdom, and of others also who long ago left the town to seek and find their fortunes in distant lands. It would, in fact, be difficult to place any limit to the number of those who owed, in great part, their chief and lasting possessions to an early association with Mr. Harrison. Some of our most distinguished townsmen of past and present times have been proud to tell that when boys they attended his school, and to that circumstance attribute hardly less than to their own personal virtues their ability to rise in the world of business, politics, or religion, and their safeguard from the manifold influences which, yielded to, have made wrecks of others. Mr. Harrison made the training of youth his one great life work. It was the sphere from which he never departed. All the resources of a capacious mind, a retentive memory, and a calm judgment were devoted to the duties of the desk and the classroom, and were never suffered to be dissipated by any foreign considerations. The result was what it could only be, certain and ample success. His teaching was eminently substantial. His pupils were grounded in the several branches of learning to which their attention was directed, and all that was undertaken was thoroughly done and severely tested. Among those who passed through Mr. Harrison's school, we may mention the late Sir Titus Salt, Baronet. Wakefield Express of 26th May, 1877. Such is the merited tribute paid to this remarkable schoolmaster, under whose care Titus Salt spent 4 years of his life at Wakefield. The instruction imparted was what was recognized as a plain commercial education, including history, geography, and drawing. If any of the pupils wished to study the classics, they were permitted to attend the grammar school, of which Dr. Naylor and Dr. Sissons were the masters. Mr. Harrison had a vivid remembrance of Titus Salt, of whose career he was justly proud, and whom he occasionally visited, both at Methley and Crow Nest in after years. It may also be said that the pupil was proud of his teacher, of whom he often spoke with respect, and sometimes exhibited to his friends those specimens of drawing and penmanship which, under this tutor's instruction, he had as a boy prepared. When Saltaire was opened in 1853, Mr. Harrison was among the guests invited to the banquet. But it may be asked, what was Mr. Harrison's opinion of his pupil? "He was," says he, "never a bright pupil. He was very steady, very attentive, especially to any particular study into which he put his heart. Drawing was his chief delight. He was a fine, pure boy, stout and tall for his age, with a remarkably intelligent eye. So much did his eye impress me that I have often, when alone, drawn it from memory, simply for my own gratification. I have sketches of him somewhere among my papers, with crimped frill round his neck, just as he appeared then, but though naturally very quiet, he was sometimes given to random tricks." From the foregoing particulars we can form some idea of Titus Salt at the age of 15. It is a well-known saying, "The child is father of the man," which in this case was abundantly verified, for the traits of character observable in his youth were not less conspicuous in his manhood. A very steady boy he was, and the germs of a great future were hidden in him. Steadily he jogs along the Doncaster road every day to school on his donkey, with his sister behind on the pillion. We may be sure he was always in time, for punctuality was the rule of his life. What though he might be regarded as the dull boy of the school? Thus it was with Isaac Newton and Thomas Chalmers in their schoolboy days. Of the former it is said that when at the grammar school of Grantham, he was always at the bottom of the class until he received a kick from another boy, whom he punished by getting above him. There were latent powers in the mind of young Titus that some day would be evoked, but he gave no sign of precocity or genius, such as mark the early life of some distinguished men. It was not at a leap that he was to outstrip other men, but by hard work and resolute perseverance. Is not this an encouragement to young men who hesitate to start in the race for wealth and honor among so many brilliant competitors? Know this from Titus Salt's character and career, that the race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but that nothing is lost to well-directed and steady effort. Nothing is to be obtained without it. Note also that he was successful in those studies into which he put his heart. Thus it was with him in after life. It was by concentrating his mind and heart on one object that he excelled other men, and made for himself a name amongst them. One thing he did at a time, and because of this he did it well. Were his words always few? It was not by these he was to become great. Of mere talkers the world has always enough. Words are breath, but thoughts have life that endures. Was his attire plain and neat in boyhood? He had no affectation of dress in manhood. He wore nothing for mere show, and what suited his taste once was not superseded by something more attractive afterwards. Was he a pure boy at 15, in speech, in feeling, and in sentiment? Those who knew him best in after years can testify that anything in the way of untruthfulness, indelicacy, or dishonorableness his soul abhorred. As for the remarkably intelligent eye that the schoolmaster was struck with in his pupil, it was not less so in manhood and old age. It was an eye large, clear, and searching, which when calm beamed benevolence, but when troubled was equally capable of inflicting its ire on those who excited it. Titus Salt was now 17 years of age, and the question must be settled, what is he to be? He had no fortune to fall back upon, and if one was to be acquired, it must be by his own efforts. His father's circumstances, though not straitened, were not affluent. Indeed, the farm at Crofton did not pay, but brought loss to the tenant. An old acquaintance, still living at the age of 92, remembers Mr. Salt complaining of the badness of the times since the close of the war. Yes, he said in his own peculiar way, a man might have bread and milk to breakfast and supper, but that is not a living. While, therefore, it was evident that his son Titus must do something for his livelihood, it was not so easy to decide what. Had he no predilection of his own? Yes, it appears he had for some time cherished the purpose of being a doctor, in which case his education was only now at an incipient stage, and a considerable outlay of money must yet be incurred. One cannot help speculating as to what position Titus Salt would have occupied in the medical profession had his first intentions been carried out. His keen insight, calm judgment, and decision of character were qualifications most likely to ensure success in such a profession. Indeed, whatever occupation in life he had chosen and put his heart into would have led to distinction. But the question so important both to father and son was to be taken out of their hands. The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord. An accident, apparently trifling, determined his future course. One day he happened to be cutting a piece of wood with a sharp knife, which slipped and inflicted a deep wound in his hand. Blood flowed profusely, the sight of which made him faint. His father, coming in at the time, exclaimed, "Titus, my lad, thou wilt never be a doctor." In this opinion the son acquiesced, and henceforth the idea of entering the medical profession was abandoned. To what occupation was he then to turn his attention? Wakefield had long been celebrated for its wool market, while the trade of the district was in a flourishing condition. But as hand-loom weaving then prevailed, the business of wool stapling was of course much restricted. When, however, steam power was introduced and manufacturing processes assumed gigantic proportions, the trade generally migrated into larger centers, and that of Wakefield gradually slipped away. Still, it had not entirely removed in the year 1820, when Titus Salt was placed with Mr. Jackson of Wakefield to learn the wool stapling business. It was in Mr. Jackson's warehouse that his first knowledge of wool was obtained, and in connection with which his fortune was to be made. This knowledge, however, was of a limited kind. Wool sorting formed no part of his duty, so that his chief occupation consisted in supplying small customers with wool and in the keeping of accounts. The farm at Crofton continued to decrease in value, and nothing remained for Mr. Salt but either to go on farming at a loss or give up the lease. The latter course he resolved to take, but the landlord interposed objections to it, so that the tenant was obliged to remain on the farm till the lease expired. Then came the question as to what his own future occupation was to be. After the experience acquired and the losses sustained at Crofton, he had no heart to take another farm. He could not return to Morley, for his brother-in-law, Robert Smithies, had succeeded to the business, and now occupied the old manor house. There seemed little opening in Wakefield, whither his son had gone to learn wool stapling, and where trade was rapidly declining. But while these doors were apparently shut, another and a wider was opening, which invited him to enter. Bradford was just entering upon that wonderful career of commercial prosperity which is almost unparalleled in the history of English towns. The tide of population, capital, and enterprise seemed flowing thither from many quarters. Mr. Salt resolved to take it at the flood, and to migrate with his family to this important center of industry. Thus his son's connection with Wakefield was brought to a close, and Bradford was henceforth to become the scene of his remarkable course in life. But before proceeding to trace his Bradford career, we cannot close this chapter without directing the attention of young men to the stock in trade he was to begin with. It is said of a distinguished artist that, when asked how he mixed his colors, his prompt reply was, "With brains, sir." Titus Salt had brains which gave shape to his lofty forehead, and force to his massive power of will. He had also a sound constitution, robust health, and a cheerful countenance. But along with these he possessed fixed principles of right and honor, moral qualities of dutifulness, amiability, and kindness, religious qualities of reverence and benevolence, business qualities of thoroughness, punctuality, perseverance, and energy, educational qualities of method and precision. With these, and by the help of God, he entered upon the business of life. Boast not the titles of your ancestors, brave youth. They're their possessions, none of yours. When your own virtues equal have their names, 'twill be fair to lean upon their fames, for they are strong supporters. But till then, the greatest are but growing gentlemen. Ben Jonson. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 4. I am one who feels within me a nobility that spurns the pratings of the great, and their mean boast of what their fathers were, while they themselves are fools effeminate, the scorn of all who know the worth of mind and virtue. Percival. In the year 1822, Titus Salt came with his parents to Bradford, he being then about 19 years of age. To himself this was an eventful period of his life. Little did he know the future that lay before him in the town he now entered as a stranger, and that he was to become an important factor in the development of its trade, in the growth of its civic and political life, in the multiplication of those physical, moral, and religious agencies that were to make it distinguished among other towns of the kingdom. As little could he foresee that in this place he was to reap fortune and fame, to have a colossal statue erected in its midst while living, and when dead, to be borne to his grave with the mournful respect of the whole community. As Titus Salt's business life and the growth of Bradford are somewhat contemporaneous, touching each other at many points, it will be necessary to give the reader some idea of the town as it was and as it is. Its name is of Saxon origin, which is supposed to be Bradenford or Broadford. There is a town in Wilts of the same name, with which, in postal communication, it has been sometimes confounded. The propriety of the name in Wilts is obvious, for it stands on the banks of the Avon, where a broad ford is visible. But this is not the case in the present instance. There is no river nearer it than the Aire at Shipley, a distance of 3 miles. There is not even a stream of such dimensions in the neighborhood that would justify the designation Broad to any ford across it. Whence, then, has the name Bradford arisen? The town itself is situated at the junction of 4 valleys, which, in the olden time, were well watered from the surrounding hills. Nowadays the water among those hills is collected into reservoirs and transmitted to the town through artificial pipes. The old channels have therefore become almost dry, and the erection of buildings has well nigh effaced them. It is supposed, however, that the small stream at the bottom of Church Bank was once of considerable size, and that the ford, once broad near this spot, gave the name to the town. From the commencement of the present century, the growth and prosperity of Bradford are intimately connected with improvements in its worsted manufacture. Previous to this, its trade had been carried on in the slow and unproductive methods of olden times, but the introduction of the inventions of Arkwright and others brought about an entire revolution. While other towns adhered to the antiquated system of domestic spinning, Bradford began to erect mills and warehouses. In its proximity to rich fields of coal, iron, and stone, it had ample scope for enterprise, while later on the introduction of the railway system gave fresh impulse to its commercial life. In such circumstances it was no marvel that Bradford drew towards itself the trade of other towns, and that its population rapidly increased. From 1801 to 1821 it had more than doubled itself. When Titus Salt became a resident, its population was about 10,000. Now it is about 170,000, and its splendid manufactories, warehouses, and public buildings dedicated to art, science, philanthropy, and religion are the true indices of its great prosperity. Such is the town to which Titus Salt came in 1822, and with which his life was to be closely identified for the next 50 years. Mr. Daniel Salt commenced the business of wool stapling in a small warehouse in Bermondsey. It was the intention of the father that his son should be associated with him in that business, but it was deemed advisable for the youth first to acquire a practical knowledge of it in some Bradford establishment. The manufactory of Messrs. Roos and Son had commenced in 1815, and was rapidly rising into prosperity. It was fortunate for Titus Salt that he obtained employment there, for not only did he acquire a knowledge of wool sorting, but also of the various processes of combing, slivering, spinning, and weaving, all of which were to become conducive to his own commercial success. For his practical knowledge of wool sorting he was chiefly indebted to John and James Hammond, two brothers in the employment of the firm. He once acknowledged this in our hearing when the name of Hammond was mentioned. It was John Hammond, he said, who taught me to sort wool. As an evidence of the value attached to the services of these two brothers by the firm, they were both remembered in John Roos's will, and one became afterwards a partner in the business. It was a maxim with the Rooses, "Those who have helped us to get money shall help us to enjoy it," one worthy of the highest commendation, and which Titus Salt adopted as his own when he became an employer of labor. For in making his thousands he never forgot the thousands who helped him to make them. Let us enter the establishment of Messrs. Roos and Son, and see Titus Salt at his daily employment. His work there was real, not nominal; thorough, not superficial. Had he shrunk from the drudgery and soil of business at the first, he could not have reached that point of eminence in it which he gained at last. Imagine him introduced to the sorting board. He is a tall young man with a brat, or loose blouse, worn over his clothes to keep them clean. The fleece of wool is unrolled and spread out on the board. Being impregnated with natural grease, it holds entangled in its fiber a variety of substances with which the sheep, while living, had come into contact. These must be carefully removed. All the wool of the fleece is not of the same quality, but varies in length, fineness, and softness of fiber. It is the business of the sorter to separate these different qualities, and to put each into a basket. It is evident such occupation requires long and careful education, both of the eye and the hand. Had Titus Salt confined his attention exclusively to this one department of the business, and then at once joined his father, he might perhaps have been a successful wool stapler, but not a manufacturer. But, as we have said, he resolved to know every process, from the fleece to the fabric, and into each he put his heart. The next process was washing with alkali or soap and water, and his knowledge of this served him in after years when his first experiments in alpaca began, and which he performed with his own hands. The next process was combing. It is necessary in the production of yarn that all the fibers should be drawn out and laid down smooth and distinct, and that all extraneous matters should be extracted. When Titus Salt was with the Rooses, this operation was done by hand. Now the combing machine, with its ingenious improvements, has superseded it and become the glory of the trade. The wool thus combed is prepared for spinning. This process consists in passing the slivers of combed wool between a series of rollers, which produce rovings. It is immediately from these rovings that yarn is produced by spinning, which is then woven into the fabric. Such was the occupation of Titus Salt at the Rooses' establishment during 2 years. There was no department of their business of which he had not some practical knowledge. Thus thoroughly equipped, he joined his father in the wool stapling trade, which was henceforth carried on under the name of Daniel Salt and Son. It soon became evident that there was ample scope for the energies of the young partner in this line of business, which was rapidly increasing. He threw his whole soul into it with the ardor and enthusiasm of youth. No difficulties were insurmountable, no fluctuations were allowed to damp his courage or thwart his purposes. To him was entrusted the duty of attending the public wool sales in London and Liverpool, and effecting purchases from farmers in Norfolk and Lincolnshire, after the season of sheep clipping. John Hammond, who travelled on behalf of the Rooses, was frequently his companion in these journeys, and his judgment was sought in any emergency. A more forcible illustration of the expansion of trade in Bradford cannot be given than that in 1825 there were 28 stage coaches plying in and out of the town. 10 years before, the number was only 4. The spinners had made great improvements in their spinning machinery to meet the increasing demand for fine yarns. The increase of inhabitants produced a want of market accommodation, to supply which a market house in Hall Ings was opened, which was superseded by a larger one adjoining Darley Street in 1824. Now the commodious Exchange buildings standing in Market Street are the latest architectural sign of its trade prosperity. But Mr. Titus Salt's time and energy were not wholly devoted to business. On coming to Bradford, his family connected themselves with Horton Lane Chapel, then under the pastorate of the Reverend Thomas Taylor, a man whose memory is still revered by the older inhabitants. This chapel was at that time the only one in Bradford belonging to the Congregational body, and may be regarded as the mother of those that have sprung up since. A Sunday school had been recently formed in connection with it, of which Mr. James Garnett was one of the superintendents. Being an earnest worker himself, he was always on the lookout for young men in the congregation likely to be of service in the Sunday school. Mr. Titus Salt was not long without an invitation to take part, which he readily accepted. He was first appointed librarian, then teacher, then superintendent, and to these circumstances may be traced the deep sympathy with Sunday schools which he manifested throughout his subsequent life. It may not be out of place here to mention that the last act of his life was to erect a Sunday school at Saltaire, the cost of which was £10,000. There are old Sunday scholars still living who remember him in each of the above offices. One says, "He was a capital librarian, and always recommended the book best adapted to the reader." Another says, "The class consisted of 10 scholars, and he taught us the Assembly's Shorter Catechism." Another says, "We liked him as the superintendent, but the only drawback was, he would never offer public prayer in the school." Another says, "He was very simple and quiet in his manner, not given to much speech, but a deep-thinking young man." Why do we record these simple facts? Because in such occupations Mr. Titus Salt presents to young men an example worthy of being followed. His connection with Horton Lane Sunday School was of great benefit to himself. Would that he had then been fully decided for God, and had exercised his vocal gifts in public! Perhaps he would then have been free from those nervous restraints that hampered him in after life. But the Sunday school work diverted his thoughts and sympathies once a week into other channels, leading away from self and business Godwards. In trying to teach others, he was himself taught, and in becoming associated with a band of Christian workers, he formed friendships that conduced to the growth of his true manhood. In such circumstances, the Sunday was not a day of idleness or of weariness to him, but one of pleasant and profitable occupation. And if any young man should be constrained to follow such an example, we doubt not he will personally reap the advantage of it. But it was not on the Sunday only that Mr. Titus Salt devoted time and energy to the benefit of others. He early began to manifest that sympathy with the working classes which took so many practical forms afterwards. By the power of such sympathy he acquired an influence over men which increased as he grew in years, and won the esteem of the community. His first appearance on any public occasion was one long to be remembered in Bradford. In the year 1825 there was a strike among the wool combers which lasted 6 months, and produced great distress and alarm. In fact, it was a civil rebellion, in which blood was shed and life sacrificed. All business was stopped, and the operatives, being liberally supplied with money from a distance, were emboldened in their reckless course. Added to the stoppage of trade, a large banking firm, with which the tradesmen of Bradford had extensive dealings, now suspended payment, by which many were seriously affected, and a public panic thus ensued. But it was not until May 1826 that matters reached a crisis. The operatives, thinking that the introduction of weaving machinery was the cause of all these disasters, and inflamed by popular demagogues, proceeded to attack Horsfall's mill. But what had Mr. Titus Salt to do with this? "I remember," says a living eyewitness, "Titus Salt took an active part in trying to bring the malcontents to reason. He went into the very thick of the mob, and was not frightened a bit. He remonstrated and reasoned with them, but all in vain. When, however, they refused to listen to reason, and proceeded to violence, the case was altered. He stood up for law and order in spite of all consequences. Special constables were required to protect both life and property." The same eyewitness says, "I remember seeing William Rand and Titus Salt hurrying up and down, trying to induce their fellow townsmen to come forward as special constables. When the military were called out, one of them dashed along the streets, warning the inhabitants to keep within doors, as their lives were in danger. The result was, the mob was dispersed, but not until the riot act had been read, and several persons killed or wounded." We narrate these incidents as supplying interesting proof of the public spirit of Mr. Titus Salt at the age of 23. Few young men would have ventured to face a mob of excited workmen, and to calm them by moral suasion, and this step was the more remarkable from his naturally quiet disposition. But it is worthy of notice that the strong sense of duty that actuated him on this occasion was a prominent feature of his whole life. When his mind was convinced of the rectitude of any cause that demanded his support, no obstacle deterred him. His natural timidity forsook him, and he became bold and self-reliant in dealing with masses of men. Another instance of a similar kind occurred many years after, when he was a large employer of labor. A strike had taken place among his workpeople, which created great anxiety in the district and the country generally. The Times newspaper devoted a leading article to the subject. How the breach between master and workman was to be healed, whether capital or labor would win the day, were the anxious questions to be solved. But Mr. Titus Salt was equal to the occasion. When a deputation of the workpeople waited upon him to discuss the point in dispute, what was their surprise when he calmly yet firmly answered them thus: "You are not in my service now. You have of your own accord left me. Return to your work, and then I shall consider your proposals." The request was reasonable, the argument unanswerable, and such was their confidence in the rectitude of their master that they at once resumed work, and the point in dispute was very soon afterwards satisfactorily settled. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 5. True love's the gift which God has given to man alone beneath the heaven. It is not fantasy's hot fire, whose wishes soon as granted fly. It liveth not in fierce desire, with dead desire it doth not die. It is the secret sympathy, the silver link, the silken tie, which heart to heart, and mind to mind, in body and in soul can bind. Scott. The firm of Daniel Salt and Son soon became established in Bradford, and well known in the surrounding district. Their knowledge of the trade, the class of wools they sold, and the spirit of enterprise they manifested, could not fail to be appreciated in such a thriving community. Much of the success of the firm was undoubtedly owing to the practical knowledge of the junior partner, whose manly form and open countenance had become familiar to the frequenters of the wool sales and markets. Both buyers and sellers liked to do business with him. It was not that he had much to say in commendation of the article he sold, but what he said was always to the point. The rule which he began business with, and adhered to throughout his life, was to let the quality of the goods speak for itself. A good rule which every young man commencing business should adopt as his own. It was the rule given by the mother of the Crossleys at the outset of their remarkable career, and which the wise man long before inculcated upon his son. Let another praise thee, and not thine own mouth; a stranger, and not thine own lips. Proverbs 27:2. Were such a rule more observed in trade generally, how quickly many exaggerated advertisements would disappear. As the business of the firm increased locally, it also ramified into the neighboring towns, such as Halifax, Huddersfield, and Dewsbury. The senior partner confined himself chiefly to the local trade, while the enterprising junior found scope for his energies far and near. A gentleman still living remembered him as a young man coming to Dewsbury. We give his own words. "Mr. Titus Salt came to my warehouse one day and wanted to sell wool. I was greatly pleased with the quiet power of the young man and his aptitude for business. But most of all was I struck with the resolute way he expressed his intention of taking away with him that day 1,000 pounds out of Dewsbury. Nor was this a mere empty boast, for the same informant says, 'Before he left Dewsbury, I myself gave him a bill for that amount.' Does not this incident afford an insight into his business habits at an early period of his career? When out at business, he meant business. He did with his might whatsoever he put his hand to, and it was not with fussiness or maneuver he did it, but his straightforwardness and quiet yet resolute manner were enough to secure the respect and confidence of discerning men. Thus he steadily advanced, step by step, in business. Though nominally the junior partner in the firm, he was in reality its head. The father looked up to the son for the practical knowledge he possessed, while the son paid that deference to the father's judgment which his experience of the world supplied, and that respect to a parent's wishes which filial love dictated. This was undoubtedly a critical position for a young man to occupy, and one that might have inflated him with vanity, or led him early to assert his freedom from parental restraint. But no, his father's house was still his home. The spell of a mother's presence and love was upon him, and the influence of the domestic circle served to keep his heart warm and his tastes simple and pure. Of course, living at home with his parents, his personal expenses were small, so that he was able to save a portion of his income and to open a private banking account for himself. It is said he was very careful of his means. He early acquired the habit of taking care of the pence, knowing full well that the pounds would more readily take care of themselves. And this good habit was not abandoned in after life, for even in the plenitude of his wealth and the munificence of his gifts, he was always careful, not only of his money, but of such trifling things as blank leaves of letters, pamphlets, and scraps of paper, which were not thrown into the waste basket, but laid aside for use. In order that he might husband his finances, he scrupulously avoided any expenditure upon himself, unless for things of utility. No extravagance in attire or ornament, no outlay for the gratification of personal vanity would he ever allow. It is true that about this period he indulged himself in the purchase of a gold watch. But the way he proceeded in obtaining it was so characteristic that it is worthy of being recorded as an example to young men in similar circumstances. Many young men commencing business would have regarded a handsome gold watch with massive appendages as almost a sine qua non among their associates, but Mr. Titus Salt inwardly resolved that he would not permit his wish to be gratified until he had worked hard to merit it. He therefore bargained with himself that when his accumulated savings amounted to £1,000, a gold watch should be his reward. The goal set before him was, in course of time, reached, and the prize was fairly won. It was no flimsy foreign article he bought, but a watch like himself, solid in quality, thoroughly English in make, with face open and honest, the true index of right movements within. How proud he was of that watch in after life! For it was a memento of his early toils and the first fruits of his own industry. It was worn by him till the close of his life, and when his own hand became too feeble to wind it, he handed it to others to be wound in his presence. Among the associates of Mr. Titus Salt, one individual deserves especial mention, who was his attached friend through life, and perhaps more than any other helped to strengthen and develop his character. His name was Mr. Henry Forbes. This gentleman had but recently come to Bradford as a commercial traveler, but his vast energy and remarkable talent for business soon lifted him into a higher position and marked him as a rising man. Mr. Robert Milligan, with the characteristic shrewdness of a Scotchman, soon appraised the commercial traveler's abilities and offered him a partnership in his business. the firm of Milligan and Forbes has long occupied a foremost place among the merchants of Bradford, and is one of many whose enterprise and wealth have done much to consolidate the trade of the town, and promote its social and architectural improvement. But it is with Mr. Forbes, as the early friend of Mr. Titus Salt, we have now to do. At Horton Lane Chapel they were often thrown together, not only in Christian worship, but in work. Mr. Forbes found in his friend a mind congenial with his own, and a heart susceptible of generous impulses. One rule they adopted together, and observed during their lives, is worthy of imitation, and that was to give a portion of their income to God, through the channels of religion or benevolence. It was well for these business men that they adopted such a rule early in their career, for it is more easily observed by one just rising into wealth than by one who has attained it. The former begins when the heart is uncorroded by the love of money; the latter, if he ever begins at all, when his finer sympathies are often shriveled or dead. To the one, giving yields pleasure, and becomes a luxury; to the other, it inflicts pain, and is avoided as a nauseous drug. Mr. Titus Salt early began to tread the path of active benevolence. Few men have given more generously of their substance in their lifetime, of which we shall have abundant proof in another chapter. Mr. Forbes was wont to say to his friend, "Titus, we seem to prosper in business in proportion as we give." To some persons this may appear incongruous or untrue, but have they not read the following distich? There was a man whom many counted mad; the more he gave away, the more he had. And what is this second line but another form of putting the text of Scripture? There is that scattereth and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty. The liberal soul shall be made fat, and he that watereth shall be watered also himself. Proverbs 11:24-25. How strikingly this truth was confirmed in the history of Mr. Titus Salt! His hand and heart were ever open to the claims of religion and benevolence, and yet, the more he gave away, the more he had. Like the patriarch of old, the Lord blessed his latter end more than his beginning. In the previous chapter we noticed the spirited position taken by Mr. Titus Salt in connection with the woolcombers' strike in 1825 to 1826. We refer to it again as commencing an important epoch in the moral improvement of Bradford, with which he and Mr. Forbes were identified. The disastrous strike was an unfortunate sequel to the septennial festival of Bishop Blaise, the patron saint of the woolcombers. In 1825 this festival was celebrated with greater pomp than ever, and the streets had never before presented such a scene of dissipation and frivolity. The description of it, as given by a contemporary, reads like a romance, so far as the pageant was concerned, but the influence it exerted upon the minds of the people must have been most demoralizing indeed. It was a relic of semi-barbarous times, and strangely out of character with the present. It was an anachronism which evidently ought to be brought to an end. So thought the intelligent part of the community, but how was it to be accomplished? It was like destroying a tree that had stood for centuries in their midst, and many voices were loud in the cry of, "Woodman, spare that tree." To this question the efforts of Mr. Forbes, Mr. Titus Salt, and others were directed. Public meetings were held, at which methods for the moral and intellectual improvement of the people were discussed. Lectures to the working classes themselves were commenced to promote this end. What was the result? The Blaze Festival was never celebrated again. Before the next septennial, a new order of things was inaugurated. A building was hired where educational classes, library, and reading room were established. Several years elapsed before a permanent building was erected, but this was the nucleus of the present Mechanics' Institute, which has since increased in usefulness and is one of the most prosperous of the kind in the country. A school of design in connection with this institute was commenced in 1848 for instruction in the fine arts, and especially in relation to the manufactures of the district. May we not, in the formation of this institution, recognize the foreshadow of that splendid building afterwards erected at Saltaire, the cost of which was £25,000, the object of its erection being the moral, physical, and intellectual improvement of the work people. As for the Bradford trade, after the memorable strike of the wool combers, it not only recovered its briskness, but received new impulse. Power looms and combing machines gradually came into general use. New mills were being continually erected, which of course meant business to the wool stapler, and especially to the firm of Daniel Salt and Son, whose prosperity ran parallel with that of the community. From the period when machinery was introduced, the worsted industry of Bradford increased till the last trace of the ancient woolen manufacture began to disappear, and the town became the metropolis of the worsted trade. As it is chiefly with the worsted trade Mr. Titus Salt's name is more intimately connected, the uninitiated reader may wish to know the difference between the woolen and the worsted trades. The term worsted is said to have derived its origin from a village of that name in Norfolk, where this kind of manufacture was first carried on. Worsted goods used to be the staple trade of the city of Norwich, but owing to neglect of the factory system, it was transferred, like the trade of various other places, to Bradford. The difference between woolen and worsted manufacture is due, in great part, to the way the yarn for each is spun. Yarn for woolen cloth is very slightly twisted, so as to leave the fiber as free as possible for the felting or milling process. Worsted yarn, on the contrary, is hard spun and made with a much stronger thread. When worsted goods leave the loom, they require only a superficial dressing, and in this respect they differ much from woolen cloths, which require elaborate finishing processes. In a word, woolen fabrics are designed for the attire of men, worsted fabrics for that of women. Worsted yarn was, therefore, capable of being spun into light fabrics of various quality and form, thus affording greater scope for skill and enterprise, both on the part of the manufacturer and the wool stapler. The brain of the latter was sometimes taxed to supply the necessary raw material for the production of worsted fabrics. The wools of Lincolnshire and Norfolk were in great request, and many were the journeys Mr. Titus Salt took to obtain them for his busy customers. It was in one of those journeys into Lincolnshire that he met with her who afterwards became his wife. Mr. Whitlam, her father, was a large farmer who resided at Manor House, Grimsby. Rich though he was in flocks and herds, he was still richer in a large family of 18 sons and daughters, of whom only 8 survived the period of childhood. Caroline was the youngest of all, and is now the last survivor. We have read in Grecian mythology of a certain adventurer who set sail for Colchis in quest of the Golden Fleece, and there fell in love with Medea, whom he brought back as his wife. The young wool stapler of Bradford was the Jason on this occasion. The fleece he was in quest of was wool, but in her who won his heart and became his wife he acquired a treasure more precious than the fleece of gold. Nor was he the first adventurer or the last who sailed towards the port of Grimsby on the same errand and returned with a similar prize. Another Bradford wool-stapler had previously married Amelia Whitlam. It may be that he had brought back a good report of the land and of the fair treasures still left in the manor house of Grimsby. Be that as it may, Mr. Titus Salt had somehow received such a glowing description of Mr. Whitlam's daughters that he ventured on this expedition for himself. We once heard him narrate the story of his love adventure. In doing so, he smilingly looked at his wife, and then, as if speaking in confidence to his friends who were near, playfully added, "You know, when I went courting I made a mistake. It was another sister I was in quest of, but this one first met my eye and captivated my heart at once." Well, he knew it was no mistake, but that a divine hand had guided him in his choice, as the experience of above 40 years had already proved. Another Bradford wool-stapler was the third successful adventurer to Grimsby, and became the husband of Lucy Whitlam, so that 3 sisters came to reside in the same town. But it must not be supposed that Mr. Titus Salt hastily rushed into matrimony. It was not his habit to do anything in a hurry, much less in taking an important step like this. There was a delay of a year or 2. Perhaps one reason was the extreme youth of the elected lady, but another was that his means were insufficient to justify the immediate fulfillment of his engagement. Love was, therefore, placed under the restraint of prudence. But nothing was lost by this delay. On the contrary, much was gained to himself. A new impulse was given him in the prosecution of business which was sustained by a high and noble motive. As his personal skill and industry had previously won an inferior prize, why might he not now redouble his efforts to reach a higher goal and possess the prize that love had already won? This he resolutely determined to do. We therefore find him henceforward devoting his time and energy to business with an enthusiasm unknown before. He seemed burning with an ambition to strike out new paths for himself, and to become a leader in commercial enterprise. The father was quite satisfied to work on the old lines, but he was unable to restrain the ambition of his son, who seemed to him like the Athenians of old, always delighting in some new thing. This was a striking feature in Mr. Titus Salt's character, which subsequent events illustrate. He possessed what might be regarded as the inventive faculty, which, had it been directed to mechanics, would perhaps have led to eminence like that of George Stephenson. Indeed, the construction of his mind had considerable resemblance to that of the famous engineer, whose practical sense, honesty of purpose, and determination in carrying it out are well known. His quiet yet searching eye seemed always gathering materials for his busy brain to work into something practical. The first attempt outside the lines of his ordinary business was in the utilizing of raw material, heretofore unappreciated in the worsted trade. With the increasing demand for long wools, the idea suggested itself to Mr. Titus Salt. Why should not the Donskoy wool be used in the worsted as well as the woolen manufacture? This wool, as its name indicates, is grown on the banks of the river Don in the southeastern parts of Russia. It is a coarse and tangled material, apparently unadapted to the production of a fine fabric, but to his eye it had possibilities of luster and fineness in it, which were well worthy of a trial. Having invested in a large stock of this Russian wool, Mr. Titus Salt was naturally anxious to dispose of it to his customers, but they declined to become purchasers. This was rather a trying time for the wool stapling firm of Daniel Salt and Son, and especially for the junior partner, whose speculative tendencies had involved them in this seemingly unprofitable investment. What was to be done with the article on hand was the problem that perplexed the firm, and which Mr. Titus set himself to resolve. He resolved that instead of asking the manufacturers to purchase it, he would utilize it himself. For this purpose he took Thompson's Mill, Silbridge Lane, Bradford, and having fitted it with suitable machinery, he proceeded to spin the Donskoy wool into yarn and weave it into fabric. The result of the experiment was entirely successful. The fabric produced was such as to astonish and convince the most skeptical of its commercial value, and to place him in an enviable position before his fellow townsmen. Successful in this first experiment, he added a larger factory in Union Street. Trade grew so rapidly under his hands that in a few years he was carrying on not only the two mills above mentioned, but also Holling's Mill, Brick Lane Mill, and one in Fawcett Court. His intention when he commenced the manufacturing business was to confine himself to spinning. This course he pursued for some time, and disposed of his yarns to the Messrs. Fisson. But some misunderstanding having arisen with that firm, he, with his characteristic decision, resolved to spin and weave for himself. Thus his first experiment in manufacture was crowned with success. Not only was the practical knowledge he acquired with the Rooses utilized, but a new staple in the Bradford worsted trade was introduced. But this was not the only reward of his skill and perseverance. The higher goal on which his heart was set was at last reached, and Caroline Whitlam became his wife. They were married in the parish church of Grimsby on the 21st August, 1830, the bridegroom being 27 years of age and the bride only 18. The home they first occupied was situated at the bottom of Manningham Lane, not far from the residence of Mr. Salt senior, to whom the remarkable success of his son was a matter of paternal pride. How proud he was to speak of our Titus and of the position he had attained! Little did he know that his son was only at the threshold of his commercial success, and that the homely phrase "our Titus" would come to be adopted by the community as familiarly expressive of their affection for one who had become their adopted son, and of whose noble and distinguished career they were all justly proud. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Lessons by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 6. We begin with a quotation by Philip van Artevelde. All my life long I have upheld with most respect the man who knew himself and knew the ways before him, and from amongst them chose considerately, with a clear foresight, not a blinded courage, and having chosen with a steadfast mind, pursued his purpose. End quote. Mr. Titus Salt had now reached the prime of manhood. He was tall in stature, measuring about 6 feet, robust in health, and florid in complexion. He had large, intelligent eyes, a lofty forehead, crowned with long black hair. The portrait of him at the beginning of this book was taken in his advanced years, and therefore conveys but a faint impression of what he was at the period to which we now refer. But those who knew him then speak of him as a tall, thin, good-looking man, or, to take the testimony of an admiring friend, he was every inch a man. He was now busily occupied in manufacturing Donskoy wool into worsted fabrics. His success in this enterprise, and that too in the face of local prejudice and opposition, had not only astonished the community, but it had enabled him to gauge his own abilities and gain confidence in himself. To one like Mr. Titus Salt, who was constitutionally nervous and diffident, the gain was great indeed. It evoked other mental powers that had hitherto lain dormant, and made his present success a starting point for higher achievements. The utilizing of the fiber called alpaca in the worsted trade was in reality the magnum opus of his life, and the basis of his fame and fortune. It was, in fact, the discovery of a new staple in worsted manufacture, by which the trade and commerce of the world were enriched and mankind at large benefited. Perhaps some persons would regard this discovery as an accident with which mental ability had little to do. Strange that such accidents generally happen to men of genius and energy, not to the simpleton or the sluggard. Did it not look like an accident when an apple was seen falling from a tree at Woolsthorpe, or water boiling in a tea kettle at Glasgow? Yet the former suggested to Newton the law of gravitation, and the latter to Watt the condensing steam engine. But what then? It required mental power in either case to deal with the facts and follow them up to their issues. It also involved long and persevering toil, such as no other men had previously exercised in the same direction. Thus it was with Mr. Titus Salt in the utilizing of alpaca in a way hitherto unknown. He had the eye to see what other men saw not, the mind to think what other men thought not, the patience and perseverance in making experiments which others had not made, and he thereby reached a point of eminence in the manufacturing world which few have reached. And the same idiosyncrasy was manifested on other occasions as well as this. One of these may be here mentioned. It happened during the cotton famine in Lancashire, when the mills were silent, and the staple supply was all but cut off by the American Civil War. An interesting letter had just appeared in the London Times, in which it was alleged that along the seaboard of England ample materials existed capable of being utilized as a substitute for cotton. Mr. Titus Salt was visiting Scarborough at the time. One day we found him quite alone, far from the town, on the southern beach. The tide was very low, and the rocks uncovered. We observed him busily engaged picking up pieces of seaweed, which he very carefully examined. Some were twisted and thrown away, others were rubbed, and their fibers spread out in the palm of his hand. When asked what he was in quest of in such an out-of-the-way place, he quietly said, "I have been trying whether this stuff could be manufactured, but it won't do." Though the result of this investigation amounted to nothing practical, it certainly showed the natural bent of his mind, and that the discovery of alpaca as a new staple of industry was not likely to be an accident, but the product of a mental force and habit peculiarly his own. We now proceed to describe the circumstances connected with this valuable discovery. But first it may interest the reader to know something of the animal that bears the name alpaca. Mr. Salt had once a considerable flock of alpacas in his possession, which originally belonged to the late Earl of Derby, and were sold at Knowsley with the zoological collection, in which his lordship took delight. But the animals never took kindly to the country of their adoption. They wanted the drier and steep mountain regions of their native Peru. Part of this flock was sent out to Australia and the Cape of Good Hope to be naturalized in those wool-growing countries, but at home they were difficult to keep alive. Indeed, one by one they died, so that now one solitary representative alone is left at Crow Nest, the last of all the flock. The existence of the animal called the paca, or alpaca, was known nearly 300 years before, and its long fleece was a matter of boasting by the Spanish governors of Peru in the 16th century. The word alpaca is the general name for that form of the camelidae which is to be found only in the New World. It is so closely allied to the llama that many naturalists regard it as a variety of the same genus rather than a distinct species. Its wool is straighter than that of the sheep. It is silken in its texture, uncommonly lustrous, very strong in proportion to its thickness, and breaks very little in combing. In appearance, the alpaca somewhat resembles the sheep, but it has a longer neck and a more elegant head, which it holds proudly erect. Its eyes are large and beautiful. Its motions are free and active, the ordinary pace being a rapid bounding canter. If regularly shorn, the wool will grow about 6 inches a year, but if allowed to remain upon the animal several years, it will then attain a length of 20 or even 30 inches. It frequents the highest mountains of Peru and Chile in flocks of 1 or 200. In a wild condition, it is shy and vigilant, but when brought very young to the huts of the Indians, it can be easily domesticated and made useful in carrying burdens from the mountains to the coast, the peculiar conformation of its feet enabling it to walk securely on slopes too rough and steep for any other animal. In this do we not see the wisdom of the Creator of all things, who has adapted one kind of camel for the soft sands of eastern deserts and another for the rough paths of the western mountains? It was in the year 1836 that the wool of the alpaca first came under the notice of Mr. Titus Salt. He happened to be in Liverpool on matters connected with his business, when, in passing through one of the dock warehouses, his eye fell upon a huge pile of dirty-looking bales of alpaca, with here and there a rent in them that disclosed their contents. It is well known that the late Charles Dickens made this incident the subject of an amusing article in Household Words, and though the greater part of his description may be regarded as imaginary, yet the basis of it is undoubtedly fact, as we can personally verify by statements from Mr. Titus Salt's own lips. Note: the article referred to is entitled "The Great Yorkshire Llama," in the November 27, 1852 issue of Charles Dickens' magazine, Household Words. The Liverpool brokers with whom this memorable transaction took place were fictitiously designated C. W. and F. Foozle and Company, but their real names were Messrs. Hegan and Company. It appears that to this firm had been consigned above 300 bales of alpaca wool, in the hope that some English manufacturer might be inclined to buy it. It had lain long in their warehouse unnoticed, and become such a nuisance that if a purchaser did not soon turn up, they had determined to reship it to Peru, whence it came. It was at this juncture that Mr. Titus Salt happened to see the new material, of which he had no previous knowledge. Having pulled out a handful from one of the bales, he examined it as a wool stapler would, but said nothing, and quietly went his way. Some time after, business again brought him to Liverpool, when he took occasion to visit a second time the warehouse containing the nondescript wool, and spent some time minutely examining it. It was evident that during the interval a new idea had taken possession of his mind, and he was now, in his own quiet way, seriously revolving it. But in this instance he not only examined the material, but took away a small quantity in his handkerchief, and brought it to Bradford, with a view to ascertain if anything could be made of it. In furtherance of this inquiry, he shut himself up in a room, saying nothing to anyone. His first act was thoroughly to scour the material he had brought, then to comb it, which operations he performed with his own hands. He then carefully examined the fibre, testing its strength and measuring its length. Whether he spun any of it into thread we do not know, but the result of his experiments thus far was a surprise to himself. He saw before him a long, glossy wool, which he believed was admirably adapted for those light fancy fabrics in the Bradford trade which were then in great demand. It was about this time he happened to meet his friend John Hammond, whom he tried to interest in this new staple. He said to him, "John, I have been to Liverpool and seen some alpaca wool. I think it might be brought into use." But John Hammond did not encourage him in such a speculation. As for Mr. Salt Sr., he strongly advised his son to have nothing to do with the nasty stuff. But the advice of neither friend nor father availed to shake his opinion that the staple in question was highly valuable and capable of being used in the worsted trade. Indeed, the more others disparaged it, the more tenaciously he held to the opinion, which had been formed after much thought and experiment. And if no one could be found to approve or encourage, why should he not have the courage in this matter to act for himself? Judge, then, the surprise of the Liverpool brokers when the Bradford manufacturer returned soon after and made an offer for the whole consignment of alpaca at 8d. a pound. To quote from the amusing article in Household Words, quote, "At first the head of the firm fancied our friend had come for the express purpose of quizzing him, and then that he was an escaped lunatic and thought seriously of calling for the police. But eventually it ended in his making it over in consideration of the price offered." End quote. Such is the unvarnished story of the discovery of alpaca by Mr. Titus Salt. But he was only now at the beginning of his difficulties, for this material, which was easily purchased, had yet to be spun into yarn and woven into fabric ere the public could be convinced of the soundness of his judgment in reference to it. How was this to be done? There was no likelihood that the Bradford manufacturers would look more favorably on this new staple than they had done on the Donskoy wool. To attempt the sale of it among the manufacturers was entirely out of the question, and therefore to manufacture it himself seemed the only alternative. But there was still a practical difficulty. His machinery at present in use was not adapted to the new material. But a mind like his knew of difficulties only as things to be overcome. When once an idea took possession of him, and his plans were matured, and his course clear, then his imperious will seemed to lay everything under arrest for the accomplishment of his purpose. Circumstances must bend to him, not he to circumstances. To young men who are always expecting something to turn up, and who, like the traveler wanting to cross the stream, waited for all the water to run past, to such we would say, learn from Mr. Titus Salt not to lean on artificial props at all, but on your own manly selves. Not to be hangers-on upon Providence, but to remember that Providence helps the man who puts an honest heart into all the work of his hands. After many anxious months, the necessary machinery was made, and the alpaca wool passed through the various processes preliminary to its being spun and woven. It was now his turn to wonder. Imagine, then, his extreme delight when out of the unsightly material which first met his eye in Liverpool, he saw that beautiful fabric which has since carried his name far and wide, and is now prized and worn by rich and poor in all parts of the civilized world. In entering upon this new branch of business, Mr. Titus Salt made overtures to John Hammond to join him in partnership, for he evidently felt the need of someone to share with him the burden of the undertaking, which had now become heavy. But these overtures were respectfully declined on the ground that the Rouses, having always treated him with kindness and liberality, he must remain in their employment as long as he lived. It was in Garraway's Coffee Rooms, London, that these two early friends had the interview for the consideration of the above proposal, which ended by Mr. Titus Salt saying, "Well, John, I am going into this alpaca affair right and left, and I'll either make myself a man or a mouse." But in this account of the discovery and utilizing of the alpaca wool, it is but right to state that the material had been known in this country long before. In the year 1811, Mr. William Walton, in a published work, had described the wool of the llama tribe as possessing a fiber of extraordinary length and of a fine glossy texture. In 1830, Mr. Outram of Greetland, near Halifax, had produced a fabric from alpaca wool, which was sold as a curiosity at a high price. The Indians of Peru had also, from time immemorial, made blankets and cloaks of the same material, but this does not in the least detract from the merit of Mr. Titus Salt, whose investigations and experiments were conducted on a perfectly independent basis, and to whom undoubtedly belongs the honor of having added this new staple to the industry of the country and adapted it to purposes hitherto unknown. It will thus be seen how the practical experience he acquired at the Rouses was brought into use at this important period of his life. But for this he would have had to depend upon others to supply the knowledge requisite in each department of the business. But like the skilled master of a ship, who had risen from the lowest to the highest position in her, he knew every detail himself, and was therefore competent to direct his numerous subordinates with judgment and precision. The life of Mr. Titus Salt was henceforth one of intense devotedness to business. His brain was ever busy, and his hands ever occupied in the management of the various manufactories, now in full working order. The demand for alpaca goods increased with remarkable rapidity, so that within the short space of 3 years the import of the staple had risen to 2,186,480 pounds, and now the yearly consumption with other kindred fibers in the Bradford trade alone amounts to about 4,000,000 pounds. The price, which at first was only 8d., has risen to 2 shillings and 6d. per pound. Alpaca and mohair, to which we shall afterwards refer, together constitute an important item in our national trade, these two articles alone standing at about 1,600,000 pounds in the annual imports of raw materials. Of themselves, they would not, of course, give to the worsted trade its present proud position in the country, but it is not too much to say that the skill and enterprise of Mr. Titus Salt amongst spinners and manufacturers preeminently contributed to the attainment of that high position. Each branch of the industry has been a source of strength to the other, and of the multitude of mills in Bradford and the neighborhood now engaged upon these articles, the origin of many of them might be traced indirectly to him whose busy life we are endeavoring to sketch. But it was not so much the immediate profit that accrued to himself that rendered his present achievements so remarkable, but the stimulus it gave to trade generally. A new mine, as it were, was opened in Bradford, which invited many toilers to work it for the treasures it possessed. Employment was thus created for thousands of workpeople who were attracted from all parts of the country by the high remuneration offered. Whole streets of dwellings soon sprung up in the vicinity of the mills. Merchants, who had hitherto transacted business through local agents, found it necessary to remove their residence from the metropolis and other places to this thriving center of industry. Even foreigners regarded it their interest to leave their fatherland to become naturalized citizens of this country and dwellers in this community. Of these foreigners, Germany has supplied a large quota, who form an important element in the local prosperity. Indeed, the indirect results of Mr. Titus Salt's achievements are so interwoven with the growth of Bradford in population, in building, in trade and commerce, in moral and intellectual improvement, that it is impossible to separate the one from the other. The introduction of cotton warps in weaving was a fortunate circumstance for the district. This took place about the year 1837. It essentially changed the character of the worsted stuffs and gave to the manufacture an extension unknown before. In former years, the chief consideration with most purchasers was the durability of the fabric, but when a taste for light, elegant, and cheap articles of dress was formed, the question arose how this taste was to be met, and what cheaper thread, other than worsted, could be introduced. But for this departure from the old lines, the worsted manufacture by itself could never have produced that endless variety of fancy fabrics with which we are now familiar. But what had Mr. Titus Salt to do with this important step? Perhaps nothing directly, but there was a singular coincidence of time in the introduction of cotton warps and the utilizing of alpaca. In fact, they were contemporary. The one was the complement of the other, and both gave a mighty impulse to the trade of the district and secured for it the preeminence that it still retains. Mr. D. Salt carried on the wool stapling business at Cheapside until about the year 1833, when, his means being amply sufficient for the remainder of his days, he relinquished it. He had built a house in Manningham Lane, to which at this time he removed. Mrs. D. Salt is still remembered for her Christian character and consistency. She was much attached to Horton Lane Chapel and took a lively interest in its various organizations. Ministers of religion were frequent guests at the house, and the ministerial visits of her pastor, the Reverend T. Taylor, helped her on her heavenly way. When the movement for the erection of Salem Chapel began in 1835, both Mr. and Mrs. D. Salt took much interest in it. The increase of the congregation at Horton Lane was considerable, and the consequent lack of accommodation had long been felt. Mr. D. Salt was a member of the building committee of Salem Chapel, also Mr. R. Milligan and Mr. Henry Forbes. The last mentioned gentleman brought into this undertaking that amazing energy for which he was remarkable, and like many earnest, impulsive men, he found it difficult to cooperate harmoniously with others more cautious than himself. The difficulty, however, was equally great on the other side, for on one occasion Mr. Daniel Salt's patience was well nigh exhausted, and in his homely Yorkshire speech he said, "I'll tell thee what, Forbes, if thou art not the first horse, thou won't pull a pound." The chapel was opened in 1836 by the Reverend Dr. Winter Hamilton, Reverend T. Lessey, and Reverend Dr. Raffles, and in it the Reverend J. G. Mile has successfully ministered for 40 years. 38 members were transferred from the mother church as the nucleus of the new one. Mrs. D. Salt was received into communion soon after, but Mr. D. Salt never became a communicant, although he was always a regular worshipper. Like many other men, he allowed the early part of life to pass away without making an open profession of his faith by coming to the communion table, and as he advanced in years, he found the difficulties that hindered him not diminished, so that, while endeavoring faithfully to fulfill the other duties of religion, this one remained unfulfilled to the last. The course he adopted was not only a loss to himself, but to others whom his good example might have benefited. Perhaps it was the want of this religious decision on the part of the father that influenced his son in the same direction, for as we shall afterwards see, it was not until a later period of his life that he avowed his faith in Christ and became a communicant. To all young men we would earnestly say, before setting out in the business of this world, let the greater business relating to the soul and God be settled. It is more easy to attend to it in youth than in manhood. It is more reasonable to give to God the firstlings of life than the leavings. It is more safe to commit the keeping of the heart to Christ in youth than run the risk of finding afterwards a more convenient season for doing so. It is more wise to seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all other things shall be added unto you. Mr. Salt died at Bradford on the 28th December, 1843, aged 62 years, after which Mrs. Salt went to live with her daughter, Mrs. Atkinson, at Murfield, where she died 10th November, 1854, aged 76. They were both interred in the burying ground attached to Salem Chapel. Some persons may be surprised that in the work of erecting Salem Chapel, which enlisted the sympathies of his parents and of his attached friend, Mr. Forbes, the name of Mr. Titus Salt does not appear. It may be that his energies and time were absorbed in the multifarious and responsible business to which he had put his hands. That declaration of his to make of himself either a man or a mouse, though a homely one, was most expressive, for it indicated the weighty sense of responsibility which now pressed upon him, that he had staked everything on this business enterprise, that if successful the reward would be ample, but if he failed the downfall would be crushing. We may therefore excuse him if his sympathies and efforts did not at this time commingle with those of his kindred and friends in the work of chapel building. In after years he gave abundant proof that this kind of enterprise had a warm place in his heart. Many were the places of worship he helped to build, both by his purse and suggestion, and one out of many may here be mentioned, namely that of Saltaire, which alone cost him £15,000. It was indeed a matter of thankfulness that amid a multiplicity of duties, sufficient to overwhelm any other man, his health was vigorous, his spirits buoyant, and his anticipations hopeful. Happily, he now possessed a home which was to him a peaceful haven that he put into at night to renew his mental and physical outfit for the coming day. There, too, a young and loving wife greeted his return, whose gentleness was a pillow for his weary brain. And when little ones came into the home, their presence brought sunshine, and their voices music, which chased the cares of life into happy oblivion. The children born in Bradford were William Henry, now Sir William, George, Amelia, now Mrs. Wright, Edward, Fanny, deceased, Herbert, and Titus. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 7. To business that we love, we rise betimes, and go to it with delight. Shakespeare. He does allot for every exercise a several hour. For sloth, the nurse of vices, and rust of action, is a stranger to him. Massinger. If little labor, little are our gains. Man's fortunes are according to his pains. Herrick. The next 10 years that followed the commencement of the alpaca manufacture were perhaps the most arduous period of Mr. Titus Salt's life. We have seen what marvelous energy and perseverance he displayed in setting up the machinery in the various mills, but the same qualities were equally necessary to keep it going. These mills, being situated in different parts of the town, and the burden of their management resting solely upon himself, the strain upon his mind must have been very great. Had he relaxed his diligence after the initial stage of the operations was past, then assuredly the complicated system he had originated would soon have stopped. The same hand that had built and launched the vessel must now be at the helm to steer her. Indeed, we may say he lashed himself to the helm, for he seemed always at his post. And because one mastermind presided over the various works, everything in connection with them went on smoothly. How was he able to do all this single-handed is a question that has puzzled many, and which young men might find it beneficial to consider. Know, then, that he was a very early riser, and his unvarying rule was to be at the works before the engine was started. Is it not written, "The hand of the diligent maketh rich"? And here is a signal illustration of it. It used to be said in Bradford, "Titus Salt makes £1,000 before other people are out of bed." Whether the sum thus specified was actually realized by him we cannot say, but it is the habit of early rising which we wish to point out, and inculcate on those whose business career is about to begin. In these times of artificiality and self-indulgence, when the laws of nature are often wantonly violated, The chances of success are dead against those who follow such a course. Let young men especially avoid it. Yea, let them take Mr. Titus Salt as an example of early rising. That this was his constant habit is confirmed by the testimony of an old workman who says, "I was only once in my life late at the mill, and Mr. Salt was there, as he always was, in time." Of course, this habit was somewhat relaxed in after years, though it often continued to assert itself. For example, he was usually the first one of his family circle who came downstairs in the morning. Once the writer was leaving the hospitable mansion of Crow Nest at 5 o'clock a.m., and to his surprise he found his host in the hall waiting to say good-bye. It is almost superfluous to mention that his early presence at the works exercised a high moral influence over his workpeople. Well they knew that they had not merely to do with delegated authority, but with that which was supreme. If any of them were late, it was the master's rebuke they feared. If any were conspicuous above the rest for regularity and skill in their duties, it was the master's approval they expected, and this approval was shewn by the promotion of those who served him best. Some who entered his employment in the humblest capacity have been raised to the highest positions in it. There was thus a personal acquaintance formed, and a mutual sympathy established that greatly helped to bridge the gulf which too often has separated master and workpeople, and sometimes placed them in an attitude of antagonism to each other. Throughout his manufacturing career, he had great moral power in attaching the workpeople to himself. They all looked up to him as a friend rather than a master, and they obeyed and served him with all the devotion of a Highland clan to their noble chieftain. The following letter from an old workman, now a manufacturer, will speak for itself. Mr. Salt engaged me in his service in the year 1840. His mill and warehouse were then in Union Street, Bradford. I was with him nearly 27 years, and when he came from Bradford to Saltaire, I came with him. He was a man of few words, but when he did speak, it was to the point, and pointed. He meant what he said, and said what he meant. If I asked him for an advance of wages, he always said, "I'll see," and it was done. He was a fair-dealing master between man and man. When he heard tell of a man trying to injure another man, that man had to go through the small sieve. If a man did his duty, he was always ready to give him a lift over the right. This I have myself proved. One day Mr. Salt was coming down Manchester Road, Bradford, in his carriage, when he saw one of his workpeople who had been ill for some time. He stopped his carriage and gave him a £5 note. Whenever he saw true distress, he was always ready with his heart and hands to help them. He was a persevering, plodding man. He had a very strong struggle with the alpaca wool. It was, in some instances, 36 inches long, but he was determined to master it, which he did. Another striking feature of his character, and one which enabled him to accomplish so much work, was his punctuality. Never was a military despot more rigid than he in the observance of this rule. When he made an engagement, he was punctual to the minute, and he expected the same in others who had dealings with him. Once at a church-building committee meeting, of which he was chairman, the secretary arrived a few minutes late. It happened that on his way thither he had met a friend upon whom he levied a subscription. But how could he meet the chairman's frown? He entered the room holding up a banknote, saying, "I've been detained by this." "All right," said the chairman. "I thought you must be after something of the kind. I shall be glad to excuse you again on the same terms." Such was his punctuality that he was hardly ever known to miss a train or to be in a hurry for one. It was the same at home as in business. The hour of meals were observed with precision, and all other domestic arrangements were conducted on the same principle of order. With watch in hand, he would await the time for evening prayers, and then the bell was instantly rung for the household to assemble. When the usual hour arrived for his family and household to retire to rest, the signal was at once given and observed. When guests were staying at his house, he was the timekeeper of their movements, and in regulating themselves accordingly they were seldom mistaken. When a journey was to be taken with his wife and family, say to the metropolis or the seaside, nothing was left to chance, but the day and hour of starting, together with other minor arrangements, were written down some time beforehand. Another marked characteristic in the prosecution of his immense business was his methodical exactness. But for this habit, which was natural to him, he never could have personally controlled the various departments in connection with the works. He was scrupulously exact in the arrangement of his papers, and knew where to lay his hand on any document when required. His letters were always promptly answered. He was exact in his accounts, exact in the words he spoke, which never had the color of exaggeration about them, exact in his purchases and sales. When he had fixed his price, he stood by it, so that no one ever thought of arguing with him to take a farthing less. A gentleman in the trade still living says, "I once received a quiet rebuke from Mr. Salt, which was the most valuable to me in my future career. It happened at his warehouse in Union Street, Bradford. I was a young man then, and spent a long time in trying to make a bargain with him. He heard me out to the last, and then said quietly, 'Have you done, sir?' I took the hint, and it taught me to talk less, and, when enough has been said, to go about my business, that others might attend to their own." But if we were to sum up all the qualities that conduced to his success at this period, all those mental characteristics that enabled him to prosecute his immense business single-handed, it would be expressed in the word wholeheartedness. It will be remembered that in his boyhood the testimony of his schoolmaster was to the same effect. Has not the heart a wonderful power to draw every other faculty after it? How many men drag out a miserable existence owing to the very consciousness that they have been mistaken in their occupation? As a consequence of this, they have never followed it with their whole heart. They have always hankered after something else, and that to which they have originally put their hands has, of course, turned out a failure. Better for a young man carefully to watch the bias of his mind, and the particular taste evinced. Then, in that direction, his future course ought to be steered. This is just nature giving a broad hint, and what she thus indicates is likely to prosper. Then let him determine to succeed, and succeed he must. It was thus with Mr. Salt. His early proclivities found their true sphere in the occupation he now pursued. It was a noble sight to see one like him toiling early and late, adding stone to stone in the edifice of which he was the architect and builder. Many, doubtless, looked coldly on and doubted whereunto this thing would grow. But quietly this plodding man continued his unwearied labors. Resolutely he held to his purpose that he would make himself a man. Thoughtfully he constructed the plan of his future career, and diligently he worked it out. "Seest thou a man diligent in business, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men." Proverbs 22:29. But lest it should be thought that Mr. Salt was so much absorbed in the purposes of self-aggrandizement that he had no time left to promote the welfare of the public, we shall endeavor to supply evidence to the contrary. In the year 1832, three important projects excited great attention among the inhabitants of Bradford, in the furtherance of which Mr. Salt took an active part. These were railway communication with Leeds, the formation of works to supply the town with water, and the first parliamentary election for the borough. It is to the last of these, however, we would more especially refer, as throwing some light on Mr. Salt's political opinions, which ultimately led up to his becoming a member of Parliament himself. It was owing to the passing of the first Reform Bill that Bradford obtained the franchise and was thereby entitled to return 2 representatives to the House of Commons. The inhabitants had fully shared in the political agitation which preceded and necessitated the passing of that measure. But Mr. Salt's share in it did not stand out prominently before the public eye in the way of speech-making. He was, however, an ardent reformer, and had his own way of shewing it. In his warehouse, when business was over for the day, he gathered round him a number of earnest and thoughtful men of business like himself. There political questions were discussed, and methods devised for their practical solution. At these meetings Mr. Salt acted the part of host, and provided a sumptuous supper for his political friends, among whom Mr. Forbes may be specially mentioned. It was not only at the time of the reform agitation that such gatherings were held, but also when other questions, such as the abolition of slavery, the repeal of the Corn Laws, or church rates, were engaging public attention. There, in his warehouse, was this band of earnest men doing their best to mold public opinion, and their sympathies were ever on the side of liberty at home and abroad, both personal, commercial, and religious. The first candidates for the representation of Bradford were Mr. E.C. Lister and Mr. John Hardy. Both these gentlemen were intimately connected with the town by many personal ties, and both came forward as reformers. The third candidate was Mr. George Banks, who professed semi-Whig principles. As an evidence of the growth of political liberty since that day, it is worthy of notice that, while some of the above candidates were opposed to vote by ballot as un-English, to the extension of the suffrage as unnecessary, to the total abolition of the Corn Laws as impolitic, to the immediate emancipation of the slaves as impracticable, to the separation of the church from the state as dangerous, 4 of these measures have been fully carried out, and the 5th partially. What will be accomplished in the next 40 years? Who can tell? On this occasion, the 2 Liberal candidates were returned, but 2 years after, the first Reformed Parliament was dissolved, and the political agitation of 1832 was renewed in Bradford. There was no Conservative candidate on this occasion, but in addition to the 2 old members, another was brought forward in the person of Mr. George Hadfield, whose political creed had the full sympathy of Mr. Salt and those associated with him. From these circumstances, Mr. Salt's political opinions at this time may be gathered and summarized thus. He was in favor of the extension of the suffrage, vote by ballot, the general education of the people, the abolition of capital punishment, the repeal of the Corn Laws, the abolition of taxes on knowledge, economy in the public expenditure, the abolition of flogging and impressment of seamen, and the removal of bishops from Parliament. No doubt at that time these opinions were considered too pronounced, but as he had been far in advance of other men in his commercial views, it was not to be wondered that his political views were in advance also. Although the 2 old members were returned at the second election, Mr. Salt had the satisfaction during his lifetime of seeing most of the above measures placed on the British statute book. Until we come to the period when he became a candidate for parliamentary honors, it is unnecessary to refer to the other political principles which he firmly held and conscientiously endeavored to promote. We therefore pass on to notice those local matters which were contemporary with this period of his life. Among these, the incorporation of the town claims special attention. Up to the year 1845, all local affairs had been managed by commissioners appointed under the Improvement Act, who were a self-elected body, the majority of whom took very little interest in its administration. The head constable was appointed annually by the court leet of the manor, but, strange to say, over the police force and other local functionaries he had no official control. To the post of head constable Mr. Salt was elected, but it was with great reluctance he accepted it. Indeed, long before this the inhabitants had urged him to accept the appointment, but this, as well as other public offices, he had persistently declined, both from his natural aversion to it and the pressure of business engagements. He therefore accepted the office of head constable more as a concession to public opinion than to gratify his own desires, and though entering upon it reluctantly, he performed its duties with remarkable efficiency. From what we have already seen of the character of the man, and the energy he threw into every undertaking, we may be well assured that it would be also the same in this. As the chief of the town, he convened all public meetings and presided over them. But his authority was limited, and his power to effect local improvements almost nominal. The whole system belonged to a bygone age, when Bradford was little more than a village, but it was utterly out of harmony with its position now as the metropolis of the worsted trade, and containing about 80,000 inhabitants. Mr. Salt was among the last of its chief constables. To his strongly expressed views on the subject, the change that took place shortly after is largely due. He was convinced that the time had arrived when the community had a right to demand a charter of incorporation. Yet, strange to say, there was great opposition at first to the proposal, and when brought to the test of a vote, the opponents of it had a majority of above 2,000 ratepayers. 2 years after, the application to Her Majesty's Privy Council was renewed and supported in a more powerful manner, so that a charter of incorporation was ultimately granted. From this period may be dated another era in the history of Bradford. The new charter having placed the power of government in their own hands, the inhabitants determined that no effort should be wanting to make the town worthy of its commercial position. Up to this time it had obtained the unenviable distinction of being the dirtiest in the kingdom and the seat of the greatest mortality. It wanted drainage, lighting, paving, water, police, in fact, everything necessary to lift it from chaos into cosmos. The first mayor chosen was Mr. R. Milligan, and among the list of aldermen were the names of Mr. Salt and Mr. Forbes. This was a well-merited tribute to men who had done much to promote the trade of the town. No act of the community could be more expressive of the high esteem in which they were held. The first municipal honors the electors had it in their power to bestow were conferred on their fellow townsmen who most deserved them. In July 1848, Mr. Salt's name was included in a list of 11 gentlemen selected by the town council and recommended to the Queen as the first bench of magistrates for the borough. His appointment as a deputy lieutenant of the county followed shortly afterwards. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 8. The fame that a man wins himself is best, that he may call his own. Honors put on him make him no more a man than his clothes do, which are so soon ta'en off. Middleton. To hide true worth from public view is burying diamonds in the mine. All is not gold that shines, 'tis true, but all that is gold ought to shine. S. Bishop. In the month of November, 1848, Mr. Salt was elected mayor, he being the second burgess of Bradford called to fill that office. In proposing his name to the council, Mr. Alderman Forbes said, "You are all gentlemen, familiar with Mr. Salt's character and position. The founder of his own fortune, he has raised himself to an eminence in the manufacturing interests of this town surpassed by none, and he now finds himself, as a reward for his industry, intelligence, and energy, at the head of a vast establishment, and affording employment to some thousands of workpeople. As we all know, Mr. Salt was the means of introducing a most important branch of trade into this town, I mean the alpaca trade, and thus rescuing that trade from comparative obscurity. Bringing to bear upon it his capital and skill, he not only realized great advantage for himself, but produced new fabrics in the manufactures of this district, thus developing a branch of business most important and beneficial to the working population. I believe, gentlemen, the same sagacity, practical good sense, cool judgment, and vigorous energy which have hitherto distinguished Mr. Salt will be brought to bear upon the public business of this borough. You need not be told of his princely benefactions to our various local charities, nor of that magnificent generosity which is always open to the appeal of distress and the claims of public institutions having for their object the improvement of our population. With a warm heart, sound head, a knowledge of our local interests conferred by long experience, and a disposition manifested on every occasion to do all that lies in his power to promote the prosperity of the borough, I do not think we could select a gentleman better qualified to succeed our late worthy Mayor, Robert Milligan, Esquire. We have given the above speech in full for the twofold reason that it presents a miniature portrait of Mr. Salt, sketched by an intimate friend, and shews the high position he had obtained in the eyes of his fellow townsmen, who, on this occasion, unanimously elected him their chief magistrate. As an evidence of the attachment of Mr. Forbes to Mr. Salt, the former had the above speech engraved on a massive silver pedestal surmounted by a figure of justice holding the scales. This he presented to the newly elected mayor as a memorial of their long friendship. One of Mr. Salt's duties, soon after his election, was to acknowledge the toast of the corporation at a banquet held to celebrate the abolition of the Corn Laws. In no part of the West Riding of Yorkshire were the friends of free trade more energetic than at Bradford, and none more so there than Mr. Salt. It was likely that an enterprising community like this, and a bold innovator on traditional methods of manufacture like himself, would be foremost in favor of free trade all over the world. Mr. Salt was a liberal subscriber to the Corn Law League, and an ardent admirer of Cobden, Bright, and General Thompson. The latter gentleman had, by the publication of his Corn Law Catechism, and other great services rendered to the free trade cause, gained a title to public gratitude. That title the Bradford electors promptly endorsed at the election of 1848, when they returned him to Parliament. The nomination on this occasion was moved and seconded by Mr. R. Milligan and Mr. W. E. Forster, who afterwards became the representatives of the borough. It was, therefore, a happy circumstance that at the great banquet referred to, the chief magistrate should have been in hearty sympathy with that movement, the consummation of which was now being celebrated in the town. Well might Bradford keep high festival now, for it owed much of its subsequent prosperity to the mighty impulse which the inauguration of free trade gave. As an evidence of this, when the exchange buildings were erected, a number of carved figures were inserted around the outside, among which are to be recognized Cobden, Salt, Gladstone, and Palmerston. In the principal hall of the Exchange, a beautiful statue of Cobden in white marble has been recently unveiled by the Right Honorable John Bright. And yet, the year 1848 was, in a sense, a disastrous one for Bradford and the immediate neighborhood. The Chartist agitation in the spring of that year had occasioned great excitement and consternation. The 6 points of the Charter, or nothing, was the motto which the Chartists inscribed on their banner, and in support of which they were ready to employ physical force. What with their riotous assemblages, drilling by moonlight, and manufacture of pikes, and long processions through the town, the aspect of matters at this time was most threatening. Nor was this the only cause of alarm to the community. The number of unemployed operatives, principally woolcombers, was very large. It was not that trade at this period was really bad, but the introduction of wool-combing machinery had rendered manual labor almost obsolete. Fortunately, in Mr. Salt, a gentleman was found equal to the crisis, as far as human aid could meet it. It was not the first time it had fallen on his lot to deal with masses of men inflamed by passion, but here was hunger added to political discontent and idleness. What was to be done? Immediate relief was given by opening soup kitchens in various parts of the town. In 1 week, 17,680 pounds of bread and 2,954 quarts of soup were distributed. 1,200 families, large and small, participated in this especial form of bounty. So numerous were the applications for relief at the Board of Guardians that steps were taken to transfer to their own parishes all families who had not a legal settlement in the town. Hundreds of men were employed in test labor. A scheme for promoting emigration was devised, and at the meeting held in furtherance of it, Mr. Salt expressed his deep sorrow in witnessing so much distress. Previous to the French Revolution in January, he said, he had been able to keep the greater number of his hands in full work. But since that event his sales of goods to merchants had fallen off 10,000 pounds a month. Nevertheless, he was willing to engage 100 of the unemployed woolcombers and lay their produce by. At this dark time in the history of Bradford, Mr. Salt was the leader in all these schemes of practical benevolence and the foremost subscriber to their funds. Amongst many general movements in which Mr. Salt took part at this period was one for establishing the Saturday half-holiday. It was first commenced by the stuff warehousemen of the town, and afterwards taken up by the employees in shops. At his insistence, an influential meeting was held in the exchange rooms to devise means for the repression of profligacy and promotion of morality. At that meeting, Mr. Salt said he had become acquainted with scenes of wickedness in the town, of which he could not possibly have conceived, and, acting with a few friends, he had called them together in the hopes that some means might be adopted to improve the religious and moral condition of the borough. In his opinion, there was a want of adequate religious instruction, and also of means of innocent recreation for the working classes, and he should be glad to see the idea of Alderman Samuel Smith carried out, and a public music hall established. He firmly believed that by some such means beer shops and similar places would be far less patronized than they were. No one can read these statements without discerning beneath them the noble spirit of benevolence that animated the speaker. The same wholeheartedness he had put into schemes for his own aggrandizement was also displayed for the benefit of his fellow men. It is this characteristic that makes him so worthy an example for young men to follow. There are men living now whose only ambition has been to acquire wealth, which they have either hoarded or expended on their own personal gratification. What are the appeals of benevolence or philanthropy to them but mere sentimental whining? Pity them. They live to themselves. They die unregretted. They have no mourners to follow them to the grave except such as duty compels. True, they are decently put away into darkness, but while the memory of the just is blessed, the name of the wicked shall rot. It was not so with Mr. Salt. Abundant evidence was afforded during this year of his mayoralty that the moral and religious condition of the town made a deep impression on his heart. At the meeting referred to, many of the views expressed and the measures suggested were but the sowing of seed that was to yield a harvest afterwards, not only in the town where he dwelt, but in the new town of Saltaire which he founded. As we shall see, when that part of his life comes before us, he made ample provision for the wants of his workpeople in the direction indicated at the aforesaid meeting. But what was the present result locally? It is not improbable that his hearty commendation of Alderman Smith's suggestion gave birth to the movement which led to the erection of St. George's Hall as a place suitable for concerts and other public entertainment. The exchange buildings and the Mechanics' Institute had become totally insufficient to accommodate the increasing population. But in the erection of this new hall provision was made for 3,328 persons. It was built at a large cost by a company of shareholders, of which Mr. Salt was one, and though the dividends arising therefrom have often been small, yet the moral benefit to the community has been inestimable. Within its walls, religion, science, politics, philanthropy, and music have garnered crowds of eager listeners, and thus it has become the center of moral influence for elevating the minds of the whole community. To the existence of this beautiful and most commodious building, the well-known musical taste of the inhabitants is largely due. Its festivals have frequently brought together the highest talent of the country, and the Bradford Choral Society, which was formed soon after St. George's Hall was opened, has become justly famous for the general musical proficiency of its performing members. And as an evidence of this, it may be here mentioned that in 1858 this society, under the able leadership of Mr. William Jackson, sang at the Crystal Palace, when such was the enthusiasm with which they were received on that occasion that they were immediately summoned by the Queen to sing at Buckingham Palace. Alderman Smith had the honor to accompany them, and to him Her Majesty personally expressed her high appreciation of the Yorkshire vocalists. We record at length these incidents as supplying proof that Mr. Salt's words at the meeting referred to were not lost, but that they brought forth fruit not many days after. In the latter part of Mr. Salt's mayoralty, the cholera, which had for months ravaged the island, committed fearful havoc amongst the poor districts of the town. Between the months of June and October, above 400 deaths occurred. Many families were thereby plunged into mourning, and their sad lot evoked the deep sympathy of the wealthier classes. Mr. Salt not only liberally contributed money, but he personally visited the scenes of distress, speaking words of hope to the smitten, of comfort to the bereaved, of practical advice to the yet unscathed, how they might personally avert the impending calamity. Happily, the malady abated and finally disappeared, when Thanksgiving services to Almighty God were recommended by the mayor and simultaneously held throughout the whole community. It will thus be seen that the official post Mr. Salt filled during these 12 months was not a sinecure. Seldom during a similar period have so many events occurred to tax the energy of the chief magistrate. What with the enforced idleness of many operatives, the want of bread, the danger of civil rebellion, and the visitation of cholera, there were anxieties enough to overwhelm him. And all this public work had to be done while his own immense private business required his personal superintendence. It was certainly a school where his knowledge of human nature was increased, where he obtained an insight into the social condition of the people such as he did not before possess, where the moral sympathies of his nature were moved to their depths, and the channels of his practical benevolence were widened and deepened. But let us turn the picture, for although the mayoralty of Mr. Salt was rendered remarkable by these depressing events, there were others of a brighter kind to relieve the gloom. Before the year closed, a vast improvement had taken place in the commercial prospects of the town. Like the tide which had reached its ebb, the flow soon set in, bringing prosperity with it, and refilling with gladness hearts that had been recently filled with gloom. We have seen how, a short time previously, employers were subscribing their money to feed the distressed operatives. Now they were giving large sums to feast them. Mr. Salt was the first to take advantage of the newly acquired railway facilities to give 2,000 of his hands an excursion to the country. Having taken up his own summer residence in Malham, amid the glorious scenery of Craven, he wished that those toilers who had so few opportunities of healthy enjoyment should breathe for a day the mountain air, and ramble in the woods and fields to their heart's content. It is said that Sir Francis Crosley's resolution to present a park to the people of Halifax was made in America when reveling amid the grand scenery of the White Mountains. Why, thought he, should I not help to give healthy outdoor recreation to those who are unable to obtain it? Perhaps such a thought may have passed through the mind of Mr. Salt on that day when he saw his 2,000 workpeople enjoying themselves in Craven. But many excursions of a similar kind, and the People's Park, which he afterwards gave to Saltaire, afforded ample proof that he was heartily and emphatically the friend of the people. At the close of this eventful year, the Bradford Observer wrote, "Our worthy Mayor, Titus Salt, Esquire, has long enjoyed widespread and well-merited popularity throughout this district. His kindness and consideration as an extensive employer, and his munificence and public spirit as an influential citizen, had long ago won for him golden opinions from all sorts of men. He has lost none of his fame by the manner in which he has discharged the onerous duties of first magistrate of this borough, but has rather gained additional luster to a good name." The above testimony may be regarded as that of the community, and appearing as it did in a journal so competent to judge of true merit, so fearless to censure, and generous praise when deserved, it was one highly gratifying to him concerning whom it was written. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 9 begins with a quotation by Young. "The true ambition there alone resides, where justice vindicates and wisdom guides, where inward dignity joins outward state, our purpose good as our achievement great. Where public blessings, public praise attend, where glory is our motive, not our end, wouldst thou be famed, have those high acts in view, brave men would act, though scandal would ensue." End quote. In the summer of 1844, Mr. Salt removed his residence to Crow Nest, a large and commodious mansion about 7 miles west from Bradford, and situated near the village of Lightcliff. His removal thither was occasioned by the want of accommodation for his increasing family, and the benefit likely to be derived from the purer air of a country home. As his occupancy of Crow Nest until 1858, when he removed to Methley Park, was in the capacity of tenant, a description of the mansion is postponed until the period when he returned as its sole proprietor and permanent resident. During the year of his mayoralty, the hospitalities connected with his office were here dispensed with great liberality. The members of the corporation and other public bodies gathered around his bountiful table. Men of opposite views in politics, of different positions in society, of various pursuits in life, all were brought together in social fellowship, while deputations from numerous societies, both as ministers and missionaries, often found at Crow Nest a home. Amongst those ministers who were intimate friends of Mr. Salt, and to whom he was much attached, were the Reverend J. Paul of Wibsey and the Reverend Jonathan Glyde of Bradford. The latter had succeeded the Reverend T. Taylor at Horton Lane Chapel, and by his mental culture and earnest piety exerted an influence over all with whom he came into contact. Mr. Salt was one who felt this influence. But during the first period of his residence at Crow Nest, it was little more than a resting place for the night. Early and late, his immense business in Bradford demanded his constant presence and undivided attention. To be early at the works not only necessitated his rising and breakfasting betimes, but driving in a conveyance all the way thither, for it must be remembered railway communication was then in its infancy, and between Lightcliff and Bradford it had not yet been opened. Yet such was the vigor of his constitution, the buoyancy of his spirits, and the heart he put into all his duties, that he seemed to carry his burdens lightly. Nor did the success in business already attained, or the honorable position in life he had reached, spoil the simplicity of his character. There are persons living who remember that in driving between Crow Nest and Bradford he would not infrequently give a lift to a poor woman with a child in her arms, or stop to take up a dusty pedestrian who seemed fatigued with travel. And this was done with a kindness of look and tone that made the recipients of the favor feel that it came from one not above them, but on a level with themselves. This circumstance, though trifling in itself, is, as George Hebert says, a window through which we look into the soul. As Mr. Salt, in his own personal career, had always an instinctive dislike to mere patronage from others, so he now sensitively shrunk from manifesting it towards his fellow men. When he lent a helping hand to anyone, he conveyed the impression that he was receiving rather than conferring a favor. Often, in ministering to persons in reduced circumstances, he first consulted those who had personal knowledge as to what was the most delicate method of conveying his bounty. Sometimes his benefactions were sent indirectly through the hand of a friend, at other times directly and anonymously by means of the post. Thus, a large proportion of his generous deeds can never be known on earth, but their record is on high. Crow Nest was the birthplace of 4 of his children, viz., Whitlam, Mary, Helen, and Ada. But the first 2 did not abide long with their parents. They came only to claim citizenship with earth, and then God took them. Their bodies were laid in the burying ground of the Congregational Church, Lightcliff, until the family mausoleum was built at Saltaire, to which they were afterwards transferred by permission of the Home Secretary. The death of these 2 children was the first shadow that fell on his domestic circle. He had lived most of his life in the sunshine of prosperity, so that when it was overcast by bereavement, his sorrow indeed was great. But it came not by chance or accident, but from a Father's hand, and surely at the right time also, for it reminded him how soon human hopes may be blighted and man's fondest treasures snatched away. Could his heart have given full expression to its grief as the forms of his children were laid in the grave, these lines would probably have embodied it. Holy earth, to thee I trust, 2 bonny heaps of precious dust. Keep them safely, sacred tomb, till their father asks for room. The loss of these children seemed to endear to him those who were left. On his return from business in the evening, the first inquiry was, "Where are the children?" Some of them would climb his knee, dishevel his hair, or induce him to become a quadruped, to their intense delight. When they were sufficiently advanced in years to be sent to boarding schools, the letters he occasionally sent them were full of parental love, interspersed with wise counsel in the prosecution of their studies and ardent desires for their future happiness. Some of these letters are treasured still by those to whom they were addressed. Prior to the year 1850, Bradford did not possess any public park or open space adapted to the purposes of healthy recreation. We have seen in the last chapter that during Mr. Salt's mayoralty, the necessity of making such provision for the working classes was by him strenuously advocated. One step in this direction had already been taken in the opening of St. George's Hall, but something more was needed, and the time for it had now come. The abolition of the Corn Laws had been celebrated with great enthusiasm in the borough. Sir Robert Peel had brought forth the top stone and crowned the edifice which Cobden and Bright had reared, and his sudden death in the zenith of his fame had thrilled the heart of the nation. What memorial of this eminent statesman, whose closing act brought such a boon to the people, could be more appropriate than a park for their benefit, bearing his honored name? Whether this project originated with Mr. Salt or someone else, we are unable to say, but certainly it had his warmest sympathy, and not only sympathy, but substantial help. He offered to subscribe £1,000 in furtherance of it, and at his personal solicitation, his friends Messrs. Milligan and Forbes promised a similar sum. The subscription list having been thus auspiciously commenced, steps were at once taken to procure a suitable site, which after certain negotiations was obtained. The greater portion of the Bolton House estate, consisting of 46 acres, was purchased for the sum of £12,000. Subsequently, that purchase was augmented by the acquisition of an adjoining property, making the total area about 61 acres. After it came into the hands of the park trustees, £6,000 were spent in planting it with shrubs and in constructing beautiful walks, artificial terraces, and sheets of water, so that the Peel Park of Bradford is now one of the finest for its extent in the United Kingdom, the only drawback being its remote situation from the town. But this has been recently counterbalanced by the opening of Lister Park, so called after a distinguished local manufacturer and situated nearer the center of population. The Peel Park is, however, not the only local memorial of the eminent statesman whose name it bears. In an open space surrounded by splendid warehouses, the Peel statue was inaugurated in 1855. Bradford thus enjoys the unique honor of having two costly memorials of the same individual, one as a park for the recreation of the people, the other as a work of art to recall the form and features of the statesman who repealed the Corn Laws. The next statue erected in Bradford was in honor of him whose career we are now tracing, but with this difference. The former was erected to a public benefactor when dead, the latter to one while living. In the return of his friend Mr. Robert Milligan to Parliament, Mr. Salt took an active part. His first election took place in 1851 and was unopposed, but the second, which was in 1852, was the result of a severe contest. On that occasion, Mr. Salt was the seconder of Mr. Milligan's nomination, who was returned along with Mr. Wickham, the latter having a majority of only 2 votes over General Thompson, the third candidate. Mr. Salt was now approaching the period of life when he hoped to relinquish business and enjoy in retirement the ample fortune he had made. If anyone had ever earned a just title to otium cum dignitate, it was he. His life, from the age of 20, had been an excessively busy one. The term working man, so commonly applied to manual labor, might with special emphasis have been applied to him. Much he needed rest, and the time he had fixed in his own mind for acquiring it was his 50th birthday. Then, as he imagined, he would dispose of his various mills, and on a landed estate of his own spend the remainder of his life in rural occupations. One cannot help asking the question, what if the purpose of his heart had then been carried out? An active mind like his, thus withdrawn in its prime from the activities of business, might have fallen into premature decay, just as the digestive organs, when deprived of their accustomed food, become self-consuming. For be it remembered, his life of commercial activity had left him but little time for reading and mental culture, so that to have been released from business would have taken him completely out of the element in which his habits had been formed and his tastes exercised, and probably shortened his days. However, happily for himself and for others, this purpose was not carried out, and surely another mind than his own controlled him in this matter, and guided his steps aright. Instead of retiring into comparative obscurity and inactivity, he was yet to give a local habitation and a name to the new branch of trade he had inaugurated, to become the founder of a model town which strangers from afar would come to visit, to embody on a splendid scale those plans for the religious, social, physical, and intellectual improvement of the people that had long been cherished, to enter upon a career of noble and disinterested benevolence to which the past was only the prelude, to receive honors from men such as few have been privileged to enjoy, and to bequeath to his family a name which is their richest heritage. How long a time was spent by Mr. Salt in reconsidering his cherished resolution and in resolving other plans for the future, it is impossible to say. This much we venture to affirm, that it cost him many anxious hours by day and sleepless hours by night. It was the habit of his mind to look at a question calmly from all sides, to weigh its various contingencies, and patiently to solve the difficulties that apparently surrounded it. Then, when all these mental processes were completed, to communicate the result to others. The chief friend to whom he confided his great future project was Mr. Forbes. There is no evidence to show that his plans for the future were intended to be on the gigantic scale which they ultimately assumed. They were, no doubt, conceived in that spirit of originality and enterprise that had hitherto characterized all his undertakings, but we question whether his imagination had ever pictured to itself the colossal establishment that was to spring up on the banks of the Aire. It was rather a growth than a cut-and-dried plan thrown off from his brain in all its completeness. This, however, is certain. He was resolved that in bringing into one centre the various manufactories he had hitherto carried on, he would not be a party to any further increase of the working population of Bradford, which was already overcrowded. Indeed, with its smoky atmosphere and sanitary defects, polluted streams and canal, there was everything to militate against the moral and physical improvement of the people. If his new plans and purposes were to take shape and embodiment, it must be in a locality where ample space, pure air, and an abundance of water were primary considerations. Where was such a locality to be found was a question he had first to answer. It has been alleged that his original purpose was to purchase a site near Wakefield, where the latter part of his school days was spent, but this is apocryphal. It is not likely that his practical sagacity could have overlooked the great advantage to be derived from proximity to the metropolis of the worsted trade. It was after various surveys of the neighborhood that his eye at last fell on the site where Saltaire now stands, and just as the skill of a military commander is displayed in the selection of a field where his army is to be drawn up to win a victory, so this great captain of industry manifested equal skill in selecting a spot where his civil forces were to be concentrated and where peaceful victories were to be won. The locality selected was one of the most beautiful and picturesque to be found in the neighborhood of Bradford, from which it is distant about 3 miles. It is charmingly situated on the banks of the Aire, and in the middle of the valley through which that river flows. Surveying the region from the higher ground at Shipley, the eye takes in an extensive landscape of hill and dale, of wood and water, such as is seldom seen in proximity to a manufacturing town. The famed Shipley Glen is in the immediate neighborhood, which excursionists in quest of beautiful scenery love to frequent, while beyond the hills there is a heathy moorland stretching away towards Wharfdale. To the right, the river winds round the village of Baildon, not far from which, on the height above, stands Ferniehurst, the picturesque residence of Mr. Edward Salt. Almost in front, rising abruptly from the valley, and completely covered from base to summit with trees, stands the Knoll, the residence of Mr. C. Stead, a member of the Saltaire firm. To the left, looking towards Bingley, the valley is still more beautiful, while overlooking it may be seen the extensive domain of Milner Field, on which his son, Mr. Titus Salt, has erected a costly mansion. It was a spot in the valley nearly equidistant from Ferniehurst and Milner Field that Mr. Salt fixed as the site where his proposed works were to be erected. The following is the opinion of Sir William Fairbairn in reference to it. Quote, "It has been selected with uncommon judgment as regards its fitness for the economical working of a great manufacturing establishment. The estate is bounded by highways and railways which penetrate to the very center of the buildings, and is intersected both by canal and river. Abundance of water is obtained for the use of the steam engines and for the different processes of manufacture. By the distance of the mills from the smoke and cloudy atmosphere of a large town, unobstructed and good light may be secured, whilst both by land and water direct communication is gained for importation of coal and all other raw produce on the one hand, and for the exportation and delivery of manufactured goods on the other. Both porterage and carterage are entirely suspended, and every other circumstance which would tend to economize production has been carefully considered." End quote. But the whole of the property now known as the Saltaire estate did not originally belong to one proprietor. That in which the mill now stands belonged to W.C. Stansfield, Esquire, of Esholt, and was purchased by Mr. Salt for £12,000. The land adjacent belonged to different proprietors, amongst whom may be named Lady Ross. The acquisition of the estate of Saltaire was thus a growth as well as the erection of the town itself. It was in November 1850 when Mr. Salt first called at the chambers of Messrs. Lockwood and Mawson, Bradford. Mr. Forbes, who had been in his friend's confidence, had previously given a hint to these architects that Mr. Salt would be calling to have an interview with them. Towards evening he made his appearance, and having taken a seat by the fire, he said, "I'm going to build a mill near Shipley, and I want you to help me. But you must not expect to get all the work to do, for I have already bought the ground through Mr. George Knowles, another local architect." Mr. Lockwood expressed his thanks and his readiness to carry out Mr. Salt's wishes. "May I ask," he said, "what sum you purpose laying out on the works?" Mr. Salt replied, "Probably £30,000 or £40,000. He then unfolded to Mr. Lockwood the plans he had thought out, mentioning many special features which need not here be enumerated. "But," said he, with considerable emphasis, "I want the mill first. When can you have a pencil sketch ready?" Mr. Lockwood replied, "It shall be ready on the following Wednesday." On the day appointed, Mr. Salt came to the office, when a sketch of the mill was submitted for his inspection. Having very carefully examined it, he quietly shook his head, and the following conversation took place. Mr. Salt: "This won't do at all." Mr. Lockwood, rather surprised and chagrined at this abrupt judgment: "Pray, then, what are your objections to the sketch?" Mr. Salt: "Oh, it is not half large enough." Mr. Lockwood: "If that is the only objection, I can easily get over it. But do you know, Mr. Salt, what this mill which I have sketched will cost?" Mr. Salt: "No, how much?" Mr. Lockwood: "It will cost £100,000. Mr. Salt: "Oh, very likely." From this conversation Mr. Lockwood perceived that expense was not a consideration, provided the work was efficiently done. The detailed plans were immediately proceeded with, and carefully drawn, into which Mr. Salt's own suggestions were incorporated, and which had special reference to ventilation, convenience, and general comfort. Hitherto, manufactories had been built with little regard to such conditions, and as for the buildings themselves, there was a decided lack of architectural taste in them. But the manufactory now proposed was to be externally a symmetrical building, beautiful to look at, and internally complete with all the appliances that science and wealth could command. When the detailed drawings were submitted to Mr. Salt, there were very few exceptions taken to them. The only questions touching cost were the following. Mr. Salt: "How much?" Mr. Lockwood: "About the sum I named before." Mr. Salt: "Can't it be done for less?" Mr. Lockwood: "No, not in the way you want it to be done." Mr. Salt: "Then let it be done as soon as possible." The erection of the mill was immediately proceeded with, but no contracts were issued. Mr. Salt was in great haste to have the work done speedily, so that it was let to various contractors under a schedule of fixed prices and not by tender. Thus, different sets of workmen were simultaneously engaged at various points, and gradually the palace of industry rose to view. The next point that demanded attention was the choice of a suitable engineer for the construction of the complicated machinery to be introduced. Mr. Salt hesitated between a well-known engineering firm at Bolton and the Messrs. Fairbairn of Manchester. The engines in the mills of Messrs. Marshall, Leeds, were the workmanship of the Bolton firm, and Mr. Salt went over to Leeds to inspect them. Thence he proceeded to Bolton and had an interview with the engineers themselves, thence to Manchester to see Mr. Fairbairn. When he had calmly weighed the merits of each, he selected the latter for the engineering work which he himself required. At the end of 1851, the great exhibition in London was closed, and the building in Hyde Park was advertised for sale. Mr. Salt thought that a part of that building might be utilized as a weaving shed in his new works. He accordingly, in company with Mr. Lockwood, went to London to examine the structure, with a view to purchase what portion of it might be required. The result of the examination was, however, unsatisfactory. So far as space, light, and ventilation were concerned, nothing could have been better, but it was not sufficiently substantial to bear the strain of machinery. The idea was therefore abandoned, and a weaving shed, 2 acres in area, was constructed of stone and covered with glass. The building was now covered in, and the question was to be settled, what shall the name be? One evening Mr. Fairbairn and Mr. Lockwood were dining at Crow Nest, when the above question was put by the host to his guests. It was suggested that each should write down a name by himself, and that the most appropriate one should be selected out of the list. One wrote the word Salttown, another Saltburn, but these names did not seem to express all that was needed. At last Mr. Salt suggested that the name of the river on which the mill stands should be considered. All at once they each exclaimed, "Saltaire, Saltaire, that's it!" And one playfully added, with wine-glass in hand, "I now propose success to Saltaire." Thus the name of the works had its origin. In the spring of 1853, the building was hastening towards completion, and the vast machinery was nearly set up. The question of inauguration had next to be considered. The approaching 20th of September was Mr. Salt's 50th birthday, and as that was the time when he intended to relinquish business, it was the day which his friends thought most appropriate for the opening of the works that bore his name, and which were to commence a new era in his commercial life. It had been suggested to Mr. Salt that this was an event of sufficient importance to justify an invitation being sent to the Lord Lieutenant of the county. But instead of forwarding it, Mr. Salt and Mr. Lockwood went over to Harewood and had a personal interview with his lordship. Lord Harewood cordially accepted the invitation and made many inquiries as to the alpaca trade and the gigantic establishment about to be opened. During luncheon, Lord Harewood, addressing Mr. Salt, said, "How is it, Mr. Salt, that you do not invest your capital in landed property and enjoy the remainder of your life free from the strain of business?" Mr. Salt replied, "My lord, I had made up my mind to do this very thing, but on reflection I determined otherwise. In the first place, I thought that by the concentration of my works in one locality, I might provide occupation for my sons. Moreover, as a landed proprietor, I felt I should be out of my element. You are a nobleman with all the influence that rank and large estates can bring, consequently you have power and influence in the country. But outside of my business I am nothing. In it I have considerable influence. By the opening of Saltaire, I also hope to do good to my fellow men." Such is a brief account of the conception of and preliminary steps leading up to Saltaire. In the next chapter, the opening ceremony, together with description of the establishment, will engage the attention of the reader. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 10. Rear high thy towers and mansions fair, thou gem of towns, renowned Saltaire. Long may thy graceful spires arise in beauty pointing to the skies. For labor dwells ennobled here, our homes to bless, our hearts to cheer. From morn to eve the sun, I ween, shines not upon a fairer scene. Anonymous. The opening of Saltaire was an event memorable not only in the personal history of its founder, but in that of the commercial trade of the district and the country generally. Never before had the enterprise of one man ventured on a scheme so magnificent. Other manufacturers had erected large works, but the plan of Saltaire was so bold in its conception, so extensive in its design, so complete in its execution, that it placed the owner on a pinnacle of fame without a rival. But before entering the mill proper, we would first survey the scene which the inauguration banquet presents. As we have said, the 20th September 1853 was the 50th anniversary of Mr. Salt's birthday. It was also the period when his eldest son, now Sir William Salt, Baronet, came of age. There were therefore 3 events to be celebrated, either of which by itself might have evoked the sympathy of the community. But this triple combination was enough to call forth enthusiastic expressions of admiration and respect for the father, and good wishes for the son. The banquet was held in the great combing shed of the building, which was elaborately decorated for the occasion, and had sitting accommodations for 3,500 guests. The weaving shed would have held a company twice as numerous, but the other was deemed preferable. In length, the combing shed is 210 feet, and in breadth 112 feet. The roof is supported by 50 light cast-iron columns, which, for the festival, were wreathed with laurels. On one side was placed a long table, occupied by Mr. Salt and the principal guests. The 7 center tables traversed the hall, and at them 644 ladies and gentlemen were seated. Right and left of the center ones were 20 tables for the workpeople, who, to the number of 2,440, were brought from Bradford by special train. As an evidence of the large-hearted hospitality of Mr. Salt, the order given to the purveyors was for 3,750 guests. And as a further proof of it, let us glance at the actual provision for such a company. The following is the bill of fare: 4 hindquarters of beef, 40 chines of beef, 120 legs of mutton, 100 dishes of lamb, 40 hams, 40 tongues, 50 pigeon pies, 50 dishes of roast chickens, 20 dishes of roast ducks, 30 brace of grouse, 30 brace of partridges, 50 dishes of potted meat of various kinds, 320 plum puddings, 100 dishes of tartlets, 100 dishes of jellies, etc. Altogether there were 2 tons weight of meat and a half ton of potatoes. The dessert consisted of pines, grapes, melons, peaches, nectarines, apricots, filberts, walnuts, apples, pears, biscuits, sponge cakes, etc. There were 7,000 knives and forks, 4,000 tumblers, 4,200 wine glasses, and 750 champagne glasses. Such was the provision Mr. Salt made for his guests, with almost oriental profusion, and we give the above detailed account as illustrating one of those deeds that reveal the man. His hospitality was in keeping with the generosity of his heart. Whatever he did, he must do it well. Meanness was foreign to his nature, and in affording pleasure to others, his soul delighted. But who were the special guests on this auspicious occasion? In the Illustrated News of 1st October, 1853, sketches are given of the principal table, the model mill, and the evening concert in St. George's Hall. At the table, with Mr. and Mrs. Salt as the central figures, appear the Lord Lieutenant, Mrs. Smith, the Mayoress of Bradford, and Mr. Frank, now Lady, Crossley, while in close proximity were members of Parliament, the Mayor and Corporation of Bradford, magistrates, mayors of various towns, and private friends of Mr. Salt. It would be inconsistent with the design of this volume to reproduce the various speeches delivered at the banquet, except such parts as throw light on the character and enterprise of him whose life we seek to portray. The Earl of Harewood said that he should go back with the high notion of the manufacturing classes. He wished the shades of the late Sir Robert Peel were there to see the happiness and prosperity that reigned amongst them. When he saw the enormous structure which Mr. Salt had erected, and the good architectural taste displayed in the building, he could not but say that the whole was greatly to Mr. Salt's credit. But he would specially draw attention to what he was doing for the good of the working classes by building them commodious, well-ventilated cottages, perfect in a sanitary point of view, so that his work people might be conveniently and comfortably lodged. This was an example of building good mills and providing well at the same time for those who worked in them. After a passing allusion to the fearful ravages of the cholera in other towns, arising from bad drainage and overcrowding, he said no such source of disease would exist at Saltaire. The mayor of Bradford, Mr. Samuel Smith, said the man was still living and present in the room who carried the first gross of machine-spun yarn to the Bradford market. What progress since then! They had built palaces of industry almost equal to the palaces of the Caesars. Instead of manual labor, they had availed themselves of the wonderful resources of mechanical science. Instead of a master manufacturer carrying a week's production on his back, he harnessed the iron horse to the railway train and daily conveyed away his goods by the ton. Instead of being content with old English wool only, they now ransacked the globe for materials to work up. Mr. Salt's words were, as usual, few and appropriate, but surely little was needed from his lips in the presence of deeds which so eloquently spoke for him. Still, in expressing his gratitude for the kind allusions made to himself, he said he had still further pleasure in seeing that vast assemblage of his own workpeople around him. 10 or 12 years ago he had looked forward to this day on which he completed his 50th year, when he thought to retire from business and to enjoy himself in agricultural pursuits. But as the time drew near, and looking to his large family, 5 of them being sons, he reversed his decision and determined to proceed a little longer and to remain at the head of the firm. Having thus determined, he at once made up his mind to leave Bradford. He did not like to be a party to increasing that already overcrowded borough, but he looked around him for a site suitable for a large manufacturing establishment, and he pitched upon that whereon they were then assembled. He would do all in his power to avoid evils so great as those resulting from polluted air and water, and he hoped to draw around him a population that would enjoy the beauties of the neighborhood, and who would be a well-fed, contented, and happy body of operatives. He had given instructions to his architects that nothing should be spared to render the dwellings of the operatives a pattern to the country. If his life should be spared by Providence, he hoped to see satisfaction, happiness, and comfort around him. Such words have the true ring in them. No proud vaunting of what his own skill had accomplished, no purposes of self-aggrandizement obtrude to indicate a sordid spirit, no fair visions of unfolded wealth yet to be acquired by the erection of this colossal structure. But underneath all, we discern the praiseworthy motives that actuated him, namely, to benefit his family and his fellow men. Among the many tributes paid on this occasion to Mr. Salt, not the least interesting was one from Mr. French on the part of the operatives, who said he looked with pride and satisfaction on the mass of working people assembled in a place which might perhaps one day become a city, and he concluded by reading a poem composed by Mr. Robert Story, the Craven poet. It is entitled The Peerage of Industry. To the praise of the peerage high harps have been strung by minstrels of note and of fame, but a peerage we have to this moment unsung, and why should they not have their name? Chorus. For this is his praise, and who merited not deserve no good luck should o'ertake them, that while making his thousands, he never forgot the thousands that helped him to make them. 'Tis the peerage of industry, nobles who hold their patent from nature alone, more genuine far than if purchased with gold or won by mean arts from a throne. And of industry's nobles, what name should be first, if not his whose proud banquet we share? For whom should our cheers simultaneously burst, if not for the Lord of Salt Air? The peer who inherits an ancient estate and cheers many hearts with his pelf, we honor and love. But is that man less great who founds his own fortune himself, who builds a town round him, sends joy to each hearth, makes the workman exult mid his toil, and who, while supplying the markets of earth, enriches his own beloved soil? Such a man is a noble, whose name should be first in our heart, in our song, in our prayer. For such should our cheers simultaneously burst, and such is the Lord of Salt Air. But this inauguration banquet did not close the festivities. A concert was given by Mr. Salt in the evening, which took place in St. George's Hall, Bradford, and to which the guests of the day were invited. The hall was crowded in every part. The stalls were occupied by the principal guests, and the area and galleries by the workpeople. The appearance of Mr. Salt was hailed with several rounds of cheering. The entrance of Mr. Forbes, as well as that of the mayor, was also the signal for loud applause. The solo vocalists, consisting chiefly of native talent, were accompanied by an efficient choir and an instrumental band, and the occasion, being one in which their hearts were in fullest sympathy, called forth their warmest efforts. The enthusiasm of the audience was unbounded, and as the proceedings terminated by repeated cheers for the distinguished host, he was overcome with emotion, and could only acknowledge the compliment by a low bow. As an evidence of the character of the workpeople, not a single instance of intoxication or misconduct occurred throughout the day. Such were the great opening festivities of Salt Air. Let us now take a brief survey of the works on which so much thought and money had been expended, and about which so many eulogisms had been uttered. The great building itself is of light-colored stone in the Italian style of architecture, and though a quarter of a century has elapsed since its erection, it still retains all the freshness of a recent structure. Smoke has not soiled it, nor has the hand of time left its mark upon it. The south front of the mill is 545 feet in length, exactly that of St. Paul's. Its height is 72 feet above the level of the Midland Railway, which passes within a few yards. It has 6 stories, and when seen from the southern approaches, the whole front has a commanding appearance. The railway passenger traveling along that route northwards must have been arrested by the glass-covered engines which are visible in their movements from the carriage window. These engines are placed in the center of the building, and are themselves the central power by which the vast machinery is kept in motion. The first 4 floors are divided by the intervening engine houses, but the top room runs the whole length of the building. The total area of the flooring is upwards of 55,000 square yards. The ground floor is 16 feet high, and the floor above 14 feet, each being fireproof. The roof is of iron, and the windows are formed of large squares of plate glass opening on pivots. The warehouses, 330 feet in length, run northwards from the front building in the form of the letter T, only lengthened in its perpendicular limb. On either side of the warehouse, the ground is occupied by extensive sheds. That on the eastern side of the weaving shed, covering 2 acres and holding 1,200 looms. That on the western side is used for combing machines, etc. It was in this building the inaugural banquet was held. On the same side are also rooms for sorting, washing and drying wools, and for reeling and packing. Beneath is a tank capable of holding 500,000 gallons of rainwater collected from the roofs, and which, when filtered, is used in the processes of manufacture. On the top of the warehouse a large iron tank is placed containing 70,000 gallons, drawn by engine pumps from the river, and available in case of fire. The 2 chief entrances to the works are by the western side, one for the workpeople and heavy traffic, the other for members of the firm, clerks, and people on business. The offices face the main road, which crosses the canal and river by an immense iron bridge leading to the park and other places. In front are the beautiful church, dining hall, and the commodious town to which we shall afterwards refer. But if any part of the works demands special notice, it is the steam engines. These, as the work of Mr. Fairbairn, were considered a marvel of ingenuity and skill. Yet such has been the progress since in mechanical science that the original engines have been superseded by 4 beam engines on the Corliss principle, an American invention, and indicating 1,800 horsepower. In the construction of the engine beds alone, 2,400 tons of solid stone were used. There are 14 boilers. The chimney is 250 feet high, that is about 1/4 higher than the monument, and is 26 feet square at the base. Green and Twibbles economizers are used, yet the consumption of coal is about 50 tons a day, or 15,000 tons a year. The weight of the shafting which the engines have to set in motion is between 600 and 700 tons. The calculations for the weaving shed were that it should hold 1,200 looms, producing each day 30,000 yards of alpaca cloth or mixed goods, equal to nearly 18 miles of fabric. This would give a length of 5,688 miles in 1 year, which, in the graphic words of Mr. W. Fairbairn, would, as the crow flies, reach over land and sea to Peru, the native mountains of the alpaca. The gas works on the northeast side are of great magnitude. There are 2 gasometers which supply the works and the town with light. As the Midland Railway and the Leeds and Liverpool Canal almost touch the premises on opposite sides, the facilities for traffic could not well be surpassed. But, as we have said before, Saltaire has been a growth, and since the opening day many additions have been made to the works. At a later period a new spinning mill and dye works were erected on the site of Dixon's Mill. One object Mr. Salt had in view in this new undertaking was to utilize the water power which was running to waste. A horizontal wheel, known as a turbine, was introduced at the time, but as the water supply was irregular, it was afterwards superseded by a horizontal engine, 8 feet stroke, direct acting, making 45 revolutions or 720 feet speed of piston per minute. The erection of a new chimney was objected to as distracting from the view on that side of the premises. Mr. Salt's reply was, "I'll make it an ornament to the place." To this end he built it in the form of a lofty tower, with elaborate masonry at the top, and it has more the appearance of an Italian campanile than a mill chimney. In 1871 a shed was built on the east side of the original mill, with a stowage capacity for 12,000 bales of wool. The whole area covered by the works alone is about 10 acres. The buildings are supplied with warm air in winter and cool air in summer. Long lines of ventilators worked by levers are inserted, and all effluvia are carried by pipes into the chimney flue. Thus the sanitary condition of the workpeople has in every way been considered. But Mr. Salt's great conception did not end with the erection of the mill. It also embraced what was still more dear to him, the provision of comfortable dwellings, church, schools, in fact, every institution which could improve the moral, mental, and religious condition of the workpeople. The number of hands employed at the works was at that time between 3,000 and 4,000, who had for the most part to be housed at Salt Air. With the lithographed plan of the town before us, let us notice a few points about it which serve to illustrate some features of Mr. Salt's personal character. His loyalty is to be recognized, for the three chief thoroughfares of the town are Victoria Road, Albert Road, and Albert Terrace. His affection for his family comes out, for Caroline Street bears the Christian name of his wife, and the other streets are named after his children, grandchildren, and other members of his family. Again, his esteem for his architects is expressed in the names Lockwood Street and Mawson Street. In all, there are 22 streets, besides places, terraces, and roads, which contain 850 houses and 45 almshouses, making a total of 895 dwellings, covering an area of 25 acres. Let us enter one of the dwellings and examine its internal arrangements. From the sample, the whole bulk may be judged. It is built of the same stone as the mill and lined with brickwork. It contains parlor, kitchen, pantry, and 3 bedrooms. Some of the houses are designed for larger families and others for boarding houses. These dwellings are fitted up with all the modern appliances necessary to comfort and health. They are well ventilated and have each a back garden walled in and flagged. The rents are moderate, and the houses are in much request. Part of Victoria Road is occupied by tradesmen's shops, the post office, the savings bank, and the office of the Shipley and Saltaire Times. The whole cost of these dwellings in 1867 amounted to £106,562, exclusive of the land. With so much consideration for the welfare of the workpeople, it was not likely that the educational wants of the children would be forgotten. In laying out the town, a central and most convenient site was set apart, on which elementary schools were to be built. From the first, provisional accommodations had been made elsewhere, but it was not till 1868 that the site was occupied. The report of the government inspector after their erection was that the school buildings for beauty, size, and equipment had no rivals in the district. The cost of their erection was £7,000. They are situated on the west side of Victoria Road and provide accommodation for 750 children. The style adopted is Italian, which is uniform with the other buildings of Saltaire. The boys' and girls' schoolrooms are placed at opposite ends of the building, each being 80 feet long by 20 feet broad. Between the wings and the front is a double colonnade. To the back are extensive open playgrounds laid with asphalt, also covered playgrounds for wet weather. In front, the ground is tastefully laid out with walks and shrubs. 2 sculptured lions are placed at the corners of the garden palisades, emblematical of vigilance and determination. These are works of art, superior, in the estimation of many, to those at the base of the Nelson Monument in Trafalgar Square. Indeed, they were originally designed for that monument by Mr. Milnes, the sculptor, but a misunderstanding having arisen between him and Sir E. Landseer, they were not exhibited in London, but transferred to Saltaire. Mr. Salt, from the first, had the schools placed under government inspection, for though many of his nonconformist friends were then unfavorable to state interference in education, he strongly advocated it, not for the sake of the grants, but for the benefit resulting from the inspector's visits. When the Education Act of 1870 came into force, board schools were erected for the district and in the neighborhood of Saltaire. Mr. Salt therefore resolved to give up his elementary schools and turn the buildings into middle-class schools, for which purpose they are admirably adapted. These, with the Institute, which we shall afterwards mention, bid fair to make Saltaire renowned, not only for its manufactures, but also for its educational advantages. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 11. His faith and works, like streams that intermingle, in the same channel ran. The crystal clearness of an eye kept single shamed all the frauds of man. Anonymous. He's that liberal to all alike may do a good by chance, but never out of judgment. Beaumont and Fletcher. When Mr. Salt was mayor of Bradford in 1848, he gave abundant proof of his solicitude for the religious wants of the population, and for which no adequate provision had been made. In the flush of commercial prosperity, it is to be feared that many who shared in it failed to realize the moral obligations that wealth entails, especially in providing places of worship for the working classes. Happily, at a later period, the hearts of Christian men were quickened in this direction, and the various religious communions put forth great efforts to supply the deficiency, so that now Bradford is a town second to none in the number and excellence of its churches and Sunday schools. To the erection of many of these, Mr. Salt had been a generous contributor. But now that the weighty responsibility of bringing some thousands of workpeople to reside at Saltaire devolved upon him, there was good reason to expect that their spiritual necessities would enlist his sympathy, even as their physical wants had done. Nor was this expectation disappointed. In arranging the plan of the town from the first, a superior site had been selected for a church, but previous to its erection a temporary one had been provided. In the year 1858 the church was commenced, and was opened the following year. It is situated between the railway and the canal, and in front of the offices connected with the works. The approach to it, from the main road, is by a long asphalted avenue, bordered on either side with grass and shrubs neatly kept. The architectural style of the edifice is, of course, Italian, but carried out with a richness of detail that makes it surpass all other buildings in the neighborhood. It seems Mr. Salt had purposely designed that God's house should have the very best of everything it was in his power to give, and, surrounded as it is by his vast manufacturing establishment, it stands like a palace built for God. The porch consists of a series of Corinthian columns raised above the ground by 6 circular steps. These columns support 8 smaller ones, which terminate in a dome, beneath which is the chamber where the clock, with its chime of 6 bells, is placed, the musical notes of which sound sweetly over the neighborhood. On the south side is the family mausoleum, which is entered from the interior of the church. Let us enter within the latter and see its harmony and simple elegance. It is in the form of a parallelogram, 95 feet by 45 feet. A continuous base runs round the building, supporting at intervals massive Corinthian columns, curiously formed, and which seem to the eye like polished malachite. The spaces between the columns are occupied by windows, filled with delicately tinted glass. A broad aisle runs up the center of the church, and the seats are of solid oak, polished and carved. A massive balustrade encloses the communion table and the pulpit, which, with the organ, occupies the domed recess. 2 large circular chandeliers hang from the ceiling, formed of ormolu, with discs of cut and ground glass. The family pew is placed in a gallery over the entrance, facing the communion table, but it has never been occupied by them, Mr. Salt, when worshiping there, preferring to be seated among the people. The whole cost of the edifice was about £16,000. It is well known that Mr. Salt was, both from education and conviction, a nonconformist. To the congregational or independent form he has been accustomed from childhood. In this, communion divine worship is, as a rule, simple. The doctrines are not formulated into a creed, but the Holy Scriptures are regarded as the only supreme standard. The form of church government is avowedly based on the model of the apostolic churches, which they believe were congregational, that is, the members of the congregation managed their own affairs. Independent, that is, there was no governing body outside the congregation. The choice of the ministry of congregational churches, as well as its support, is, therefore, left in the hands of Christian worshippers, and the patronage either of individuals or of the state is entirely inadmissible. It was in harmony with these principles that the church at Saltaire was begun. The selection of the first pastor was handed over to the congregation. The voluntary contributions of the people towards his stipend were encouraged, and the whole material fabric conveyed to trustees, that it might be held as a congregational church in perpetuity. But, though warmly attached to congregationalism, he was no narrow-minded sectarian. The liberty he claimed in the exercise of his own religious convictions he fully accorded to others. None of his employees were compelled to attend the church he had built. On the contrary, he afforded every facility to other denominations to erect places of worship on his estate. To the Wesleyans he granted a site comprising 1,300 square yards, and laid the foundation stone of their chapel. He was also present at one of the opening services. The primitive Methodists were presented with the site on which their chapel stands. The Baptists have 2 chapels on the confines of the town. The Episcopalians, having a church so near at Shipley, in which parish Saltaire is situated, the erection of another was not deemed necessary. The Roman Catholics have also a church in the immediate neighborhood. The Swedenborgians have a room for their meetings. Thus the religious wants of the people are met, and the spirit of Christian liberality and charity exhibited by Mr. Salt is a worthy example for others to follow. In a large establishment like Saltaire, the workpeople are necessarily exposed to various accidents from machinery. To meet such cases, an infirmary is erected, with every convenience for surgical operations and medical treatment. If a person is maimed for life, he receives a pension, or such light employment is provided for him as he may be able to follow. The baths and washhouses afford further evidence of Mr. Salt's interest in the health and comfort of his workpeople. They are situated in Amelia Street, and were built at a cost of £7,000. There are 24 baths, 12 on either side of the building, for men and women respectively, each having a separate entrance. A Turkish bath is also provided. The washhouses are the result of Mr. Salt's perception of the need of them for the comfort of the workpeople. In passing along the streets of Saltaire, his eye was sometimes offended by the lines of clothes which, on washing days, were hung out of doors. In visiting the dwellings, he had ocular proof of the inconvenience connected with the domestic laundry. He therefore resolved to elect public washhouses for the people, and to furnish them with all the newest appliances. These consist of 3 steam engines and 6 washing machines. Each person bringing clothes to be washed is provided with a rubbing and boiling tub, into which steam, hot and cold water are conveyed by pipes. When the washing process is finished, the clothes are put into a wringing machine contrived on centrifugal principle, by which a strong current of air is driven through them and the moisture expelled. They are next put in frames which run on wheels into the drying closet, heated with hot air, after which they are ready for the mangling and folding rooms. so that clothes carried to the washhouses in a soiled condition can be, in the course of an hour, washed, dried, mangled, and folded. The almshouses are another proof of his thoughtful provision for the aged and infirm, and were erected in a grateful remembrance of God's undeserved goodness, and in the hope of promoting the comfort of some who, in feebleness and necessity, may need a home. They are situated in the upper part of Victoria Road, on one side of which 20 of them are placed, and on the other side 25, making 45 in all, capable of receiving 75 occupants. In passing along Victoria Road, these almshouses attract the notice of every visitor, and have the appearance of Italian villas, with walks and flower gardens in front, and creeping plants by the windows. Internally they are provided with everything requisite to the comfort of the inmates, such as ovens, boilers, pantries, water, and gas, all free. The inmates may be either men or women, single, married, or widowed. Each married almsman residing with his wife receives a weekly allowance of 10 shillings, and each single almsman or woman 7 shillings and 6pence, which allowance is paid weekly. The qualifications for admission are good moral character and incapacity for labor by reason of age, disease, or infirmity. Although preference is given to persons who have been in the service of the firm, it is not restricted to such, but others who stand in need and are personally known to the trustees are also eligible. There is no distinction of religious creed in considering applications, but all are placed on an equal footing, and, when accepted, are free to attend the place of worship they prefer. But as many of them are aged and infirm, and thereby unable to go far from their homes, a neat little chapel has been provided for their special benefit. On the day it was opened, Mr. Salt, who was present, said that his sole desire was that they should be all happy, and he hoped they were so, and that nothing would give him greater pleasure than to know that this was the case. The chapel is well lighted and ventilated. Its walls are adorned with appropriate texts of Scripture, and services are held in it every Sunday morning and Wednesday night. One event of the year is the annual tea given to the inmates, at which Mr. Salt and his family have been accustomed to attend. It was a sight worthy of the artist's pencil when, on such an occasion, their benefactor appeared in their midst. At one of these celebrations they presented him with a pair of gold spectacles and a silver-mounted walking stick as an expression of their warmest gratitude. Truly to him might be applied the language of the Scriptures, "When the ear heard him, then it blessed him, and when the eye saw him, it gave witness to him, because he delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon him, and he caused the widow's heart to sing for joy." But as some of the institutions above described were erected some time after Saltaire was opened, let us go back in thought to 1853 and see the machinery of the works ready for starting. How different the aspect which meets the eye from that which was visible on that 20th September, when Mr. Salt gathered his numerous friends around him to keep high festival. Everything now has the appearance of business. The combing shed, where the sumptuous banquet had been spread, is now filled with machinery of the most recent invention. The weaving shed is covered with its acres of looms, where many hands stand ready for work. The warehouses are stored with wools, soon to pass through the necessary processes prior to becoming fabric. At last, the great steam engines begin to move, sending their motive power into every part of the vast system, which, as if touched by a mysterious hand, wakes up into life. The complicated wheels begin to revolve, the ponderous frames to quiver, the spindles to whirl, and the shuttles to glide. Now the silence of the place is broken by the din of machinery, in which the human voice is quite inaudible, and then comes forth the product of it all, the beautiful texture known as alpaca. How animated the scene! but it is not one soon to vanish away, like the inaugural festivity, but to continue long after the cunning hand of its originator has crumbled into dust. Here, then, we behold this enterprising manufacturer at the age of 50 commencing a new career. But the accumulated experience of the past 30 years was now of immense advantage to him. It seemed as if he had been all along preparing himself for the wider field of enterprise, in which still greater wealth and fame were to be reaped. His faculty for organization was exhibited on a scale untried before, but such was his knowledge of men that out of the thousands of workpeople he was able to select those who were competent to fill the various posts of duty. May we not say that whatever administrative abilities are considered necessary to the governor of a colony were equally necessary to the governor of this colony of industrious workers? And it was not with despotic power he governed them, for although dependent upon him for the means of support, they had unlimited confidence in the uprightness of his character and the kindness of his heart. On entering his works one day, he discovered some of the yarn had been spoiled in the spinning process. He immediately inquired who had done the mischief. A workman stepped forward and said, "It is of no use, sir, accusing anybody else. I am the man who did it." Of course, they expected nothing but summary dismissal for his negligence, and anxiously awaited the verdict. "What do you mean to do?" asked Mr. Salt. "Do better, sir," was the reply. "Then," said his master with a smile, "go and do it." This workman is still living, and his opinion of his master is given in the following words: "When his mind was made up, nothing could move him. He never flinched from hard work, never talked about a thing, but did it, never used an unnecessary word. He was a kind master to me." The opening of the works of Saltaire soon became known throughout the country, and awakened much interest among the various ranks and classes. The press had not only given an account of the inaugural banquet, but of the gigantic establishment with all its interior arrangements and outward surroundings. The consequence was that not only men of business, but of science and philanthropy, came from all parts of the kingdom to Saltaire, and expressed themselves both astonished and delighted with what they witnessed. At first, every facility was afforded to strangers in gratifying their curiosity or satisfying their inquiries. But in course of time it became necessary to adopt certain regulations in the mode of admission. Besides the interruption to work, the expert eye of the visitor easily gathered a harvest of new ideas while inspecting various costly inventions. It was afterwards found that these ideas were not only purloined, but reproduced to the injury of the patentee as well as the proprietor. This led to the adoption of the rule at present in force, which restricts admission to those who are personally known to the firm, one of whom generally accompanies the visitor over the works. Shortly after Saltaire was opened, several carriages filled with gentlemen drove up to the gates under the leadership of the late Dr. MacLeod of Ben Writing. Mr. Salt received them with much cordiality, for among them were two well-known names around which much interest gathered. These were Mr. William Fairbairn, the late Sir William, and Mr. Dargan, the well-known Irish contractor. After an inspection of the establishment, Mr. Salt invited the whole party to dinner, and Mr. Lockwood, who was also present, was commissioned to proceed to Bradford to make the necessary arrangements. That dinner party is well remembered by at least one of the guests, for the sparkling sallies of wit that were made on the occasion, and of which the Irishmen present were the chief contributors, and also for a memorable incident that took place at the close. Mr. Fairbairn, Mr. Dargan, and Mr. Lockwood remained for an hour after the other guests had left. Turning to the host, Mr. Dargan said, "Now, Mr. Salt, I want to know your history." But there was no answer. "Come," he said, "I must have it." "My history," said Mr. Salt very modestly, "has nothing particular about it, and in a few words he mentioned those salient facts with which the reader is already familiar. "Now," said he, "I should like to know the history of you three gentlemen." Mr. Dargan's life was certainly a very eventful one, and worthy of a brief record here. He said, "My father was a farmer in Ireland, and my mother an exceedingly clever woman who brought up her children in a most judicious manner. But suddenly she died, and my father became an altered man for the worse. Everything on the farm went to wreck and ruin, and 2 years after my mother's death he died also. The little property that fell to my share I gave up to my sisters, and I made up my mind to seek my fortune elsewhere. I went to Dublin and crossed to Holyhead, where workmen were blasting the rocks for the breakwater. I went into the quarries and worked for 12 shillings a week. Thinking I could myself work better than they, I sought and obtained other employment at £2 a week. After a while I thought I could yet better myself, and gave notice to leave. But the contractor offered me a situation with a salary of £200 a year. I accepted it and got married. Then came the railway mania, when every man who had a knowledge of land surveying was sure to find employment. I went back to Ireland and learned what I wanted. My newly acquired knowledge was soon called into requisition. I undertook to survey part of a line of railway, and in the first year I made £2,000. Afterwards I took a contract for some of the works, one of which was a bridge. It was there," he said, turning to Mr. Fairbairn, "Fairbairn, you and I first met. Since then I have made millions, but have not kept them." Such is the story of Dargan's life, as given by himself on the occasion referred to. As a supplement to it, it may be interesting to know that he planned the Industrial Exhibition of Dublin in 1853 with a view of developing the resources of his native country, and as a help towards its realization he placed £20,000 in the hands of a working committee, which sum was lost, for, in a monetary point of view, the exhibition was a failure. At the opening ceremony the offer of knighthood was offered to him, which he declined. Mr. Salt then called on Mr. Fairbairn to relate his history, which has been recently published at length in Pole's Life of Sir William Fairbairn. It affords a striking illustration, along with those of Mr. Salt and Mr. Dargan, of what men with moderate education and limited means may accomplish. They were all self-made men, who entered upon the business of life with a determination to succeed. Into every undertaking they put their undivided energies, and each success became a stepping stone to still higher attainment. Mr. Lockwood's life was also given on this occasion, but as it is happily not completed, it would be out of place to record it in part. Suffice it to say that he, too, is an example to young men how the cultivation of talent, devotedness to professional duties, combined with tact and courtesy, can lead to eminence. One of the most remarkable machines in the works of Saltaire is that used in the combing of wools, and which is worthy of notice not only from its own intrinsic value, but from other circumstances to which we shall briefly refer. The inventor of this machine was Heilmann, a Frenchman, who took out a patent for it in England about the year 1849. The principle of his invention is what is called the nip, which means the mode of taking firm hold of the ends of the wool and holding them as firmly as the hair of the head is fixed in the scalp. For the perfecting of this machine, the trade is mainly indebted to Mr. Samuel Cunliffe Lister of Bradford, whose name is perpetuated both by the park at Manningham and the statue erected there. From the interesting history of the firm of James Ackroyd and Son Limited, we give the following extract. An essential part of Mr. Lister's completed machine is what is called Heilmann's patent. This patent was purchased conjointly by the firm of James Ackroyd and Son and Titus, now Sir Titus, Salt, Sons and Company. About the year 1852, and resold to Mr. Lister for about £40,000, the amount of the original purchase, money reserving the right of use to the vendors. It will thus be seen that in the works of Saltaire no expense was spared to make the machinery perfect, a principle on which the firm has continued to act, and which enables them to maintain that high position in the trade to which they are so justly entitled. From the reputation of Mr. Salt in connection with alpaca, it might be supposed that this was the only staple manufacturer at Saltaire, but it is not so. His success in the utilizing of Donskoy wool and alpaca led him to try other experiments of a similar kind. His eye was ever quick to perceive the demands of the trade, and his patience and perseverance enabled him to continue his experiments with any new material submitted until its properties and capabilities were ascertained. The material to which reference will now be made is mohair, the wool or hair of the Angora goat. Unlike the alpaca, this animal is indigenous to the eastern world, as the former is to the western. Its home is in the mountainous interior of Asia Minor, in the center of which is Angora, a town situate about 220 miles east of Constantinople. Angora has long been celebrated for its breed of goats with beautiful silky hair 8 inches in length. Of this goat hair, commonly called mohair, a yarn is made from which is manufactured the beautiful fabric called Utrecht velvet, which is used most extensively for upholstering purposes, curtains and so forth, and with which many of the continental railway carriages are lined. Of the skin of the Angora goat the fine oriental leather is made. But the wool or hair of this animal is not, like that of the alpaca, a new material in the production of textile fabrics. It is perhaps one of the most ancient in the world. There is reason to believe that it is to this material reference is made in Exodus 25, 4th verse. Speaking of the covering of the Jewish tabernacle in the wilderness, God says, "And blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair." It is perhaps also to the beautiful and silky appearance of this material that Solomon refers in Songs 4:1. "Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Mount Gilead." It would thus appear from the above quotations that the goat's hair in ancient times was utilized and was particularly soft and beautiful. But whatever the origin or antiquity of mohair, it became, shortly after Saltaire was opened, one of the staple articles in use and, along with alpaca, is manufactured into an endless variety of the worsted goods which are to be found on every draper's counter in the kingdom, and worn in various forms by the inhabitants of countries beyond the seas. In order that regular supplies of mohair may be obtained for manufacturing purposes, an agent of the Saltaire firm permanently resides in Constantinople, through whom all business negotiations are conducted. The name of Titus Salt is well known in various parts of Turkey, and has long been synonymous with all that is honorable in connection with British commerce. As an evidence of this, the youngest son of Mr. Salt happened to be visiting Constantinople in the year 1865. This visit was not for purposes of business, but simply as a tourist in eastern parts. But one day he presented a draft at a banking house, bearing the honored name of his father, which was also his own. It was soon noised abroad that Titus Salt from England had arrived in the capital, and on 'change it was conjectured that commercial pursuits must have brought him. The consequence was that prices took a sudden rise and extensive purchases were anticipated. These hopes, however, were raised only to be dashed to the ground, for the English tourist soon took his departure without making any particular investment except in articles of curiosity. The business negotiations with the East were sometimes conducted with the quiet dispatch peculiar to diplomacy. We once happened to meet the firm at luncheon, when a telegram arrived, which was handed to Sir Titus and passed to the other partners. It was, last of all, handed to us. But lo, it was written in cipher, which no one knew save the sender and they to whom it was sent. Thus, between Saltaire and Constantinople, business was being transacted at this moment, and for aught we know, wealth was thereby acquired. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 12. Quote, "From lowest place when virtuous things proceed, the place is dignified by the doer's deed. When great additions swell, and virtue none, it is a dropsied honor. The purest treasure mortal times afford is spotless reputation. That away men are but gilded loam or painted clay." End quote from William Shakespeare. The first part of this chapter will be devoted to a description of two scenes in which Mr. Salt appears. First, as the entertainer of his work people, and second, as a recipient in a tangible form of their gratitude and love. It would have augured ill for the inhabitants of Saltaire had they beheld the marvelous sympathy of their noble master for their temporal and spiritual welfare without reciprocating it in some way. It is said, love cannot be all on one side, and the same aphorism may be applied to kindness and goodwill, which also require reciprocity for their healthy growth. In the case of an employer of labor like Mr. Salt, his moral nature would not have suffered loss had his kindness met with no response on the part of his work people. The consciousness of having done his duty would have brought its own reward, but the consequence to the morals of the people themselves would have been disastrous. To them the master would have been merely as a benevolent individual, and they but the objects of his compassion and the recipients of his bounty. But when genuine sympathy on one side has evoked the same quality on the other, the reciprocal of capital and labor rests on a substantial basis. At Saltaire, we have a splendid example of the hearty sympathy subsisting between master and work people. The latter resolved to present Mr. Salt with a colossal bust of himself, and on the 20th September, 1856, the ceremony took place. It will be remembered that this was his birthday, and also the day on which Saltaire was opened in 1853. Only 3 years had elapsed since the sumptuous banquet had been held on that occasion, at which the workpeople sat among other invited guests. But instead of resting under the shadow of that bygone act, Mr. Salt was ready to repeat it and invite them again to another festivity. The ceremony of presenting the testimonial was therefore united with the birthday festival, in which this mutual sympathy between master and workman was beautifully exemplified. For, as already indicated in the first part of the proceeding, Mr. Salt appeared as the generous host. In the second part, he was the honored guest. Work was suspended at Saltaire on that memorable day, for the festival was to be held at Crow Nest, the residence of Mr. Salt, and a general invitation was given to all the hands in the establishment to visit him at his home. The number who accepted it was 3,000, and they were conveyed thither at his expense by railway. As they passed in procession through the streets of Bradford on their way, they presented to the inhabitants unmistakable evidence of being what Mr. Salt 3 years before hoped they would be, well-paid, contented, and happy operatives. The procession consisted of spinners, combing-shed hands, warehousemen, and hand-loom weavers. The women and girls led the way 4 abreast, preceded by the Saltaire drum and fife band. Many flags and Union Jacks were carried in the procession, while 2 banners of blue silk, bearing the arms of Mr. Salt with the motto Quid non Deo Juvante beneath, were conspicuous above all. An eyewitness of the procession wrote, "In that moving mass of humanity, honest and industrious men and women, we beheld a sight which could not fail to awaken the best emotions of the human heart and to inspire the philanthropist with joy and gladness. On arriving at the entrance to Crow Nest grounds, they passed down a pathway lined on either side by overhanging trees. On approaching the house, they beheld a herd of llamas, alpacas, and Angora goats collected from the greensward on the right, which excited much interest on part of the workpeople. Though many of them had daily been handling the fiber derived from such animals, most of them had never before beheld a living specimen. The mansion lies embosomed in a beautiful dell, and on the front doorstep stood Mr. Salt, surrounded by his family, to bid them welcome. The procession continued its course through the conservatories and greenhouses, issuing thence into the gardens, and ultimately emerging into the park, in which were preparations on every side for the enjoyment of the people. And now the sports of the day began, which consisted of various innocent amusements, such as running, leaping, climbing, dancing. No intoxicating liquor was needed to exhilarate them, nor was any provided. The fresh air and scenery around were sufficient, while the noonday sun poured down its rays and filled every heart with joy. And then came the feast itself. How can pen describe it? On an elevated part of the park, a monster marquee was erected, the superficial area of which was 3,000 yards, capable of accommodating comfortably 5,000 persons. There were 32 tables, equal to 870 yards in length, and covered from end to end with white garland calico. The seating was double that length, or nearly a mile. The interior of this immense dining hall was decorated with flowers and evergreens, while outside flags and banners were hung in profusion. To show the extent of provision made for this extraordinary feast, the following is the bill of fare, namely, beef 1,380 pounds, ham 1,300 pounds, tongues and pies 520 pounds, plum bread 1,080 pounds, currant bread 600 pounds, butter 200 pounds, tea 50 pounds, sugar 700 pounds, cream 42 gallons, and a great quantity of celery. The weight of the earthenware used was 4 tons and a quarter, of the glass 3/4 of a ton, and of the knives, forks, and spoons 100 and a quarter. Before grace was sung, Mr. and Mrs. Salt passed round the tables amid the enthusiastic applause of their guests. It was a scene that must have filled the heart of the generous host with gladness, that he could thus help to make his fellow creatures happy, that he could be the means of sending new life into every fiber of their physical being, and offering them a draught of the purest pleasure that would bring no regrets on the morrow, except that the scene itself had vanished away. But the second part of the proceedings was yet to come. The former was only the background to bring out in relief the picture itself. Now the scene is shifted from Crow Nest to St. George's Hall, Bradford, where the presentation of the bust took place in the evening. The stalls were filled with the personal friends of Mr. Salt, who appeared in full dress, while the area and galleries were crowded with work people. The chairman on this occasion stated that the idea of presenting Mr. Salt with some token of esteem originated 3 years since, but circumstances had prevented the accomplishment of the purpose. At first the opinion prevailed that Mrs. Salt should also be presented with some expression of their appreciation of her kindness, but believing that in honoring her husband she herself would feel honored, they had resolved to unite their contributions in the purchase of a work of art which should remain an heirloom for the family forever. The sculptor selected was Mr. T. Milne, who also executed the lions that adorn Saltaire. The bust is of the purest Carrara marble, standing on a shaft or pedestal of Sicilian marble. At the base of the shaft, various symbolized figures represent the sources of Mr. Salt's wealth. The shaft on which the base rests is supported by an alpaca and Angora goat, the animals which supply the new material for manufacture, At their feet lies a fleece enwrapping a cornucopia, from which is pouring forth a profusion of rich and luscious fruit, and falling, as it were, on the works and the dwellings of Saltaire, which are brought out in relief on the base of the pedestal. The artist has made 1 foot of the alpaca to rest on a wreath of olives, thus indicating peace, and 1 foot of the goat upon the fleece, from which is springing out abundance for employer and employed, thus indicating plenty. The whole is 6 feet 6 inches in height, from the base of the pedestal to the crown of the head, and weighs within a fraction of 2 tons. The address presented on the occasion was the following: Sir, we, the work people in your employment, in presenting to you the marble bust of which we now ask your acceptance, would briefly refer to the motives that have induced us to take this step, one which may be considered almost unprecedented in the history of manufacturers. Your work people have for some time back felt a strong desire to present to you, in a tangible form, some token of their affection and regard, not only as a tribute to the genius and enterprise which have called forth the admiration of all well-wishers of their country, but to the high and noble spirit of philanthropy which you have always manifested, and which has been actively at work, not only in securing the happiness and prosperity of your work people, but in the undeviating support which you have rendered to those public institutions which are calculated to promote the present and lasting benefit of the public at large. And when we consider that this day is the anniversary of the inauguration of the works at Saltaire, we are reminded of the results of that genius and enterprise as manifested in the gigantic establishment you have raised. Not only has its adaptation for manufacturing purposes been considered, but you have been equally careful to secure the health and comfort of your work people. Well does it deserve the appellation of the Palace of Industry, and, sir, your attention has not been entirely absorbed in providing for the physical wants of your work people, but a higher and nobler purpose has had a share of your attention, viz. The cultivation of the mind, and though Saltaire has been so recently built, we have had a library and reading room in operation more than 12 months. The library containing more than 1,200 volumes of well-selected works, which are enjoyed and appreciated by a great number of work people. Sir, if we look back at the seasons of commercial depression, which have from time to time visited the West Riding, entailing heavy losses upon the manufacturers, and distress among a great portion of the working population, we are not unmindful that you, sir, have nearly counteracted the effect of such seasons of distress upon your own work people by keeping them fully employed. For however long the storm may have lasted, a diminution in the hours of work and a consequent loss to the operatives in wages have never yet taken place in your establishment. We think, sir, these are circumstances characteristic of your efforts, which you may look back upon with pride and satisfaction, and which we remember with feelings of gratitude, and the benevolent spirit which has been manifested to those who have been unfortunate, and the efforts that have been made to render at all times your work people happy and contented, have given rise to feelings of affection and love, which will be lasting as our lives, and have laid upon us a debt of gratitude which cannot be repaid. But, sir, we beg that you will accept the testimonial we offer, not for its pecuniary worth or artistic merit, but as a tribute of our love. In conclusion, we would say that it is our sincere desire that you may live long to look with pleasure and satisfaction upon the testimonial we offer, that your future course and that of your sons may be characterized by the same prosperity which has hitherto marked your career, and that when age compels you to retire active life, it may be a source of happiness to you to recollect that you have lived in the affections of your work people. September 20th, 1856. The above address was handed to Mr. Salt by Mr. S. Wilson in the name and on behalf of the workpeople, who said, presenting the bust, "It is out of my power to lift the ponderous weight. Were it sovereigns, I would gladly count the enormous weight and place it in the hands of one whom I believe it will ultimately be said, 'Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord.'" Mr. Salt's acceptance of the testimony was made in the following words: "My friends, in accepting this beautiful work of art at your hands as a tribute of your affection and esteem, I assure you it is most gratifying to my feelings, and I consider this as the proudest day of my life. 3 years ago, when I had the pleasure of meeting you at the opening of the works of Saltaire, I then stated my motives and objects in erecting them. So far, I have reason to hope that my wishes will be fulfilled, and that I shall be there surrounded by an industrious, a happy, and a moral people. And so long as I am supported by you, as heretofore, with God's blessing, I have no doubt of success. I am sure, therefore, that you will take it in good part if I remind you that you must be co-workers with me, for it is only as you, each one of you, young and old, great and small, do your part, that I can succeed in promoting the object I have in view. This is my most earnest wish for Saltaire. I thank you for the kind reference you have made to my sons in your address. I can only say in regard to this, that they know my highest ambition for them is, that they should conscientiously employ the property and position which they may inherit from me in carrying on whatever undertaking I have the honor of commencing for the benefit of the working classes, and that this beautiful bust and pedestal will be to them a constant incentive. Ladies and gentlemen who occupy the stalls, let me thank you for the cordial sympathy which you have manifested. What has just taken place, I am sure, must convince you that the task of improving the condition of the working classes, however difficult and laborious it may be, is not thankless or unprofitable. In acknowledging the resolution of thanks for the hospitalities at Crow Nest, Mr. Salt said, "I beg to assure you that the pleasure you have felt this day has been reciprocal. Myself and my family have been greatly delighted to see you, I assure you. I cannot but plead guilty to a little pride. I did feel proud of my workmen today when assembled in the park. I am very glad the weather has been so favorable and that everything has gone off so well. But I will not detain you by any remarks. I feel no doubt but the talented artists who are to occupy the remainder of the evening will add to the proceedings of today the end which crowns the whole. I cannot sit down, however, without bearing in mind that there are some among you who have worked hard in making the arrangements for this day, and to them I take the opportunity of offering my most heartfelt thanks." A workman, in seconding a vote of thanks to the chairman, said, in his own provincial dialect, "I've wrought for 16 years for Mr. Salt, and I can say that I am well pleased and well satisfied with him. And I am well pleased with our chairman, and I second motion with all my heart, and sit myself down." A soiree musicale filled up the day's program, which afforded a rich feast to the lovers of music. Between the parts, coffee and other refreshments were served in the saloon. The bust presented on this occasion was considered a striking representation, in marble, of Mr. Salt's features at the age of 53. But the later productions of the artist are those by which his personal appearance will be known by posterity. To these and other works of art, of which he was the subject, reference will afterwards be made. The bust in question for many years has occupied a position in the entrance hall at Crow Nest, and by directions and the will of the deceased baronet, it will be removed to the club and institute at Saltaire, where it will permanently remain in the midst of people he loved so well. We thus obtain an insight into the sympathetic relationship that then subsisted between Mr. Salt and his workmen, and which continued until the end of his life. Nor was this, happily, an isolated case of the kind in Yorkshire. The working people, for instance, at Haley Hill, Halifax, were animated by similar sentiments toward their employers. That this spirit of goodwill was reciprocal is abundantly verified by many noble institutions for the moral and religious improvement of their workmen erected by Messrs. Ackroyd. Surely such instances of mutual respect between master and workpeople may be taken as a proof that fair, honest, and honorable treatment will always ensure loyal hearts as well as industrious hands. From the opening of the works, Mr. Salt had devoted his time and energy to the organization of the various departments in connection with them. In this complex duty he was heartily seconded by his sons and the other members of the firm. But, as might be supposed, Mr. Salt continued his grasp of the helm, and his judgment and will were still the ruling power in the business. After the lapse of a few years, however, he felt he might somewhat relax his energies and leave to others many details that had hitherto been managed by himself. But this was not that he might take a rest from toil. No, his active mind seemed never at rest. At least it was like the rest of the spinning top when sleeping, as boys call it, that is, the rest of imperceptible motion. Still, with his marvelous constitution and energy, work did not tell upon his frame as it often does upon others, so that the time and effort now withdrawn from Saltaire were devoted to the public. The removal of his manufacturing business to Saltaire did not in any way affect his relation to the town of Bradford in its municipal, political, and commercial affairs. He continued to take a prominent part in the beginning of 1859. Mr. Salt had the honor to move the resolution of welcome to Mr. John Bright, in the presence of one of the largest audiences ever assembled in St. George Hall. For this eminent man, Mr. Salt had long cherished the highest admiration and esteem. Once, upon paying a passing visit to Crow Nest, we found him unusually depressed in spirits. On inquiring the cause, we ascertained that in the morning papers a premature announcement of the death of Mr. Bright had been given. When we assured him that a contradiction of it appeared in later editions, the shadow of his countenance disappeared, and with a warm grasp of our hand he said, "Thank you for bringing the good news." At the Reform Conference, held on the day following the above meeting, when representatives from many parts of Yorkshire met, Mr. Salt was elected to preside. These facts may be regarded as indicative of the high place he occupied in the esteem of the community and of his attachment to the reform movement. He was a reformer of the noblest type, not hostile to the customs or laws because of their antiquity. In this he was rather conservative, but all legislative enactments not based on sound moral principles of right and justice, and which appealed not to common sense for their maintenance, had in him a strenuous opponent. As for mere expediency, either in politics or religion, his soul abhorred it. This accounts for his consistency throughout his life. There was no trimming of sails to catch the popular breeze, no deviation from the straight course which duty prescribed or conscience approved, even if he had to stand alone. And the reason is obvious. He thought for himself. Calmly he felt his way amid conflicting opinions until he found the rock of principle, and on this his foot was planted. At a great meeting held about this time in Bradford to condemn the Reform Bill, brought in by Mr. Disraeli, now Lord Beaconsfield, Mr. Salt gave utterance to sentiments which he firmly held to the close of his life. On that occasion he said he hoped the reformers of England would never rest satisfied with any reform bill proposed by any party which did not admit the working classes to their due share of the franchise. He considered it quite a misnomer to call the bill then before the country a reform bill. He hoped the middle and working class would unite as one man and insist upon a real, true, and efficient reform bill. Such political sentiments, expressed with that manliness so conspicuous to him, made a deep impression on the minds of the Liberal party of Bradford, and marked him out, in their opinion, as one of their future representatives. The opportunity for acting on such an opinion was not far off. Lord Derby's government being defeated on the second reading of the Reform Bill, a dissolution of Parliament took place in the spring of 1859. The candidates for Bradford were Mr. Wickham, who presented himself for re-election, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Salt. The first was already known in his political capacity. The second was a churchman of moderate conservative opinions and a local banker. The third was a liberal-minded nonconformist and at the head of the largest worsted manufactory in the world. All three candidates were locally known for their deeds of active benevolence and were regarded by all classes with the greatest respect. The question of politics was therefore the only one that was at stake on this occasion. Let us then see Mr. Salt in the novel position as a candidate for the borough. But this position was not one which he himself sought. It was pressed upon him at a large meeting of electors and non-electors held in St. George's Hall, at which a hearty resolution was passed in acknowledgment of the services of their late member, Major General Thompson. The following speech was delivered by Mr. Salt. Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, in the first place, you will allow me to express my heartfelt and sincere appreciation of the resolution you have passed. I think that the resolution in acknowledgment of the services of Major General Thompson is most proper and fitting on the present occasion. If we remember his great exertions for the repeal of the Corn Laws, which can never be forgotten by his country, we cannot do him too much honor. Passing to the object of the meeting, we have been called upon, gentlemen, by the present government to give our verdict upon the question of parliamentary reform, and Lord Derby has brought in a bill which he calls a reform bill, but it is for you to decide whether or no it is such. In my opinion, it is not. It is an evasion, and therefore the country is now called upon to speak out upon the question. For the representation of the borough, we have three candidates. There is myself, called into the field by yourselves. We have Mr. Wickham, who has long been your representative and who has worked well for the borough. I have never had cause to find fault with him, nor have I ever found anyone else find fault with him. Then we have another candidate, whose address is just brought upon the platform, Alfred Harris, Esquire. A more respectable gentleman there is not in this borough, and as a magistrate and a citizen, we all wish to honor him. But if he represents the feelings of the majority of the electors of this borough, I am very much mistaken. I repeat that the present government of Lord Derby has called upon us to decide the question whether you want reform or not. The bill which they have proposed I consider quite a sham and an evasion of the question, and it will rest with you to say whether you concur in that view or not. I have been called upon by the Reform Registration Society to come forward as a candidate for this town. I assure you it is not from any ambition on my part that I have acceded to this request, but if you do elect me to represent you, I shall consider it a very great honor, and all my exertions shall be directed to the cause of reform. I have been ardently devoted to this all my life. It is 40 years since I came to this borough. I came as a boy. I have been educated in commercial affairs in this borough, and you all know my political principles. I have always advocated the principles of reform. For the last 30 years, I have never flinched from them, and they are the principles which I now profess. I advocated the Reform Bill in 1832, and I also supported the successful efforts to repeal the Corn Laws and for the extension of education amongst the working classes. Since that time, I am quite satisfied we ought to make still further progress in the extension of the franchise. Lord John Russell has advocated a measure by which it is proposed to give the franchise to £10 occupiers in counties and to £6 occupiers in boroughs. And of course, I shall advocate this, and if the opportunity occurs, I shall go further. But I think the best way is to take as much as we can get. I shall also support the vote by ballot. I think it is quite essential to give independence to voters, and whether they are shopkeepers or the working classes, I would have them all independent by giving them the ballot. And as a commercial man, you may be sure I shall advocate all possible economy in the expenditure of the public money. I am sorry to say that the public money has been greatly wasted. I am also a great advocate for peace, but still I would have us to be prepared for any emergency. We must keep the command of the seas, but that may be done at a great deal less expense than has been incurred. I will say, in conclusion, that I shall be glad to answer any questions which any electors present may think proper to submit to me. If I am sent by you as the representative of this borough, I assure you it will be regarded by me as one of the greatest honors you can confer. And I hope that my opinions on all great questions and upon all occasions will be in unison with the majority of the electors of this borough. The resolution in support of Mr. Salt as candidate was moved by Mr. Robert Milligan, one of the retiring members for the borough, who said, "They all knew Mr. Salt. He had been nearly all his life amongst them. He might say that, in his opinion, Bradford was more indebted to that gentleman than to any other then residing in the borough. He had established and conducted a manufacturing and mercantile business not surpassed in any other town in England. Mr. Salt had been the means of introducing into the borough an entirely new business, by which he had employed thousands of hands for many years, and by that means he had increased the trade of Bradford and enriched a great many of the inhabitants. He had not only done this, but he had enabled the working classes to earn a livelihood, which, had not the business been introduced, they might have had to seek elsewhere." During the course of the meeting, several questions were put to Mr. Salt, and answered in a straightforward way. But a remark having been made that though he had been instrumental in effecting the incorporation of the borough, he had subsequently removed his establishment to Saltaire, in order to avoid the heavy taxation entailed as the result of that incorporation. This remark was answered by Mr. H. F. Lockwood, the architect of Saltaire, and as his speech throws some additional light on Mr. Salt's character and worth, the following extract from it will be perused with pleasure. He said he would answer the remark that had been made, because he knew Mr. Salt was too modest to do so. There was no one of whose acts he could speak more worthily than he could of his. Besides, the question raised, which was highly important, should be set at rest. There had been some tradesmen throwing it in their teeth that Mr. Salt took his works down to Saltaire and deserted Bradford. Mr. Salt worked at a disadvantage in Bradford. He had, as they knew, 5 or 6 mills in different parts of the town, difficult of access and still more difficult of surveillance. He felt the necessity of concentrating those works, but when he determined in his own mind to do so, he resolved that while he increased his power of production, those who assisted him should share all the benefits and blessings which it was in his power to obtain by such concentration. And instead of it being a disgrace to Mr. Salt in taking such a course, he thought that every man present ought at once to rise and say it was an honor to him. It was his own, Mr. Lockwood's, good fortune to be entrusted with the direction of these works, and in that capacity he might tell them that Mr. Salt gave him instructions upon all occasions to study the health, comfort, and happiness of his people, expense in no case being a consideration. He desired him to give them plenty of space, plenty of fresh air, plenty of pure water. Would any man say that Mr. Salt deserted Bradford? He could only tell them that in the enormous contracts for his works, Mr. Salt always gave the preference to Bradford men, and the amount of these contracts executed in the town was £250,000. Did they call that deserting Bradford? At one time, there were no fewer than 3,000 men employed belonging to Bradford. Mr. Salt was always doing great good in other ways. Let them look at his beneficent acts. The other week he knew that he gave instructions to his solicitors to alienate a mass of property which cost £11,000 for the benefit of those around him. His motto might be written, "Deeds, not words." Mr. Salt's unostentatious deeds of beneficence were not confined to persons connected with one church or denomination, but extended to all. He had known him, for example, to go to a clergyman of the Church of England in feeble health with a handful of notes and say, "There, take that. Every shilling of it is to be spent at the seaside." The resolution in support of Mr. Salt was enthusiastically passed, in acknowledging which he said he could reassure them that he felt they had placed him under very deep obligations by this expression of kindness and confidence. He had always been attached to the borough of Bradford. All he possessed was from it, and this mark of their great confidence would rivet him to it more closely. If he were sent to Parliament, he hoped that he should remain firm to the principles which he had ever professed. The following letter from General Thompson was sent to the chairman of Mr. Salt's committee. Elliot Vale, Blackheath, 9th April, 1859. My dear Sir, tell Mr. Salt that my success at the last election was entirely owing to his leaving the field open, and if he will come out for the ballot, which he will see is essential to enabling me to do it without rebuke from my friends and supporters, I will do the same for him on the present occasion, and consider that the appearance of a man of his eminence in support of the great question of the day is doing much more for the popular cause than could result from any effort of my own. Yours truly, Baronet Thompson. From the speeches delivered on this eventful occasion, both by Mr. Salt and his friends, it will be seen what were his political convictions. At that time, considerable anxiety prevailed in some quarters, lest the lowering of the franchise would admit the working classes in such large numbers that it would seriously affect the British Constitution. It was, therefore, all the more assuring to those who entertained such fears to find a large employer like Mr. Salt so heartily advocating the measure. But perhaps his political views could not have been more clearly put than in the following comprehensive address. To the electors and non-electors. Gentlemen, having been invited by a large meeting of electors convened under the auspices of the Reform Registration Society, I have consented to ask at your hands the honor of representing your important borough in the ensuing Parliament. A life spent in the trade of the district, and the humble part I have taken in all our local movements, will, I trust, be accepted as a guarantee of my acquaintance with your interests and an earnest of my desire to promote them. My political principles are well known to all of you, and even those who in some respects differ from them will, I hope, do me the justice to admit that they have been as consistent as they have been sincere. For peace, reform, and economy, I have worked with you for more than 30 years, and these great objects I am not now likely to desert. To the question which Lord Derby has put to the country, I trust the answer will be clear and decisive, and that the representation may be settled, so that a happy and united people at home may strengthen our government in seeking to preserve peace abroad. The issue of the impending election is, I take it, reform or no reform, advancement or retrogression. I am and always have been for reform, and I believe the advancement of the country is indissolubly connected with that principle. When I speak of reform, I mean an extension of the suffrage to the industrial classes of the community, the lowering of occupational franchise in counties by which many intelligent men, now excluded, may be introduced into the electoral body, the adoption of the ballot as the only feasible method yet proposed for ensuring freedom of election, and such a redistribution of seats as shall destroy nomination boroughs and to confer the franchise upon large and important communities. A reform bill embodying these principles, I believe the country is prepared to carry, and less than that I hope it will not accept. Believing that these views are held by a large majority of the electors of Bradford, I am encouraged to offer myself as a candidate. I will only add that, as no personal feelings were allowed to create division in our last election, so I trust at this important crisis our union will ensure success. And should you place me in so honorable and responsible a post, my best efforts will be devoted to fulfill its obligations to your entire satisfaction. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, your obliged and obedient servant, Bradford, 9th April, 1859, Titus Salt. In reference to the 10 hours bill, which restricted the hours of labor in manufactories, Mr. Salt said he would not interfere with that measure, which had already passed into law. He was quite satisfied with its beneficial operations. He rejoiced to say that he had always been an advocate for it. In fact, for nearly 12 months before that enactment came into force, he had adopted it in his own case by reducing the hours of his workpeople. With regard to the taxes on knowledge, he had always approved of Mr. Milner Gibson's efforts to obtain the repeal of those taxes. With regard to the grant of Maynooth, he was opposed to all grants for religious purposes, but he would not single out anyone in particular for his opposition. Such was the political creed which Mr. Salt avowed in view of the day of election. When the nomination of candidates took place, which was then conducted in public, Mr. Wickham and Mr. Salt had the show of hands, and at the declaration of the poll they were both returned as the members for the borough. When he reached home on the same evening, the whole neighborhood turned out to meet him. The horses were taken from his carriage, which was drawn by the people, while the ringing of bells and enthusiastic cheers of the crowd testified to their joy at the successful issue of the contest. Mr. Salt had now reached a position of honor in the community that he little dreamed of when, as a youth, he came into its midst. Bradford had no higher post to which it could raise him. And let it not be forgotten that whether we contemplate his marvelous career in its commercial, municipal, or political relations, it was by dint of his own manly efforts that he had succeeded. And this fact places him on a pinnacle before the eyes of every young man, not merely as an object to be admired, but an example to be followed. In the autumn of the same year, the annual Congress of the British Association for the Promotion of Social Science was held at Bradford under the presidency of the Earl of Shaftesbury. Among many illustrious men gathered together on that occasion, the late Lord Brougham occupied a prominent place and delivered the annual address, in which he took a comprehensive view of many leading social questions of the day. Not the least interesting part of this annual Congress, wherever it is held, is the hospitality shown to its members. But on this occasion it was exhibited on that scale of unbounded liberality for which Bradford is famous. Among the sights of the town and neighborhood that visitors were eager to see was, of course, Saltaire, to which they were specially invited and were conducted over the establishment by Mr. Salt himself. Among the visitors was the venerable Lord Brougham and other savants, including a party of rising barristers. When the highest floor in the building was reached, Lord Brougham sat down to rest himself upon a large woolsack. Pointing to his seat and turning to one of the barristers, he facetiously remarked, "This is where you would like to be." Another meeting of an ecclesiastical kind took place at Bradford prior to this, and in which Mr. Salt was deeply interested, viz., the annual assembly of the Congregational Union of England and Wales. The late Reverend Dr. Harris was chairman on that occasion, and among those who were present may be mentioned the Reverends John Angle James, Dr. Halley, Dr. George Smith, Walter Scott, and Jonathan Glyde. Mr. Frank, afterwards Sir Francis Crossley, presided at the public meeting, and Mr. Salt at the public breakfast. In the autumn of 1876, the same assembly met in Bradford, but alas, what changes had occurred during the interval! All those honored men had passed away, except the last, who was then so feeble in health that a resolution was cordially carried, expressive of the sympathy of the congregational body with him in his affliction. Their grateful acknowledgments of the services he had rendered to philanthropy and religion, also their earnest prayers that he might be graciously supported to the end of life. The end was not then far off. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 13. Here finds my heart its rest, repose that knows no shock. The strength of love that keeps it blessed in thee, the riven rock. My soul, as girt around, her citadel hath found. I would love thee as thou lovedst me, O Jesus most desired. Ray Palmer. The first residence of Mr. Salt at Crow Nest extended over a period of 14 years. In the year 1858, he received notice from the proprietor that the house would be required for his own occupation. This was an unexpected announcement to the family, who had been so long settled there that the thought of leaving had not once entered their minds. It was the home where the elder children had grown into maturity and the younger ones had been born, and which had become especially dear to the parents since the shadow of death had twice fallen upon it. Mr. Salt would have bought the property from the owner to secure it as a permanent residence for himself, but the latter declined at that time to sell it, so that no alternative was left but to seek a home elsewhere. In laying out the Saltaire estate, the site had been selected by the owner on which he had proposed some day to build a house. That site is perhaps the most beautiful in the neighborhood, commanding as it does an extensive view of the works of Saltaire and the valley of the Aire beyond Bingley. It is now called the Knoll, from its physical conformation, on the summit of which stands the residence of Mr. Charles Stead. Had Mr. Salt proceeded at that time to carry out his primary intention of building a family mansion there, considerable time must have elapsed before its completion. But as Crow Nest was soon to be vacated, it was necessary to procure a house which might at once be made ready for his occupation. Among many eligible mansions that came under his notice, Methley Park was the one selected, and it is here that he resided for the next 9 years, and where various circumstances occurred in his history to which we shall refer in this chapter. Methley Park had been the seat of the Earls of Mexborough for many generations. It is situated 6 miles from Leeds, on the road to Wakefield, from which it is distant about 5 miles. At the time to which we refer, the mansion of Methley had remained untenanted for several years. The roof had become dilapidated, the corridors were damp, and the various apartments musty and cobwebbed. While outside, the courtyard and terrace gardens were overgrown with grass and weeds. The beautiful park, with its ancient oaks, the herd of deer, the gardens and plantations, had become objects of attraction to excursionists who roamed whither they listed, sometimes surreptitiously carrying off shrubs and flowers, or leaving names cut on the leaden roof of the mansion as their only claim to immortality. It was painfully evident that everything was out of gear on the estate, and that some enterprising tenant was needed, whose capital and energy might restore it to its former condition. Mr. Salt was offered a lease of the place at an almost nominal rent, which offer, after much deliberation, was accepted, and he at once instructed his architects to make the necessary preparations for his occupancy. This was a Herculean task to be accomplished in a limited time, but in the execution of it no expense was spared to render the lordly mansion worthy of its antecedent history. As we accompanied Mr. Salt in one of his visits to Methley Park, while these preparations were going forward, it is as an eyewitness we refer to them, and to the striking contrast which their completion afterwards afforded. The mansion was then in the hands of a little army of joiners, bricklayers, painters, gilders, and cleaners, all under the supervision of Mr. Lockwood. The terraces and gardens were in course of transformation from the aspect of a wilderness to that of a paradise. The park was being thoroughly drained and surrounded by iron fences to keep the deer from straying, while throughout the whole estate there were manifest signs that the reign of desolation was drawing to a close. In a few months all was ready for the migration of the family thither, which took place about the end of 1858. When it became known in the neighborhood of Crow Nest that Mr. Salt was about to remove, the regret of the inhabitants was widespread. As an evidence of it, a meeting was held at which it was resolved to present him with an imperial Bible, bound in the most elaborate style with massive gold clasps. The following is a copy of the address inscribed in it. To Titus Salt, Esquire. In name of your friends and neighbors at Lightcliff, we request your acceptance of this volume as a token of our high esteem for your character, and of our deep regret at your removal from amongst us. The warm and practical interest which, during 17 years' residence in the district, you have ever manifested in the promotion and extension of education, and everything pertaining to the material, moral, and spiritual well-being of the inhabitants, has endeared you to the community, and your departure leaves in many hearts and homes a blank which cannot easily be filled. Into the scene of your future residence you are followed by the ardent desire of all classes for the happiness of yourself and family. It is our earnest prayer that you may long be spared to diffuse around the place of your new abode those kind and genial influences which this neighborhood has so long enjoyed, and that in the last remove you may inherit the reward which this sacred volume promises to those who have served their generation according to the will of God. December 1858. Signed by the principal inhabitants of the district. Let us follow Mr. Salt and his family to Methley Park, and enter the house where they have taken up their new abode. The reader who has traveled from Leeds to Normanton by the Midland Railway will have observed the beautiful village of Methley, through which he must pass, with the noble mansion and park situated about a mile to the right. It is built in a castellated style of light stone, and adorned with towers and battlements. A remark made by Mr. Salt many years before this period is worth recording now. It was in connection with one of his early commercial adventures, and when many persons doubted his success or prognosticated failure that he said to a friend, "I am in for a carriage or a castle." What he meant by the remark was that in the event of failure in his new enterprise he might perhaps be compelled to take up his abode in York Castle. Happily, the castle which he now entered was not in York, though in Yorkshire, nor was it as a debtor, but as a successful and affluent man of business. The entrance hall is of more ancient date than the other parts of the building, and with its old oak paneling, mullioned windows, stained glass, and organ loft, gives the impression at first sight of an ecclesiastical edifice. But a glance at the walls dispels that impression, for they are hung with old armor and trophies of the chase. It is needless to say that the new abode was furnished with all the elegance and luxurious taste that wealth could command. One circumstance may here be mentioned as illustrative of Mr. Salt's personal character. He said, "I want my house made as attractive to my sons as possible, that they may not have to seek amusement from home." Hence, every provision was made for indoor and outdoor amusement and recreation, such as workshop and billiard room, shooting, riding, fishing, etc. By this change of abode he was now further removed from his works, the distance being about 20 miles. Still, when business required his presence, this was no obstacle, and the time of his appearance there was always known. Those of his sons who resided with him and were partners in the business generally preceded their father thither. Thus relieved of many duties, he was enabled to attend more to matters of a public kind, amongst which those connected with parliamentary life claimed his attention. In the previous chapter, reference was made to his election as one of the representatives of Bradford. Though the honor conferred upon him on that occasion was really the highest his fellow townsmen could offer, yet whether he was wise in accepting it is open to question. In the opinion of many, he was not fitted for the post, either by his habits or previous training, but this seems one of those rare occasions in his life where he allowed his judgment to be swayed by the wishes of others, and he paid the penalty for it afterwards. During the session of Parliament his seat in the House was always occupied, and his name found on every division list. But within the walls of St. Stephen's his voice was never heard, except on some formal occasion, such as the presentation of a petition. To him it was a scene widely different from that which he had been long familiar. Speaking had always been his weak point, but here it was the chief business. Early rising and retiring had been the rule of his life. Now the long sittings, the heated atmosphere, irregular hours both of diet and sleep, the exciting debates and divisions, were enough to exhaust any man's energies, much more his, so unaccustomed to such an experience. In the House of Commons at that time, several of his personal friends had seats, such as Cobden, Bright, Crossley, and Baines. Palmerston, Russell, Gladstone, and Disraeli were then conspicuous as statesmen. To be associated with such men was doubtless a great honor, but it could not compensate for the broken sleep, the shattered nerves, and gouty twinges from which he so frequently suffered. Whether he intended remaining in Parliament till its dissolution, we cannot say. At all events, he never took up his residence in London, but with his wife and family occupied apartments at Fenton's Hotel, St. James Street. On Sundays he attended Westminster Chapel, and enjoyed the ministry of the Reverend Samuel Martin, who, in addition to his ordinary services, had a devotional meeting every week for the members of Parliament. Mr. Salt was one of many to whom such a meeting was a spiritual boon. But how thankful he was, when an opportunity occurred, to escape from the excitement of parliamentary life to Yorkshire, to see how business proceeded at Saltaire, or to rest amid the quiet scenes of Methley. On one occasion he came to Scarborough for its bracing air. We were then struck with his altered appearance. His countenance was haggard, his spirits depressed, and his walking powers considerably impaired. When asked as to the state of his health, the answer given was, "I'm a weary man." Thus it was apparent that his short parliamentary career had seriously affected his health. So low was he brought that his thoughts dwelt on his latter end, which to him seemed approaching, and he began to make some necessary arrangements in anticipation of that solemn event. Mr. Lockwood was summoned to Scarborough, and instructions were given for the erection of a family mausoleum at Saltaire. Thank God, it was not to be required for him until 17 years had elapsed, and many great and noble purposes of benevolence had been accomplished. The present state of Mr. Salt's health seemed to the writer a suitable occasion for pressing upon his attention those momentous matters relating to his personal salvation and a future state of existence. It seemed hardly compatible with the mutual friendship that had existed so long to maintain utter silence on such subjects. Accordingly, on the following Sunday, the topic of discourse was chosen with a view to comfort the weary and direct such to the only true source of rest. The text selected was from Isaiah 1:4. "The Lord God hath given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season to him that is weary." With the manuscript of the sermon before us, a short extract may be taken, just to show the word in season that was made a blessing to his soul. The preacher first described the weary efforts of a caterpillar to reach the top of a painted pole in quest of foliage, but there was nothing for it there but the bare piece of wood, and it groped all around in vacant space as if disappointed. Thus it is with men. You may see them striving to reach some worldly object in quest of that which can satisfy their spiritual nature. There is a weary soul. And wealth says, "Come up to me." Is not this a word in season to the weary? But when he climbs the pole to the top and looks round, the tree of life is not there. There is a weary soul. And honor says, "Come up to me." Is not this a word in season? But when he reaches the top, there is nothing that can satisfy. There is another weary one. And ambition says, "Come up to me." Is not this a word in season? To be accounted great, learned, and wise, he climbs to the highest pinnacle of science. Perhaps he can count the stars and weigh them by a powerful calculus. Yet, after all, there is a void in his heart, unfilled, for God is not there. There is another weary one. And superstition says, "Come up to me." For that word "come" is always welcome to the weary, and she takes the veil, as it is called, and renounces the world. Farewell forever to its pomps and vanities. Now for a life devoted to religion. Nothing but vespers, vigils, fasts, the counting of beads, and the repetition of collects. Is the soul satisfied with these? Has the heart found rest? I traveled once from London with two Sisters of Mercy. Beautiful name. They were clad in serge, which is the garb of mourning. They were thickly veiled like those bereft. Nevertheless, their half-concealed features were sometimes visible. The lines of sorrow were written there, with all the tracery of melancholy. They neither spoke, nor looked up, nor smiled. Ah, they had climbed the pole of superstition, and yet they were not happy. They had devoted their lives to the outward ceremonies of religion, but there was still an aching void which these things could not fill. They were seeking the living among the dead. Such, brethren, is the specimen of the weariness of men. What does it all prove? It proves that man needs rest. but from the nature of those objects pursued, from the disappointment that ensues when the objects are reached. It is evident rest cannot be found in them. Yea, the very effort to climb wearies the soul all the more. I tell you, until the soul comes to live in God Himself, it can never be satisfied. Suppose that, in watching the movements of that poor caterpillar, you pitied it, and carried it to some leafy tree, and put it up among the branches. It would live there. And what is the cross of Jesus but a tree of life which God has planted here, and by which fallen creatures may climb back to God? But man is blind as well as fallen, and the Holy Spirit comes to open blind eyes and to lead weary souls to the cross. Is not Christ the living vine? Oh, when the soul begins to feed on Him, it begins to live. Weary souls, behold the Savior on the cross. He says, "Come unto me." Words in season, indeed. You have climbed other poles in quest of good. Let your affections be entwined round the cross, and by this you will climb to the skies. You have sought it in wealth, now seek it in Christ. You have sought it in honor. Why not now aspire to become heirs of God and joint heirs with Christ? You have climbed the heights of knowledge. Acquaint yourself with Him who to know is life eternal. You have gazed, perhaps, on the crucifix. Let the eye of faith be turned to the living Christ. Let the hand of faith grasp Him, the arms of faith embrace Him as all your salvation and desire, and verily you shall find rest. We offer no apology for the insertion of the above extract. There were doubtless many strangers in church that Sunday morning to whom the message was specially applicable. Mr. Salt was one of them, for when we met him the following day, he said, "That was a word in season to me yesterday. I am one of the weary in want of rest." Thus the door was opened for unreserved conversation on spiritual subjects. Surely the Spirit of God was to be recognized in this. It is His work to quicken the conscience, to break the false peace of the heart, discovering to a man his own true character in the light of eternity, and thus impelling him to put the momentous question, "What must I do to be saved?" We do not say this anxious inquirer had no difficulties to overcome, or doubts to be met, or fallacious conceptions of the method of salvation to be removed. Of these he had many, but he was willing to become as a little child, that he might enter the kingdom of heaven. In short, it was evident that such an earnest seeker after rest and truth would ere long be a happy finder. For as we have somewhere read, "When a soul seeketh after salvation, there is another seeker, even the good shepherd, who goeth after the lost sheep, and never gives up till he finds it, and carries it home on his shoulders, rejoicing." Still, the light did not burst upon his mind at once. It came upon him gradually, like the dawn. Perfect rest did not at once take possession of the troubled breast, but at occasional intervals he had some experience of it. After this interview we had no difficulty in freely conversing with him on religious themes. He seemed always ready to be instructed in the way of life. Several letters are now in our possession which indicate the state of his mind at this time. One of these is as follows: Methley Park, 21st April. My dear Mr. Balgarnie, I hope you will forgive me for not writing to thank you for the kind letter I received a fortnight ago. I have had plenty of time both to read and think about it, not having been to Bradford or Saltaire since the 3rd instant. which was the last day I was able to leave home. I was obliged to give up the Leicester journey, but I hope to be able to go to Bradford tomorrow. I hope I have been enabled to believe that these, our trials, are for our good, and that our Heavenly Father intends them as such. I assure you I often peruse your kind note, and shall endeavor to profit by your kind advice and counsel. I feel great responsibility to the Giver of all good, and pray to be directed aright, and to put my whole trust in Christ, which is the only sure foundation. You will have all the news from dear Amelia. I am, dear sir, yours ever, Titus Salt. By and by God sent another affliction, which, though grievous at the time, was a means of great spiritual good. His second daughter, Fanny, fell into declining health. The first cause of anxiety in reference to her state occurred at Scarborough, where she was seized with slight hemorrhage from the lungs. From this period it was evident that great care would be needed to prolong her life, and every means that skill and love could devise for that purpose was brought into requisition. Amongst these was a sojourn at Pau and St. Leonard's during 2 successive winters, with several members of her family. Sometimes the fond hope was cherished that the insidious disease was arrested. At other times the hectic flush and diminished strength dashed that hope to the ground. Methley Park was especially attractive to her. Its secluded walks she loved to frequent. But much as she enjoyed the beauty around, it seemed rather to point her thoughts and affections upwards than bind them to earth. We had frequent interviews with her then, and received several letters which revealed such a spirit of gentleness, calm resignation, and simple reliance on the merits of Christ, that it seemed to those who knew her well she was fast ripening for the better land. When the time of her departure came, it was very sudden, but she was ready. On a summer evening in August 1861, when the family were about to retire, she was seized with alarming symptoms in the library, from which she was unable to be removed. There on a couch she lingered, till her gentle spirit returned unto God who gave it. Her remains were laid in a temporary vault in the church of Saltaire until the family mausoleum was completed. We stood with the father that day at the grave of his daughter, and drove back with him to Methley when the funeral service was over. On our way his thoughts seemed to linger by the tomb he had left, for once he said, with much emotion, "I could have laid down beside her." In response to the remark that this visit to Saltaire had been a very sad one, "Yes," he said, "the only sad one there I ever had." Some time after this painful visit, we came back with him to Saltaire, and this was not an occasion of sorrow, but of joy. He had long been in the twilight, as it were, hesitating and halting between Christ and the world. Blessed trouble, that had brought him to see that full decision for God is the only way of peace and safety. It was, therefore, as a declaration of his faith in Christ that he went to Saltaire, that, with other communicants, he might partake of the Lord's Supper for the first time. It was a day never to be forgotten. Early on Sunday morning we set out from Methley in the family omnibus, his wife and daughters being with him. On the way thither, hundreds of tracts were given away or dropped for the villagers to gather. The church at Saltaire was then undergoing alterations, so that divine service had to be conducted in the schoolroom. The visit, of course, awakened much interest among the worshippers, who had rarely before seen the family among them on the Sunday. But to himself the occasion was invested with greater interest than it could be to any one else. There was to them nothing outwardly to distinguish it from other Sundays, save that Mr. Salt remained with the members of the church and took his place at the table of the Lord. How he seemed to enjoy that service! The sermon preached, he said, was worthy of being written in letters of gold. The theme of it was soul winning, and seemed to affect him deeply. It may be mentioned here that no discourse was ever effective in his judgment, however eloquent and argumentative it might be, unless it grappled with the conscience and struck the chords of the heart. His thankfulness, simplicity, and tenderness on this occasion were most touching. Surrounded as he was by the colossal buildings which his own hand had reared, it was truly beautiful to behold him now as a little child at the feet of Jesus. That hallowed scene stands vividly before our imagination, and we still seem to hear him say, "This is the day I have long desired to see, when I should come and meet my people at the communion table." Shall we not describe another service that took place in the evening after we returned to Methley? In the entrance hall of the mansion, all the people of the estate, together with those of the household, were gathered. It was an unusual sight in that ancient hall, often familiar with scenes of another kind. There gardeners and grooms, gamekeepers and footmen, gatekeepers and domestics of various grades, were met to worship God. Those who could not be accommodated in the center of the hall occupied the steps of the great staircase, while on the oak dais, where in olden times the lord of the manor had feasted, with his retainers seated below him, sat a Christian family to mingle their voices in thanksgiving with their servants. And when the story of redeeming love was preached, it seemed as if many eyes were eager to gaze upon the divine sufferer, and willing hearts ready to crown him as their king. No, without star or angel for their guide, who worship God shall find him. Humble love, and not proud reason, keeps the door of heaven. Love finds admission where proud science fails. Religion crowns the statesman and the man, sole source of public and of private peace. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 14. To comfort and to bless, to find a balm for woe, to tend the lone and fatherless is angels' work below. The captive to release, to God the lost to bring. To teach the way of life into peace is a most Christ-like thing. How? The state of Mr. Salt's health in Parliament became so enfeebled that on the eve of the session of 1861 he resigned his seat. In a letter which he addressed to his constituents, the reason for taking this step was given in the following words: "I find, after 2 years of experience, that I have not sufficient stamina to bear up under the fatigues and late hours incident to parliamentary life." The electors had, therefore, no option but to receive back the trust they had committed to his hands. Mr. W. E. Forster succeeded to the seat, which he has since retained, and has become distinguished as a statesman by several important measures which, under his auspices, have passed into law. We have, therefore, in this chapter, to consider him in his home at Methley. From this period may be dated many of those acts of benevolence that have made his name conspicuous among his fellow men. It would be out of place, were it possible, to reveal to the world his various gifts to religion and philanthropy during his lifetime. It is believed they amounted to about £250,000 sterling. But who can trace the various channels through which his bounty flowed, the hearts that it gladdened, the institutions which it enriched, the various schools and churches it benefited? Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it. Just to illustrate the generosity of his heart and hand, a few facts which came under our personal cognizance may be here recorded. Had Mr. Salt not been a Christian, he would doubtless have been benevolent. This was natural to him. But the great spiritual change already referred to touched the deeper springs of his being, and gave an impulse to his generosity not heretofore manifest. The letter given in the previous chapter clearly indicates that he felt the responsibility of his wealth, and cherished the conviction that a portion of it ought to be consecrated to the glory of God and the good of his fellow man, a conviction which seemed to become stronger as he advanced in years. The Congregational church nearest his residence was at Castleford, a town situated about 4 miles from Methley, and noted for its glass bottle manufacture. The congregation there consisted chiefly of workpeople, who met for worship in a public hall. Mr. Salt felt it his duty from the first to identify himself with this little Christian community and to aid them in every possible way. From the time of his coming amongst them, their strength increased, their hearts were cheered, so that steps were soon taken to erect in the town a suitable church, towards which he and his family largely contributed. The foundation stone was laid by Mr. Salt, on which occasion many guests were invited to Methley. We well remember how sensitively he shrunk from the duty imposed upon him at the public ceremony, and the apparent relief he experienced when it was over. The church was opened by the Reverend James Parson, then of York, whose fame as a preacher stood preeminent. Of the congregation at Castleford, the Reverend Henry Simon was the respected pastor until he received a call to a larger sphere of work in London. Mr. Salt was no sectarian bigot who could see nothing good outside the pale of his own communion. He was ever ready to encourage other Christian denominations in their work of faith and labor of love. And the liberality of his heart was not only manifested in gifts of money, but in other Christian acts that indicated a spirit of charity towards those who, though differing from him in forms of government, were one in Christ. As an instance of this spirit, he very regularly on Sunday evenings attended Methley Parish Church, which was in walking distance of his residence. With the rector, the Honorable and Reverend P.Y. Saville, son of the late Lord Mexborough, he was on intimate terms of friendship and was a liberal contributor to the parochial charities. Perhaps it was from this circumstance that some persons at the time concluded that Mr. Salt's principles as a nonconformist were changed. But it was not so. It was rather that the higher principles of religion were exemplified, especially that of Christian love, without which all mere forms of worship and ecclesiastical polity are vain. That he held his convictions firmly at this time was strikingly manifested in a letter which he wrote to the bishop of the diocese, who had applied to him for aid in a church-building scheme. Thinking that the bishop might have imagined he had become a member of the establishment, Mr. Salt courteously replied, "I am a nonconformist from conviction and attached to a congregational body. Nevertheless, I regard it as a duty and a privilege to cooperate with Christians of all evangelical denominations in furtherance of Christian work." Would that such a spirit might universally prevail. Whether in this particular instance he forwarded a subscription or not, we do not know. But to the fund for renovating York Minster he sent a handsome contribution through Mr. Lehman, M.P. And when the new Episcopalian church at Lightcliff was erected, he presented an elaborately carved stone pulpit as an expression of his Catholicity. Another instance in his liberality about this time was the gift of £5,000 to the Sailors' Orphanage at Hull, which on his part was quite spontaneous. It happened that one evening at Methley we were conversing together about a recent visit of these orphans to Scarborough, of the importance of the institution, the necessity for its enlargement, and the claims which sailors' orphans had on the sympathy of manufacturers generally, whose goods are exported to foreign lands. He said nothing at the time in reference to these observations, but evidently he had laid them to heart, for some time after he said, "I should like to know more about that orphanage you were telling me of." As he then proposed being in Scarborough in the following week, it was agreed that the treasurer and secretary should be invited to meet him there and submit to him the plans for the enlargement of the building. On the day appointed, these gentlemen waited on Mr. Salt with their plans, which, after careful examination, he quietly returned, simply remarking, "I'll come over and see the place." As they retired, somewhat disappointed with the result of their interview, we followed them to the door and ventured to hint that all would be right. But it may be preferable to give an extract from the minutes of the institution. The secretary, Mr. John Wright, met Mr. Salt at the railway station at Hull, and thence proceeded to the orphan house, where they were joined by the deputy chairman. Having shewn Mr. Salt over the whole establishment, they visited the Sailors' Institution and then adjourned to the station hotel. Before leaving for Scarborough, Mr. Salt offered to place a check of £5,000 at the disposal of the committee on condition that the present premises be enlarged so as to provide accommodation for 100 sailors' orphans, and that a suitable school for 200 children be erected, 100 of whom should be clothed and educated gratuitously. Whereupon it was resolved unanimously that the munificent offer of Titus Salt, Esquire, to place at the disposal of the committee the sum of £5,000 for the enlargement of the orphanage home and general extension of the society's operations, upon the conditions mentioned in the foregoing minutes, be and is hereby most thankfully accepted. Thus the institution was lifted into a higher position of importance in the eyes of business men, and has since reached a point of prosperity not at first anticipated. For at the present date the sum of £21,258 has been expended on the premises, which have accommodation for 220 orphans. At the inauguration of this orphanage Mr. Salt presided, when the mayor and sheriff of Hull were present, together with the laity and clergy of the town. The chairman's words were, of course, few, and in them no allusion was made to himself. The treasurer said, this was a new building for them, but the institution had existed for many years, and they had been doing something in the way of benevolence, but he was sorry to say that it was on a limited scale. They had now thrown off this limited liability, and were determined to go to the unlimited. The company had taken into partnership a junior. He was a gentleman of great credit, and if his means were half as large as his heart, there would not be many orphans in Hull uncared for. Another speaker said, Mr. Salt was very much grieved when he saw the announcement of his liberality in the newspapers, but he, the speaker, had told him that it was a very difficult matter to keep it a secret, for the donor was like one of those men whom the poet described when he spoke of doing good by stealth and blushing to find it fame. Nor was this the only instance of his liberality towards that institution. In 1869 he wrote to the secretary saying, there must be a great effort made to increase the annual subscription so that you may fill the building. I shall increase mine to £50 per annum. He also contributed £250 to provide some carved work to ornament the front of the building. It consists of a group of 5 figures, the center one being Charity, with 2 orphan children on either side, while the accessories of the group associated with the maritime interests in the town. The sculptor was Mr. Keyworth, Jr., of London, a native of Hull. With a view to promote the proficiency of boys in swimming, a silver medal, to be annually awarded to the best swimmer, was also given. As an evidence of the gratitude of the committee in Hull for all these generous gifts, a beautiful bust of Mr. Salt stands in the entrance hall of the building. His full-length portrait has been placed in the committee room, and every year his birthday is kept by the orphan children as the Founder's Day. In 1862 was celebrated the bicentenary of English nonconformity, which commemorates the memorable event of 1662, when 2,000 learned and godly ministers of the established church gave up their living and social status for conscience' sake. As the Congregationalists in this country regard those noble men as their ecclesiastical forefathers, the celebration assumed many practical forms, such as the erection of churches and schools in various parts of the kingdom. But it was thought by many that a public hall should be erected in some central part of the metropolis. In such a hall, the different societies affiliated with the Congregational denomination might be localized, the portraits of its eminent men preserved, ecclesiastical records kept, a library of Puritan literature opened, and the annual assembly of the Congregational Union held. This memorial hall was erected at a cost of £75,000 and is situated in Farringdon Street on the site of the ancient Fleet Prison, where many godly men were incarcerated for their adhesion to nonconformity. And now, what had Mr. Salt to do with this? The reader will have seen how his own early life had been passed amid scenes sacred to the memory of some of these ejected ministers. No wonder, then, that at this bicentenary commemoration his warm sympathy was excited. Towards the building fund he contributed £5,000. Similar sums were given by other noble men, such as Mr. S. Morley and Mr. J. Crosley, whose example in many good works Mr. Salt, when not the leader himself, was always ready to follow. 2 years before his death he visited the Memorial Hall and expressed himself highly pleased with the undertaking, which, after years of unavoidable delay, had recently been brought to a most successful consummation. Scarborough had long been a favorite place of resort to Mr. Salt and his family. His parents had brought him there as a boy, and seldom had a year passed since then without the accustomed visit being paid. We had heard him describe the long journey in those coaching days with his parents and their sojourn in Merchant's Row, which was then considered the most attractive part of the town. They attended divine worship in the old meeting house, now Eastborough Church, and enjoyed the ministry of the venerable Samuel Bottomley. This sanctuary was of Presbyterian origin and has an interesting history going back to the dark days of persecution. An old family Bible is still preserved by the present minister, the Reverend E. L. Adams, which bears the mark of a sword thrust. It is said that the owner, having concealed himself in a barn, owed his life to the circumstance that a dragoon, in probing the straw, imagined he had pierced a concealed fugitive. Mr. Salt's early visits to Scarborough were therefore associated with the old meeting house in that place. But when the town outgrew its ancient boundaries, this building became difficult of access to summer visitors. It is said the late Dr. Winter Hamilton, on one occasion, had some difficulty in finding St. Sepulchre Street, in which locality the meeting house was situated. On coming out of it one morning after service, he observed to a friend, "They call this Sepulchre Street Chapel. What a place to bury strangers in!" When, therefore, steps were taken to erect the Bar Church in the western part of the town, Mr. Salt gave it his liberal support. But in the course of a few years this church became insufficient to accommodate the summer visitors, so that a public hall had also to be provided as a chapel of ease during 4 successive seasons. It seemed an imperative duty to erect a permanent edifice to meet the necessities of the case. A site was therefore selected on South Cliff at a cost of £1,250, which was soon afterwards increased to £1,500, on which it was resolved to build a church as early as practicable. Mr. Salt, from his frequent visits to Scarborough, had become familiar with the above facts. What was our surprise one day, when meeting him casually in the street, he said, "I hear you have purchased a site for a new church." "That's right." Then, putting his arm in ours and walking a few yards, he quietly said, "I should like to have the honor of paying for that site." This generous offer was so unexpected that though the time for further action seemed yet uncertain, it came as a voice from heaven saying, "Arise and build." When a building committee was formed, Mr. Salt was asked to become its chairman, but instead of giving an immediate answer, he said, "I'll think about it." Little did we know at the time what to him the acceptance of the post meant, or even what his thinking about it involved. For when on the following day he returned in answering the affirmative, it was in these words: "Your proposal has cost me a night's sleep, but I think I must obey the call of duty." Does not this circumstance reveal another feature of his character? Not feeling, but duty, was the rule of all his actions. Would not some men have contented themselves with a handsome subscription and regarded it as their proxy in such a work? It was not so with him. He held his personal influence as a trust, as well as his wealth, his time as well as his property, and all these gifts he was willing to consecrate to God. That his heart was in the erection of this church is abundantly evident. His part as chairman of the committee was one, not only of honor, but hard work, of which many minutes, carefully kept by Mr. G.B. Dobson, testify. Frequently he made a special journey to Scarborough to attend the committee meetings, returning by the last train to Methley, which he could not reach till midnight. The foundation stone was laid on his 61st birthday by Mrs. Salt, and in the following summer the church was opened for divine worship, when the Reverends Dr. Mellor and Newman Hall preached. The cost was about £16,000, towards which Mr. Salt gave, inclusive of the site, $2,500. The committee desired that the large stained window in the western transept should be a memorial of the chairman, but he, with characteristic modesty, declined the honor. The Congregational churches of Scarborough were not the only recipients of his liberality. The Baptists and Primitive Methodists shared it. To the Royal Sea Bathing Infirmary, the Dispensary, the Mechanics' Institute, the Cottage Hospital, he was a generous benefactor. When disaster befell the seafaring portion of the community, he was prompt to aid them. It was in connection with them that a touching incident once occurred at Methley, of which we were cognizant. The Leeds Mercury of one morning contained an account of the upsetting of a boat on the previous day at Scarborough, when 2 fishermen were drowned. At family prayer the widows and orphans were especially commended to God. When we arose from our knees, he seemed much affected, and taking a £10 note from his pocketbook, he said, "Give them that." The gift following the prayer reminded us of one of old, to whom the angels said, "Cornelius, thy prayer is heard, and thy alms are had in remembrance before God." It was frequently our privilege to be one of his many almoners, though we cannot recall a single instance where pecuniary aid was directly solicited of him. It was the spontaneity of his gifts that invested them with peculiar value. He had only to be informed of any case of real distress, or a worthy institution struggling with difficulties, then his heart was moved and his purse opened. Those who have seen his pocketbook so often brought out, when his bounty was to be dispensed, might almost wish it had a voice, for it would reveal the heart of the owner by deeds which in words cannot be expressed. The supply of bank notes which it contained we sometimes called his tracts, and which, in their distribution, carried blessings both to the bodies and souls of men. May we not add, the tract depository always seemed like the oil cruse at Zarephath, never exhausted. But let us glance at his domestic and social life at Methley. The younger children were then about him, and in their pastimes he found relaxation and delight. When little children were sojourning there, he loved to become young again and to take part in their childish sports. On one occasion we remember him heading a juvenile procession in the hall, and marching to the unmelodious sound of the fire irons, he being chief musician and leader. When Christmas came, and both children and grandchildren met under the parental roof, his domestic felicity was complete. And when the Yule log blazed and crackled on the capacious hearth, which seemed to have been originally constructed for the purpose, and the old baronial hall became familiar once more with scenes of festive mirth, the echoes of olden times were revived. Methley at that time was seldom without guests, and its hospitalities were dispensed with characteristic generosity. The late Earl of Mexborough, who then resided on the estate, was occasionally invited to join the social circle, which he enlivened by his personal reminiscences of the home where his own life had been passed. Among the guests there once happened to be a distinguished group consisting of Owen Jones, Digby Wyatt, and Sir Charles Paisley. In the course of the evening the conversation turned upon art and literature, in which several of the guests took part. The host was a silent but not uninterested listener. The flashes of his silence were sometimes equivalent to an articulate speech in conversation. The last named gentleman, turning to the host, said, "Mr. Salt, what books have you been reading lately?" "Alpaca," was the quiet reply. Then, after a short pause, he added, "If you had 4,000 or 5,000 people to provide for every day, you would not have much time for reading." The late Sir William Fairbairn and other old friends were once invited to dine with him. Unfortunately, he was laid up in bed by a severe attack of gout. What was to be done in the circumstances? He would not permit the invitations to be recalled, nor be entirely deprived of the society of his guests. He, therefore, held a levee in his bedroom, and, though suffering considerable pain, his original intentions were carried out as far as practicable. It is not unworthy of note that about this period Mr. Salt abandoned the habit of smoking, to which he had been accustomed for many years. He was known to keep choice cigars, so that his guests addicted to smoking were fortunately situated for the gratification of their tastes. But they found that a sudden and unexpected change had come over their host. We mention the circumstance in showing the self-mastery of Mr. Salt. Perhaps some persons would have gradually emancipated themselves from a long-standing habit, but he acted with decision. Does he not, in this, present an example worthy of imitation? We know not the motives that induced him to take this sudden resolution, but of this we are confident. He kept it throughout his subsequent life. He was not, however, intolerant to smokers, though he had a characteristic way of conveying a broad hint on the subject. When the cigar box was handed to them, a few tracts on anti-smoking were usually placed on the top. Sometimes he offered his friends a bundle of what seemed to them fine Havanas, when lo, on closer examination, it proved to be a box of chocolate. Thus the random tricks of the schoolboy would sometimes reappear in the man. Another instance of a similar kind may be mentioned. He had brought a party of friends to Saltaire on a fair day, and as he passed with them along the street, a gypsy, not knowing who he was, offered him for sale her brooms. Imagine her bewilderment when he bought the whole stock. To each of his friends he presented one, and distributed the remainder amongst the children, who were wonderingly looking on. Why do we mention these trifling incidents? Just that the man may be seen in his true character. How few saw him on all sides. Tender as a woman, manliness and meekness in him were so allied, that they who judged him by his strength or weakness saw but a single side. What were his outdoor pursuits at Methley? He was not a great horseman nor a sportsman. Occasionally he would ride out with his children. His chief delight was in the cultivation of fruits and flowers. On his coming to Methley, the vineries and greenhouses were rebuilt and supplied with the most modern means of heating and ventilation. With the botanical names of various plants he had but a slight acquaintance, but their form and color filled him with exquisite pleasure. The grape and pineapple were his favorite fruits until after his return to Crow Nest, where the cultivation of the banana or breadfruit took precedence. Yet all these were cultivated not alone for his personal gratification, but for that of friends, and especially invalids, to whom a basket of beautiful flowers or fruits from Methley was always a welcome boon. For his bounty there was no winter in it, and autumn 'twas that grew the more by reaping. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 15. His daily life, far better understood in deeds than words, was simply doing good. So calm, so constant was his rectitude, that by his loss alone we know his worth, and feel how good a man has walked with us on earth. Whittier. After Mr. Salt's retirement from Parliament, he resumed his former duties at Saltaire and Bradford. But his frequent attacks of gout prevented him from taking that prominent part in business which he had done in former years. He was, however, fortunate in having associated with him in the firm those whose practical knowledge was invaluable, and who, by a division of labor and cordial cooperation amongst themselves, were well able to carry on successfully the work of the establishment. Still, the head of the firm was always consulted, and received at their hands that respectful deference to which he was justly entitled. True, he was often slow in forming a judgment on matters submitted to his decision, and their patience had sometimes to be exercised. But if the working of his mind was slow, he was always prompt in execution. It has been said that when his mind was made up to any given course, it was impossible to turn him from it. This was true as a rule, but it had its exceptions. Some of these have already been mentioned, and one other instance may here be recorded. It happened at the time when several large manufactories were converted into joint stock companies, limited, and employees were permitted to invest their savings and to share in the profits. Mr. Salt was at first enamored of such a scheme, as one likely to promote sympathy and goodwill between master and workman. He therefore cherished the resolution of adopting it at Saltaire, but the other members of the firm offered strong objections to the scheme. Happily, a middle course was ultimately taken, which was mutually satisfactory. The employees were placed on piecework, which gave them a direct interest in the produce of their labors, without any pecuniary risk. Thus, while Mr. Salt's resolution was abandoned, the principle in question was retained, and the works that bear his name remained under the sole control of the firm. At the great exhibition of 1851, the manufacturers of Bradford stood preeminent among the exhibitors of worsted textures. But it was not until the exhibition of 1862 that a collective display of local products took place. Then Bradford was declared by the jurors to stand unrivaled, especially in alpaca and mohair, for which a medal of the highest class was awarded to the Saltaire firm. When the Paris exhibition of 1867 was in course of construction, the imperial commissioners established a new order of reward for establishments erected with a view to the welfare of the persons engaged in them. The money value of the prize amounted to 100,000 francs. As Saltaire had to become known throughout the country as a model town, the firm was urged to enter into competition, and the chances of success were said to be decidedly in their favor. But Mr. Salt declined the proposal. As the correspondence on the subject serves to throw light on its character, we therefore present it here. Copy of correspondence with Henry Cole, Esquire, C.B., Secretary and Executive Commissioner of the Paris Industrial Exhibition, etc., submitted to a friend by Mr. Salt. Dear Sir, what has been attempted at Saltaire arose from my own private feeling and judgment, without the most remote idea that it would become a subject of public interest and inquiry. A sense of duty and responsibility has alone actuated me, and I would have avoided publicity but for the representations made in the following correspondence. 31st December, 1866. Sir, the Imperial Commissioners for the Paris Exhibition have established a new order of reward for establishments promoting the welfare of the persons engaged in them, and it has been suggested by the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science that your establishment could afford, in a high degree, the information which the Imperial Commissioners desire to elicit. I have the honor to send to you the documents relating to this new order, and to express a hope that you may see fit to fill up the questions and return them to me. And I desire to remark that, under any circumstances, the collection of this information and its publication seem calculated to be of general public benefit. I have the honor to be, Sir, your obedient servant, Henry Cole, Secretary and Executive Commissioner. To Titus Salt, Esquire, Saltaire. Saltaire, Bradford, January 22nd, 1867. To Henry Cole, Esquire, C.B. Dear Sir, it would afford me much pleasure to place in the hands of the Imperial Commissioners the results that have attended the establishment of Saltaire. I cannot, however, do so as a competitor for any prize or to be subject to the arbitrament of a jury. The memoranda of these necessary illustrations can be readily furnished, if in these terms you think the information I could supply would be of service to the Imperial Commissioners or benefit the public. I have the honor to be, dear Sir, yours truly, Titus Salt. 23rd January, 1867. Dear Sir, I cannot doubt that the information about Saltaire would be useful to the public, and I hope you will send it, coupled with the conditions you mention about not being a competitor. Yours faithfully, Henry Cole. Titus Salt, Esquire. If the answers given to the questions of the Imperial Commissioners, or if any of the facts which experiment or experience have elicited, prove of benefit to the public, and should lead others to adopt and enable them to surpass the result of my effort, I shall be thankful. For myself, I can enter into no competitive rivalry for well-doing, and the particulars and illustrations furnished of the establishment of Saltaire are placed at the service of His Imperial Majesty's Commissioners on the distinct understanding that they are not given in competition for any prize, nor subject to the arbitrament of a jury. I have the honor to be, dear Sir, very truly yours, Titus Salt. In the above correspondence will be seen the high moral principle that influenced Mr. Salt in declining to become a competitor on this occasion. To some, the prize of £4,000 might have been a strong inducement to enter the lists, especially when the chances of success were in his favor. But was he not right in affirming that competitive rivalry for well-doing towards his fellow creatures was not a matter for human tribunals to touch? Was not the spirit thus manifest worthy both of the man and the Christian? Surely, when anyone acts from such high motives as the glory of God and the love of men, he can afford to wait, in the assurance of a higher verdict and reward, even this: Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. The questions contained in the schedule sent were carefully answered and forwarded to Paris. For the most part, they relate to the arrangements for the material, moral, and intellectual well-being of the workman, the substance of which has already been given to the reader. We shall therefore only present the medical report appended to the schedules, and forwarded at the same time to the Imperial Commission. High-class work and good wages have brought together a large number of first-class workpeople and mechanics, whilst the comfortable homes and houses provided for them have awakened in the minds of the people that home feeling which has led them to tastefully and neatly decorate their dwellings, a very sure sign of social happiness. Every medical man and visitor amongst the poor very well knows how such things combine to prevent vice and disease, and how much they renovate and cheer the sick, give a higher tone, and tend to develop the mental stature of the people themselves. This is a most important point. A man in a dirty house is like a beggar in miserable clothing. He soon ceases to have self-respect, and when that is gone, there is but little hope. In almost every house at Saltaire, some form of musical instrument is found, and indeed the choral and glee societies, together with the bands, have become household names. A large number of the skilled workmen devote their leisure hours to scientific amusement, such as natural history, taxidermy, the making of philosophical instruments, such as air pumps, models of working machinery, steam engines, and articles of domestic comfort, whilst some have even manufactured organs and other musical instruments. There is no public house in Saltaire. Thus, with comfortable houses, and every inducement to stay at home, with literary and social institutions in their very midst, with high-class tastes, and, to crown all, a beautiful temple to the worship of God, it would be strange indeed had Saltaire not a reputation and a name. The erection of baths and washhouses has been a great advance. Cleanliness is the great condition of health, whilst the removal of whole masses of damp clothes from the streets and of the steam of washing tubs from the houses greatly conduces to the health and comfort of the inhabitants. Indoor washing is most pernicious and a fruitful source of disease, especially to the young. The diseases peculiar to poverty are almost unknown in Saltaire, namely typhoid fever, rheumatic fever, and cutaneous affections. An accident infirmary and dispensary is erected, so that patients will be spared that great source of danger to life, hemorrhage, during the transit to a distant hospital. Hitherto there has not been a single death from this cause. The writer, from his medical duties, has been constantly in the town, day and night, and can bear testimony to the great absence of drunkenness, whilst in many of the houses no spirits are kept, except on the approach of a confinement. There is a remarkable absence of certain diseases. During the visitation of cholera to this country, a system of disinfecting and deodorizing by means of the application of carbolic acid and chloride of lime to the drains, ash pits, privies, and sinks was carried out. The carbolic acid was given to anyone who would mix it with lime for the purpose of whitewashing. The result was remarkable. No case of cholera occurred, and even an immunity from typhoid fever and other autumnal diseases was experienced. Having thus drawn attention to the general moral and physical condition of the people, it would be well to look at the other side of the question, and mark the direction which progress is still to be made. The prevalent diseases in manufacturing districts are typhoid fever and phthisis. These are, therefore, the most common forms of serious ailment at Saltaire. To get rid of consumption from the disease list is almost, if not quite, impossible. For persons of different temperament, constitutional vigor and age, often carelessly clothed, leave home early in the morning, generally without partaking of food, and this in all kinds of weather and seasons, and that, too, in our irregular and often inclement northern climate, consumption must and will result. The question involved is rather one that rests upon the people themselves than one in which masters can interfere. The work people can only be taught that warm clothing instead of finery, good food, and regular hours, combined with home sanitary regulations, are necessary to keep down this terrible malady. Much is accomplished at Saltaire to prevent the disease by having the works erected close to the town, so that there is really no excuse for the work people going to their work in wet clothes, and further by the mills and sheds being thoroughly well lighted, warmed, and ventilated. With regard to typhoid fever, it is otherwise, although from this cause very few deaths have occurred. This is a disease which can be kept down by sanitary regulations. What precautions, then, are necessary? 1. An absolute restriction to prevent overcrowding by lodgers in any one house. Let a proper number of cubic feet be allowed to each inmate, and on no pretense whatever ought this rule to be evaded. 2. A system of ventilation with which the inmates cannot interfere. Instances have occurred in which it has been purposely obstructed. 3. The system of drainage at Saltaire is thorough and complete. Bell traps to sinks, if fixed, become choked, and if unfixed, are removed and often lost. Siphons in the drains do not always prevent the back current from them. Where the night soil is preserved in ash pits, as at Saltaire, for agricultural purposes, a system is required for removing it without annoyance to the people. Recently, an admirable plan has been adopted by which the inhabitants are compelled to empty their dust and ashes into the closets, so that the odor is constantly mixed with the best of disinfectants, finely divided carbon, and dry earthy matter. This ought everywhere to be done. Provision is made for the adoption of every sanitary improvement. A few of the lessons to be learned at Saltaire have been briefly pointed out, and though others might be given, these will probably suffice. Signed, Samuel Rind, LRCP, Edinburgh, MRCS, London, Scholar in Anatomy and Physiology. Such was the medical report forwarded to Paris, which we have given at length, because it will enable the reader to see what pains Mr. Salt had taken for the welfare of his workpeople, also the success that followed. But let it not be forgotten that at the time Saltaire was erected, sanitary science was comparatively in its infancy, so that his views were then far in advance of the age, and even now are not a whit behind it. According to the express condition on which the information was sent, no reward was expected, but the Emperor of the French signified his high appreciation of the superiority of this model town by conferring on its founder the Legion of Honor. Among many facts contained in the above report, not the least interesting is that which relates to the absolute prohibition of public houses on the estate. Mr. Salt had strong reasons for the adoption of such a course. During the year of his mayoralty of Bradford, he had been deeply affected by the large number of cases brought before him in his magisterial court as the palpable results of intemperance. And when cholera raged in the borough, he had seen that many of the poor who had fallen victims to the malady were also the victims of strong drink. We remember him returning from the assizes at Leeds, where he had sat on the grand jury, and expressing his horror at the fearful catalogue of crime there brought before his notice, and the emphasis with which he said, "Drink and lust are at the bottom of it all." He would, therefore, have been unfaithful to his own moral convictions had he not passed this prohibitory bill on his own property, when the decision rested solely with himself, and no act of Parliament was needed to enforce it. It was with paternal solicitude for the moral and physical health of his people he resolved that no public house should be planted in their midst. That the course he adopted was wise and beneficial to the town is amply confirmed by the foregoing report. It is true that on the confines of Saltaire public houses have since been erected, but for these he was not responsible. Indeed, to prevent them was beyond his power. Still, we hold that the course he adopted and continued is worthy of the highest commendation. Shall we not also say worthy of imitation on the part of proprietors placed in similar circumstances? At all events, the above fact may be regarded as his emphatic protest against the greatest evil that affects the nation. Having thus prohibited public houses in Saltaire, he felt that it was an incumbent duty to provide every facility in his power for the moral and physical welfare of the community. The Saltaire Club and Institute was, therefore, established at an expense of £25,000. As this building is, perhaps, the most unique of its kind in the country, a description of it will be interesting to our readers. It is situated on the east side of Victoria Road, and, like the schools, immediately opposite, stands back 40 feet from the line of the street. The space in front is tastefully laid out in flower beds, with a broad walk leading up to the entrance. At the north and south angles of the enclosure, two massive sculptured lions present a striking feature. It will be remembered that in front of the schools and occupying a corresponding position, other two lions are placed, representing vigilance and determination. The two in front of the Institute represent war and peace, the whole of the figures being the work of Mr. T. Milnes. Approaching the main entrance, the appearance of the building is that of a university college. It consists of 3 floors, the basement being built of stone and in the Italian style of architecture. Over the entrance, figures are placed representing art and science, thus indicating the purpose to which the building is devoted. A tower rises in the center and terminates in the form of an angular cone. Let us enter the vestibule. The reading room opens on the left, the dimensions of which are 53 feet by 35 feet. This apartment is fitted up with every convenience and supplied with the daily papers and current literature. The library is situated on the right hand, with a classroom adjoining. Further on to the left are a large cloakroom, lavatory, etc., and at the end of the vestibule, fronting the main entrance, is the splendid lecture hall, measuring 90 feet by 60 feet and 40 feet high, with seating accommodations for 800 persons. The platform is 35 feet wide. The hall is decorated with a refinement of taste such as is seldom seen in a public building. It is known as the Victoria Hall. Here, first-class concerts are frequently held, and lectures and entertainments given. In the upper story, the front part is occupied on the left by 2 rooms as the School of Art, one being elementary and the other more advanced. These rooms are supplied with models, drawings, and every appliance and means necessary for the cultivation of art. Parallel with the art department on the right is a handsome billiard room, 53 feet by 35 feet, furnished with 4 tables. On the same story there is also the committee room. In the basement is a lecture room, 40 feet by 35 feet, with the accommodation for 200 persons, and which is used for scientific purposes. Connected with this is a laboratory, supplied with all the instruments and apparatus requisite in scientific demonstrations. A complete set of instruments is provided for each student in attendance. A valuable clock, constructed by Mr. George Salt, was presented by him to the Institute. These 2 schools of art and science are in connection with the South Kensington Science and Art Department. On the left side of the corridor is a classroom measuring 31 feet by 26 feet, with curator's house adjoining. Passing onwards, the room on the left is allotted to bagatelle. That on the right is used as a lavatory. Further on to the right is the classroom. To the left, the armory, where the arms of the Saltaire Corps are kept. Adjoining the armory is the gymnasium and drill room, 57 feet by 60 feet and 18 feet high. The hall is fitted up in the most complete style with trapeze, horizontal bars, hurdles, in fact with everything necessary for muscular development. The fees for membership are almost nominal, ranging from 2 shillings to 6d. per quarter. The constitution of the Institute is, of course, disassociated from any religious or political party, and is open to all who choose to avail themselves of the benefits which it offers. The aims and objects sought by the founder of this magnificent building will be gathered from the following address by Mr. Titus Salt, Jr., delivered when it was opened. The Saltaire Club and Institute, as the name indicates, is to be, in the first place, a social club, and secondly, an educational institute. It is intended to supply the advantages of a public house without its evils. It will be a place to which you can resort for conversation, business, recreation, and refreshment, as well as for education, elementary, technical, and scientific. After careful inquiry into the constitution of various mechanics institutes, the conclusion has been arrived at that they do not meet the wants of the working class during the hours of leisure, namely, from the fact that of their being almost purely educational societies, and of their presenting to only a very limited extent means of social intercourse and healthy relaxation. In the belief that it is guide to be merry and wise, provision is made in the constitution of the Salt Air Club and Institute for innocent and intelligent recreation, which it is intended should occupy a place almost as prominent as that accorded to the means of mental culture. The accommodation provided in the building is as follows: 1. Reading room. 2. Library. 3. Laboratory. 4. Class and draft rooms. 5. Smoking room. 6. Billiard room, 4 tables. 7. Bagatelle room, 3 tables. 8. Lecture hall. 9. Lecture theater. 10. School of Art. 11. Various classrooms. 12. Curator's house. 13. Gymnasium and rifle room, lavatories, etc. It is intended that agencies and appliances of various kinds, both for recreation and instruction, shall be brought into operation, with the view of making the institution both attractive and useful. The building will, in the first instance, be furnished at my father's expense, and will be occupied by the committee at a nominal rent. The charges for membership are fixed as low as possible, so that all who wish may be able to avail themselves of the advantages of the new institution. The committee of management will consist of 8 members appointed by the firm, and an equal number appointed by the present members of the Salt Air Literary Institute. Of the committee thus formed, 8 will retire at the end of the first half year, 4 from each class. The institution will be purely unsectarian and free from any political bias. Its ruling principle should be the broadest charity among its members. The object to be aimed at is the greatest good for the greatest number, and no one should seek membership without the selfish object of promoting alone his own pleasure or advantage, without due regard to the wishes of others. In conclusion, I would express my father's earnest desire that the Salt Air Club and Institute may long supply rational relaxation to those whose honest labor has best fitted them for its enjoyment, and that it may, for very many years, furnish means of advancement in what is good, noble, and virtuous to the inhabitants of the town which he has built, and which is so closely associated with his fortunes and his name. The mind of man is the world's true dimension, and knowledge is the measure of the mind. It will therefore be seen with what generosity of heart Mr. Salt endeavored to compensate his people for the absence of public houses, and to promote their best welfare. We have said that the sanitary conditions of Salt Air at the time of its erection was in advance of the age. What shall be said of the educational institutions in connection with it? They too were in advance, so that when board schools were erected for the district, the Salt Air schools were unnecessary. But what then? Mr. Salt, foreseeing the rapid strides education was likely to take in the future, resolved to convert his own day schools, together with the club and institute, into higher grade schools for the promotion and encouragement of education in its advanced branches. These premises have been left in the hands of a board of governors, chosen by the ratepayers of Shipley, and henceforth will be known as the Salt Schools, Shipley. Provision has also been made for several exhibitions to be designated the Salt Scholarships, and which are to be awarded according to merit as the result of competitive examination. The value of the property thus bequeathed for educational purposes is not less than £40,000. With regard to religious instruction and moral training, it is provided that the teachers shall not endeavor to inculcate or controvert the doctrines of any sectarian religious creed, but shall strive to instill into the minds of the scholars such views and principles as will improve their habits, elevate their moral tone, and give them a true appreciation of those mutual obligations in all human relations on which the welfare of mankind is based. It being intended that the duty of providing distinctively theological instructions shall be left to the parents or guardians. Of other institutions that have sprung up at Saltaire since its erection, we must notice the dining hall, which is situated opposite the works. It was started on the Glasgow penny dinner system. A fixed tariff is published, for which the following is a specimen. A good plate of meat, 2d. A cup of tea or coffee, halfpenny. A bowl of soup, 1d. The work people who prefer to bring their own food may have it cooked, and dining accommodation free of charge. The manager of the establishment has a fixed salary, independently of the profits, so that all temptations to stint the allowance is avoided. The crumbs that fall from the table are sold to the feeders of pigs, by which the sum of £50 a year is realized towards the funds of the dining hall. There are also the following: a fire brigade, a horticultural society, which has its annual show, a cricket club, well known in Yorkshire, a brass band, which in several musical contests has been successful, a string and reed band, a glee and madrigal society, an angling association, a cooperative and industrial society, a coal society, a funeral society, and men's and women's society for the relief of the sick. Honors be thine, whose active mind this earthly paradise designed. For double conquests kings may war, thine is a nobler conquest far. As rivers soon return in rain, so good deeds shall come back again, and thou shalt know within thy breast, who blesses shall himself be blessed. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Sir Titus Salt, Baronet, His Life and Its Lessons, by Robert Balgarnie. Chapter 16. Whoe'er amidst the sons of reason, valor, liberty, and virtue displays distinguished merit, is a noble of nature's own creating. Such have risen, sprung from the dust, or where had been our honors? Thomson. How vain are all hereditary honors, those poor possessions of another's deeds, unless our own just virtues form our title, and give a sanction to our good assumptions. Shirley. In a former chapter, reference was made to the circumstances that rendered removal from Crow Nest necessary. We have now to advert to the return of Mr. Salt and his family to their old home. The mansion at Methley, notwithstanding its internal beauty and surrounding attractions, had certain drawbacks. It was 20 miles from Saltaire, and therefore inconveniently distant from business. It was isolated from those means of social and intellectual enjoyment to be found in proximity to a large town. Moreover, several members of his family now possessed houses of their own, so that such a large establishment as Methley seemed unnecessary. When, therefore, it was ascertained that Crow Nest was to be sold, no time was lost in effecting its purchase. Great was the joy of the family when he returned one day with the news that Crow Nest was now his own. For around that spot their affections had lingered, and to go back to it was to them like going home. Happily, no difficulty was experienced in relinquishing the lease of Methley, inasmuch as the present Lord Mexborough had succeeded his father, and was fortunately in a position to occupy the seat of his ancestors. Such was the mutual desire to meet each other's wishes, and his lordship's personal gratitude to Mr. Salt for the improvements on his estate, that when the valuers appointed had finished their task, both parties were fully satisfied with the result. Farewell, then, to Methley, where so many interesting events had occurred, some of which have been already woven into this memoir. But when the time of departure came, shadows of regret seemed to flit across the mind of the outgoing tenant, and at the last social party within its walls, he remarked to a friend, "What a pity to leave it all." The return to Crow Nest took place in December 1867, and henceforth it is associated with Mr. Salt's declining years, and with the final scene of all, when his remains were borne to their last resting place. It is superfluous to say that the name Crow Nest must have been originally derived from the fact that crows once built in the neighboring trees. But, strange to add, no evidence of it had existed for many years previously. The old trees still stood near the mansion, but their black-feathered visitors had long since disappeared. Surely they must have had a secret grudge against some former owner, and, after their own fashion, had handed down from one generation to another a warning to avoid the place. The new proprietor regretted this exceedingly, and was evidently desirous to allure them back, for he caused decoy nests to be placed, and when the birds at last condescended to come near, they found not only a welcome on the trees, but also on the ground where food had been abundantly scattered. The device was successful. A large colony of crows soon settled there, so that the propriety of the name has become once more self-evident. The pleasure Mr. Salt derived from watching their industrious habits and from hearing their noisy palavers was ample compensation for his pains. Perhaps a stranger visiting Crow Nest for the first time would say the second part of the name must have been derived from its position. It is built in a hollow, and, when seen from the principal approach, has the cozy appearance of a nest. The mansion is of hewn stone, and consists of the center portion, with a large wing on either side, connected by a suite of smaller buildings, in the form of a curve. It is the front, or north side, that is given in the illustration, but this is not by any means the most striking. The south side presents a landscape of secluded beauty, in which wood and lake, lawns and terrace, flower gardens and statuary delight the eye. The conservatories are also situated on the south side, in a line with the mansion, and are so lofty and extensive as to almost dwarf its appearance. The central conservatory is more spacious than the others, and contains in a recess an elaborate rockery and cascade of French workmanship, which were objects of great attraction at the Paris exhibition. The lake was constructed after Mr. Salt's return, and affords another illustration of his fine eye for the beautiful and picturesque in nature. It is of uniform depth, well stocked with fish and aquatic birds, the latter finding shelter on the island in the middle. The vineries, pineries, and banana house are situated at a considerable distance from the mansion. We have previously stated that Mr. Salt took great delight in the cultivation of fruits and flowers, but the banana was his special favorite at Crow Nest, and it attained dimensions rarely met in this country. Its luxuriant foliage, immense height, and gigantic clusters of breadfruit more resemble those of a tropical than of a temperate clime. Let us enter the mansion itself. On the right hand of the entrance hall stands a colossal bust presented by the workpeople in 1856, close to which is the business room, so called because it was used for the reception of visitors who called upon him for the transaction of business, or deputations for the presentation of appeals, etc. On the left hand is the morning room, where he usually sat with his family, and from which a door opens into the spacious library, which is the largest and handsomest room of all. In the library is a beautiful bust of Mr. Salt, sculpted in white marble. This is the last delineation of his features, which have been well brought out by the artist Mr. Adams Acton. The dining, drawing, and billiard rooms are furnished with exquisite taste, and this is the scene to which Mr. Salt retired to spend the evening of his life. As the removal of the family in 1858 caused much regret in the neighborhood, so their return in 1867 created unwonted joy, which was expressed in an address of welcome back. It took a considerable time ere Crow Nest assumed its present aspect. The whole estate required much expenditure, both of thought and money, but it was now in the hands of a proprietor whose delight was to plant and to build not only for the sake of necessity and comfort, but in the gratification of a refinement of taste peculiarly his own. His time was henceforth spent between private occupations at home and occasional business engagements at Saltaire, which were broken at intervals by visits to his married children, the seaside, or the metropolis. Let us take one day's occupation at Crow Nest as a specimen of many. The hour of breakfast is 8 o'clock, but before that time he has made his first appearance in the dining room, where the lion's share of the post bag awaits him, containing, for the most part, applications from various parts of the country, and from all sorts and conditions of men, for pecuniary aid. Perhaps one half of them are appeals for building churches or schools, or for the liquidation of debts upon them. The other half has a variety of wants to be made known. One institution is restricted in its usefulness by want of funds, and much needs a helping hand. A widow is destitute, and the family cast upon the world. A young man wishes to go to college. A literary man is bringing out a book and wants it circulated. A deputation hopes to be allowed to present a pressing case. All these letters he briefly scans, but they are afterwards to be carefully perused and respectively answered. After breakfast, the household assembles for morning prayer. The head of the house slowly reads a portion of sacred scripture with much impressiveness. Then prayer is solemnly read from the altar of the household. Thus the day is begun with God, and when evening comes, it is closed in the same manner. Now the family separate to their respective duties. His occupation today is to answer the numerous letters that have arrived. In this important business his eldest daughter is his confidential secretary, which post she ably filled until the time of her marriage. That the office was not an easy one we can testify from the experience of a single day. It happened at Scarborough, when he was there alone, and in order to relieve him from the burden, we undertook the duty of scribe. But we never had a wish to do so again. If the letters written at this dictation were illegible, slightly blotted, or loosely expressed, this was fatal to their acceptance, and the workmanship, which we had imagined worthy of commendation, had to be improved. The experience thus gained enabled us to understand the nature of the work that had often to be done at Crow Nest by his sympathizing and willing amanuensis, who often expressed her father's wishes and intentions in such a felicitous and kindly manner as to enhance greatly the value of the gift she conveyed. Every letter received was judged on its own merits. The shorter and more concise the epistle, the greater were its chances of a favorable answer. Of the majority of applications sent, he knew personally nothing, but he had a shrewd insight which enabled him to measure men, whether they expressed themselves in speech or writing. And though he was occasionally deceived, he would still give the applicant the benefit of a doubt, and himself the luxury of rendering help, rather than return an absolute refusal. Many of these letters received answers with checks for various amounts, but frequently with conditional promises, as, for example, If the debt of a church were extinguished in a year, he would give the last £100, or if a church were commenced in a given locality, his donation would be the first. In this way he sought to stimulate effort in others, and seldom did the condition he imposed remain unfulfilled. Sometimes, when he wanted further information in connection with an application, he wrote to some well-known person in the neighborhood, or it was reserved for the opinion of some friend who was likely to know the facts of the case. Thus his gifts were not scattered indiscriminately, but care was taken to bestow them on worthy recipients. Persons unacquainted with Mr. Salt sometimes erred in asking the aid of a mediator to recommend their case, which, when done, was generally of little avail, for in doing good he preferred being influenced rather by the facts of the case than by any personal recommendations. Was not such benevolence governed by commendable motives? But, as we have said, most of the objects of his generosity must remain a secret. Yet there are some instances which could not well be hid, even when done in a corner. When the lunatic asylum for the northern counties was established at Lancaster, he gave a donation of £5,000. The charities of Bradford had a large share of his sympathy. One instance stands out from the rest in connection with a local infirmary. He had been asked to contribute towards a temporary building as a fever hospital, but to the surprise of the committee, a letter was received from him offering to give £5,000. It is said the letter was handed from one to another, accompanied by the remark, "There must have been some mistake here. He cannot mean to give such a sum for this temporary hospital." But when it was put into the hands of Mr. Charles Seaman, he replied, "There is no mistake about it. This means a new building, not a temporary one." Mr. Seaman's own generous heart rightly interpreted that of the donor, and the convalescent home recently erected at Ilkley remains a memorial to his own liberality. A friend thus writes, "Mr. J. Key was killed by the upsetting of the Gransington coach, leaving a widow and 3 children. I wrote to Mr. Salt about it, and received a kind letter requesting me to call at his warehouse in Bradford. To my astonishment, he handed me a check of £100. In answer to another application from me on behalf of a village church, I received the following note from Miss Salt. My father wishes me to acknowledge your letter of yesterday, and to say he will be glad to give £100 towards a schoolroom at Brown Royd." Thus, from his home at Crow Nest, he was a center of influence and usefulness which were felt far and wide. But what shall be said of the hospitality which he shewed to ministers and missionaries who were privileged to sojourn under his roof? Among these the names of David Livingstone and Robert Moffat may be mentioned. In connection with the latter, an interesting circumstance occurred. During a missionary tour in the neighborhood, Crow Nest was his home. On the evening of his departure, a dinner took place, at which Mr. Samuel Morley, M.P., was present. The conversation turned on the honored guest, who had left that very day, and the noble life he had consecrated to the work of God in Africa. A subscription to buy him a house was proposed around the dinner table, which amounted to £750. When the act of this generous company became known, the subscription was taken up and enlarged by other friends of missions, and ultimately reached the sum of £3,000. Thus the veteran missionary was placed in a position of independency during his remaining days. Dr. Moffat cherished an affectionate gratitude for his generous host, which was touchingly exemplified shortly before the latter died. We had written to say that we had been drawing him up and down the terrace in an invalid's chair, to which he replied, "I envy you the honor, and I wish I had the privilege of performing such an office for him whom I respect and love." It was while thus busily engaged in benefiting his fellow men that Mr. Salt received the offer of a baronetcy from the Queen by the hands of the Prime Minister. The following is a copy of the letter conveying the honor. Raby Castle, Darlington, September 9th, 1869. Dear Sir, I have received authority from Her Majesty to propose that by her favor you should receive a baronetcy, and I trust it may be agreeable to you to accept such a distinction. Though we have not been fortunate to keep you within the precincts, perhaps I ought to say the troubled precincts of parliamentary life, you have not failed by your station, character, and services to establish an ample title to the honorable distinction which it is now my gratifying duty to place at your disposal. I beg to remain, dear sir, your very faithful and obedient servant, W. E. Gladstone. Titus Salt, Esquire. This honor was so unexpected, and, coming as it did through the hands of one whom he regarded as the greatest living statesman, he hardly knew what answer to return. The advice of several friends was unfavorable to its acceptance. Some thought that a higher distinction than a baronetcy was his due, others that, as the name of Titus Salt was that around which the affections of the community gathered, the proposed title would not enhance that name, but rather break its spell. Amid this diversity of opinion, how could he do otherwise than to act upon his own judgment, which finally led him to accept the proffered honor? Henceforth, the subject of this memoir is designated Sir Titus Salt. Among the numerous letters of congratulation addressed to him on the occasion, ones from the residents of the neighborhood may be transcribed. To Sir Titus Salt, Baronet. We, the undersigned, desire to present our sincere and hearty congratulations on the distinguished mark of royal favor bestowed by our sovereign in conferring upon you the dignity of a baronetcy of the United Kingdom. We cannot but regard this gracious act of Her Majesty as an honor to the district in which you reside, and as a proof of her deep interest in the commercial prosperity of her kingdom, a prosperity which has been materially promoted by your persevering and successful labors in connection with the manufactories of this locality. As a citizen and a public benefactor, the honorable distinction so graciously conferred has been most deservedly earned, while your sympathy with every good cause and your unbounded liberality have gained for you the respect and esteem of all classes. As friends and neighbors, we hail with gladness your return to your former residence amongst us, and would respectfully convey to Lady Salt and yourself the expression of our sincere esteem and our earnest hope that you may be spared many years to enjoy the honors of your exalted station, and the still higher satisfaction of continuing to do good. December 1869. Signatures. But his elevation to the rank of baronet could not raise him higher in public opinion, nor did it in any way affect the simplicity of his character. The title changed nothing in the man. The rank is but the guinea stamp, the man's the god for all that. From this point in his history, may we not look back and mark the several steps that have led up to it? Think of him as a child, riding the wooden horse on the pavement at Morley, as the schoolboy trudging to Batley, or jogging on a donkey from Crofton to Wakefield, as a youth not remarkable for ability, but rather regarded as dull, as the young man coming to Bradford and beginning wool sorting at the Rooses Works, as the wool stapler pushing his way in business, as the manufacturer striking out new paths of commercial enterprise, as the founder of a town which, for its beauty of situation and its moral and educational advantages, stands unrivaled, as the chief magistrate of the borough of Bradford and its representative in the Senate, as the philanthropist who sympathized with humanity in all its sufferings and conflicts, as the generous benefactor whose helping hand was not restricted by religion, politics, or nationality, but extended to the most deserving, as the possessor of great wealth and influence, seeking retirement for the rest of his days. And now the baronet, raised to the dignity by his sovereign. Is not such a career worthy to be studied and, as far as possible, imitated by young men generally? He dreamt not of fame, yet he acquired it. He sought not honors, yet they came. He was unswerving in his religious and political principles, and hence he was respected by his fellow men. He lived not for himself, but for others, and hence the reverence attached to his name. His commercial enterprise brought wealth and honor to the nation, which was recognized by the sovereign and endorsed by the prime minister. He honored God, and to him was fulfilled the promise of old, "Them that honor me, I will honor." It has sometimes been the case in the history of nonconformity that persons attaining to wealth and social position have waxed either cold in their attachment or turned away from the church of their fathers. It was not so with Sir Titus Salt. His principles were too deeply rooted to wither in the sunshine of worldly prosperity. He regarded the nonconformity of England as that which had done much to promote evangelical religion, both at home and abroad, to advance social and religious liberty, and to give bone and muscle to the national character. To turn away from it would, therefore, have done violence to his deepest convictions. Sir Titus Salt, with his family, regularly attended the Congregational Church at Lightcliffe. The history of this church is connected with the times of 1694, when service was conducted in a private house, and when nonconformity was associated, in the minds of many, with disloyalty and revolution. Yet even then, several of the leading families in the neighborhood were in hearty sympathy with its principles and aims. The place of worship at Lightcliffe was a very humble one, and had rather the appearance of a conventicle. Yet even the walls were dear to the congregation, for when they resolved to erect a new church, the old sanctuary was converted into schoolrooms. In the erection of this church, Sir Titus Salt and his family took the warmest interest. The cornerstones of the edifice were laid by two of his daughters. He was the chairman of the building committee and the principal contributor to the fund. The church is a prominent object in the village, conspicuous from a distance, and its spire an object of beauty from the windows of Crow Nest. Its style is Gothic. It has a public clock, a peal of bells, and a manse. The Reverend J. Thompson has been for 13 years the esteemed pastor. The opening of the church in 1871 was a memorable event at Crow Nest. On that occasion, the Reverends Thomas Biney, Thomas Guthrie, D.D., Newman Hall, LL.B., and others were invited to take part in the opening services and to be the guests of Sir Titus. With such a group of distinguished men, the social circle could not fail to be interesting, though now the remembrance of it is overshadowed by the thought that the host and two of the principal guests are no more. Yet the week spent then was a very bright one. Mr. Biney and Dr. Guthrie were full of wit and anecdote, while Sir Titus was all ear to listen. One day at dinner, Biney having asked for a boiled mutton, it was handed to him with caper sauce, to which it appeared he had a great aversion. On sending it back, the host inquired what was the matter. "Oh, nothing," rejoined Guthrie. "It's only Biney cutting capers." In the public luncheon on the opening day, Dr. Guthrie vindicated the right of ministers to receive stipends adequate to their labor and position. "Some persons in Scotland," he said, "demur to this, because in primitive times ministers had not even a house, but wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, and tormented. I asked them how they would like to see Candlish and me walking along the streets of Edinburgh in sheepskins and goatskins, horns and all." On the following day, the guests went with their host to Saltaire, and it was arranged that they should be there at the dinner hour when the people were leaving work. What a tide of human beings swept through the gates when the clock struck 12. Dr. Guthrie stood watching them in amazement. He was particularly struck with their clean and cheerful appearance, but, most of all, with the fact that their attention in passing was not directed to the strangers, but to their master, who was there also looking on. Dr. Guthrie was deeply interested in everything he saw, and had a kind word to say to the workpeople whom he met. One of these was a boy of about 15 years of age. He questioned him on educational subjects, and then gave him 5 shillings to purchase a book. When the boy was afterwards told that the donor was Dr. Guthrie, he was greatly delighted, for, he exclaimed, "I take in the Sunday magazine." The church at Saltaire was a special object of admiration to all. On the south side is the entrance to the mausoleum. There stood Sir Titus, pointing his friends to the place where his children slept, and where, too, he expected to be laid when his work was done. Little did he think that Guthrie, Biney, and himself would, in a few short years, be gathered to their fathers. Another afternoon was spent at the Crosley Orphanage in Halifax, where Dr. Guthrie, with much tenderness, addressed the young people in reference to their future course, and commended them all in prayer to the Father of the fatherless. But if there was any circumstance more hallowed than another in the retrospect of those few days passed at Crow Nest, it was the morning and evening worship in the family. Then the prayers of those saintly men seemed to lift us all near to God, so that the place was Bethel. But the opening of the church did not end with the services for adults. Perhaps the most impressive of the series was the one arranged for the young. Sir Titus took his place amongst them, and was so deeply touched by the scene around him that he wept like a child, especially when they sang the well-known hymn, which concludes thus: "Soon we'll reach the shining river, soon our pilgrimage will cease, soon our happy hearts will quiver with the melody of peace." End of chapter 16.